Part 1 of A View of the Lancashire Dialect by Tim Bobbin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A View of the Lancashire Dialect by way of dialogue between Tummus o' Williams and Margit o' Roufs and Meary o' Dicks and Tummy o' Peggies, showing in that speech the comical adventures and misfortunes of a Lancashire clown, to which is prefixed, by way of preface, a dialogue between the author and his pamphlet, with a few observations for the better pronunciation of the dialect, with a glossary of all the Lancashire words and phrases therein used. By Tim Bobbin, Fellow of the Sisyphane Society of Dutch Loom Weavers, and an old adept in the dialect. How arsed wood were I ere this wark, glure at mony a book. Observations. The following observations may be useful to those who are strangers to the Lancashire pronunciation. In some places in Lancashire we sound R instead of O, and O instead of R. For example, we say far instead of for, shart instead of short, and again we say hort instead of heart, and port instead of part, hunt instead of hand, etc. AL and ALL are generally sounded broad, as or for all, haw or haw for hall, almeety for almighty, allus for always, etc. In some places we sound k instead of g, as think instead of thing, wooink for wooing, etc. The letter D at the end of words and the termination ed are often changed into t, as behint for behind, wint for wind, awkert for awkward, awtert for altered, etc. In some parts it is common to sound ou and ow as a, as tha for thou, ka or ca for cow. In other places we sound the ou and ow as oo, as thou for thou, cow for cow, house for house, mouse for mouse. The Saxon termination en is generally retained, but mute, as in hatten, loven, desiren, thinken, boughten, etc. In general we speak quick and short, and cut off a great many letters and even words by apostrophes, and sometimes sound 2, 3 or more words as one. For instance, we'll say I'll got or I'll gut for I'll go to, runt for run to, whost for she shall, intle or intle for if thou will, I woodidden for I wish you would, etc. But as trade in a general way has now flourished for near a century, the inhabitants not only travel but encourage all sorts of useful learning, so that among hills and places formerly unfrequented by strangers, the people begin, within the few years of the author's observations, to speak much better English, if it can properly be called so. Reader, here a spon new cank between th' author and his book. Tim Bobbin enters by his cell, bout wig, grinning on scratting his knob. Tim: Good lorjus days, what woeful times are these! Pot boars are scant, and dear is soul and cheese. Our gotten guides as seely sheep dun rob, oich public trust is choinged into a job. Lays, taxes, customs, may now a plucks a throb. Yet I'm war thrutched between two arren rogues, for bigger scoundrels never treed a brogues than Finch and Stewart. Strangers to our reet, they rob poor Timmy, e'en i'th oppen leet. Dismays me now to cross these rascats' eends, to send again to my owd trusty friends, for truth is truth that savours like a pun. I'm poor, God wot. Book: How so? Tim: My crap's aw done. Book: Whoo, whoo, whoo. What, plaguert wi' th' owd company, rhyme and poverty again? Now e'en dule, scrattor, I thowt id'n go bank, for your sib to those gutt'em tykes are to complaining on so, on are near satisfied. Tim. Wha's tak tea, owd friend? I thowt thou'd been jaunting it like eager mad with whose foster feythers o' thine, Stuart and Finch. Book. Nay, belady, no I. I'd scorn't touch sich powsments with tongues. Tim. Whaw, but has ta no heard o' that Crow's tyke Stuart, and Clumhead Finch, and donned oich on 'em a bantling or two o' the kest-off jumps, and think'nt put Yorkshire folk. It's sich wark as tis 'at may's met scratch where I dunna itch. Here's to me. Book. Yai, yai, I've heard on't, but the dool ride hump-stridden a begging, o' those 'at conna tell a bit o' bump for a gill-hooter, say I. Tim. Eh, lack a day, belike thou doesna know 'at thoo's otten stale win lie, and 'at tay may no baulks o' telling folk 'at tares his reet breed o' bandyhewits, and to clench it, they'n show their whelps ere the owd petchwark jump, and how then? Book. Nay, this is a cutter tutor, a woeful bleffin indeed, but is there no way of coming meet with 'em? S'flesh I'd rhyme on 'em or summat, your host I couldna rhyme't. Tim. Odds fish, they partly like carron crows, mon. They're no worth me shot. Book. But hark on, tell me one think. Dunna aim at sending me out again on another tramp? Tim. One's thou'rt like to stroll again, as sure as a tups o' sheep. Book. Odds o' then, whether Thullett's a worth shot or no, I'd have a pash at piggin if he peed for garthing. Do you clap some pleagy rhymes off neb o' me cap, a plain print on'd, 'at oich body may see 'em ches where I come? Tim. I did burm up some rhymes atop on sign bow before Stuart's shop at Wiggin, but they're sich rackless dozening gawbies, that I think a sharp red watchel would no prick a pirate's conscience, for they'n nother feeling shame nor grace. Book. Do as I bid o for onst. Let it leet out 'twill. Tim. Whoa, wi' all my heart. But howd, let me see. It's none so good to begin a rhyming, 'at I see on. Now for't. Robbing's a trade that's practised by the great. Our ruling men are only thieves of state. Book. Howd. The dickens tak' o'er. I see what's topmost. Yo'n be hunged or some mischief, and then I'll be whoop wi' all i' faith. Tim. Not a god'll be like. Dost think so? Slid by heat honging. Do thee set a gate then? Book. Whoa, I'll begin o' this'n. Whiff waff Stuart, snifterin' Finch, you known, virtue has laughed o'er, truth is for o'erflown, pirate's a name. Tim. What to do like wood? What'lt do wi' this whiffo waffo stuff? Dost think rhymes mun allus talk stump Lancashire? Book. Why no? Let 'em spake gradely as we done, i' God's num. Tim. Nay, it'll no do. Too much of out's good for nowt. Howe'er, int would have 'em to mean somehow o' that'n they'd better be o' this'n. Doughty Stuart, worthy Finch, you know. Virtue's a bubble, honesty a show. Pirate's a name you're not ashamed to own, though this and footpad unto Tim's all one. Such men as these, for gaining of a groat, if screened by law, would... Now be th' maskins if I be no fast. Book. Then you're fast with the little i' faith, for I con lose o'er that point. Tim. Let me see. Oh, now I hit. It's be slash thy neighbour's coat. Book. Nay, bith Lord Harry shall it know, if I mun rule, for it's to be, cut thy neighbour's throat. Tim. Whoa, with all my heart. But let Stuart and Finch, those bellwethers, and Hitchaws, on Williamson o' Laypoo, their sheepish followers lay their sows together, and tay which they like 'em best. Book. Well, it's cleverly rhymed to Tim, however. Let it be whether it will. What an oaf were I to pretend rhyme wi' you? Tim: Well, but we'n had enough of this foisty matter. Let's talk o' summat else. On first tell me how they went on o' the last jaunt. Book: Go on. Belady, I could ha' gone on weently on bin a whoam again with crap and me slop in a snift, if I'd nor met at oich nook those bastardly whelps sent out bi Stuart and Finch. Tim: Pooh, I dunna mean how folk arbitant or cuttertant for thee, but what those false Lunnoners said'n about to jump at's new overbodit. Book: Ho, ho, now I hate. You meanen those lung-seatit folk at gloon second time at books, and whoa, I afeard would rent me jump. Tim: Reet, mon, reet, that's it. Book: Why then, to tell her true, I ha' breed with a gorse wagging, for they took me i' th' reet leet to a hure. Tim: How's tat, a God's num? Book: Why, at yo'd an don me o' this'n like a mountebank's foo, for the wast, to make th' rabblement fun. Tim: Helaw! And didn't the Orvish shap and the peckit jump pan, said'n they? Book: Primely, i' faith, for the gloant sore at me, turn't me rout like a tealier, when i' Mezza's folk chucked me under th' chin, gan me a honey butter cake, and said openly, they ne'er say an awkert look, a queer shap and a peckled jump gie better o' their life. Footnote: For understanding this sentence, vid. Monthly Review for December 1750, page 156. Tim: Now, e'en fair for 'em, say I. These weren't the boggarts that flayden thee, but I'd allus a notion at tearing no Gonerheeds. Book: Gonerheeds? Now, not to marry, but I carried mysel, meaty meeverly toot her, and didn't as a bidden me. Tim: Then thou towd 'em the tale, and said the rhymes and all, did ta? Book: The tale and the rhymes? S'flesh, I believe I did, but I know no more on 'em now than a sowking pig. Tim: Od rottle thee, what says ta? Has ta foryetten the tale yo finding th' urchin, and th' rhymes? Book: Quite, as I hope to achieve. Tim: Now, e'en the dool stown to say aye. What a fuss mun I have to teich 'em the organ. Book: Come, dunna fly up in a frap. A body cannot carry oich mander a think o' the knob. Tim: Whoa, but mind now, the gambling tyke, Otter can tell the tale, and saith the rhymes be rot tightly. Book: Fear me no, said Dotten. Begin. Tim: A tailor o' Crummel's time were thrunk pooing termits in his pingot, and fund an urchin i' th' hadloon treen. He glendert at it lung, but couldn't may nowt on't. He woved his whisker to't, runs whoam, and tells his neighbours he thowt in his guts that he'd fund a think 'at God never made out, for it had nother heed nor tail, on't nor uff, midst nor end. Loath to believe this, over a dozen on 'em would gout see if they couldn't may shift to gorm it, but it capped 'em o'er, for they never were one on 'em hear say the like afore. Then they'd'n a council, and th' eend on't were, 'at ta'd 'em fotch a lawm force owd felly, et an elder 'at could tell oich think, for they lookent on him as thamel scorns, and thowt he fuller o' leet than a glowworm's arse. When they'd towd him th' case, he stroked his beart, sought, and ordered the wheelbarrow with spon new trindle to be fotched. 'Twere done, and they bowltent him away to th' urchin in a crack. He gluet at it a good while, droyed his beart down, and watered it o'er wi' his crutch. Wheel me about again, o' th' t'other side, said he, for it stirs, and be that it should be wick. Then he dons his spectacles, stared at it again, and soughing said, Breather, it's summat, but feyther had 'em, nother did nor could cursen it. Wheel me whoam again. Book: I remember it now weel enough, but if these viewers could gorm it, oich body could know, for I found now 'at you're comparing me to an urchin 'at has noather head nor tail. 'Sflesh, is not it like running me down, and a bit to bothersome? Tim: Now, know it, for I mean your folk would go on th' rhymes, but very like would understand th' Telia and his urchin. Book: Th' rhymes? Let me see. Splid, I've foryetten those two, I doubt. Tim: Woohoo, woohoo, what a dozen in jobber no art tow. Book: Good lorjus o' me, a body conna do more than they can they? But if in tachen me again, and I foryeat him again, e'en raddle me oid tightly, say I. Tim: Mind to hits then. Some write to show their wit and parts, some show you Whig, some Tory hearts, some flatter knaves, some fops, some fools, and some are ministerial tools. Book: Marry, oich body says so, and gonna eat they are for their labour. Tim: Some few in virtue's cause do right, but these, alas, get little bite. Book: Indeed, I can believe we'll rhyme to here. Go on. Tim: Some turn out maggots from their head, which die before their author's dead. Book: Zuns! Englandshire'll think at you glinting at two's fratching, bizzon, craddingly tykes, as written sich papers os th' test, and sich corfatiels as Cornish Peter at Funder New Ward, snying wi' glums and gories. Tim: Some write such sense in prose and rhyme, their works will wrestle hard with time. Book: That will be prime wrostling, i' faith, for I've heard 'em say time conquers all things. Tim: Some few print truth, but many lies, on spirits down to butterflies. Book: Reet about boggarts, on th' t'other ward, on Monith Moon and sich like gear. Get eend way, it's prime rhyme, i' faith. Tim: Some write to please, some do't for spite, but want of money makes me write. Book: By the miss, th' owd story again, but I think I may guts at it's true. It'll do, you needn't rhyme no more, for it's better in lickly, wheut on Tummus and Meary. End of part 1. Part 2 of A View of the Lancashire Dialect by Tim Bobbin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Enter Tummus and Meary. Tummus: Odds me, Meary! Whoa the dickens would ha' thowt o' leetin o' thee here so soin this morning? Where hast ta been? Thou'rt o'er a swat, I think, for thou looks primely. Meary: Believe me, Tummus, I welly lost me weint, for I've had sich a trance this morning as I ne'er had i' my life. For I went to John's o' Harry's o' Lung John's for to borrow their thibble to stir th' furmitory wi', and his wife had lent it to better my gronny's. So I scowt eendway, and when I come there, who'd lent it to Kester o' Dick's, and the dool stound him for a brindled cur. He'd made it in tune pegs. Now wouldna sich a moonshine trone's potter anybody's plucks. Tummus: Mark what I tell thee, Mary, for I think longer at folk liv'n, and th' more mischances they han. Mary: Not allus a Godill, but what mays her to sow and seem so dein cast? For I could tell, or I'm fain to see a wicken hearty. Tummus: Wicken hearty too, odds o! But I can tell thee what, it's more in bargain at I'm o'er wick or hearty, for to a £1 to twopenny jannock, I'd been as deed as a door-nail by this hour, for th' last ownderth my maister had like to kilt me, and just now, as sure as thee and me are stonning here, I'm actually running my country. Mary: Why, what's been th' matter? Han he frown out with the maister? Tummus: What? There's been more to do in a gonnet muck, I'll uphaud thee. For what dost think? Both t'other day bo yesterday, us lads moot an hour bit on holiday, because it were circumstition on a lady, I believe. Yet we mun do some odds and eends. And I mun o'er the breered moody warp holes, or gut Rochdale wi' a cow on a wycove. Now, Lucy Mary, I alither, and I'd a mind on a jaunt. So I donned my Sunday jump o' top o' my singlet, and would go wi' cow on the cove, and the doolty o' bad luck for me, for our bitch Nit went wi' me, and that made ill wur. Mary. I conna go how that could make ill luck, Tummus. Tummus. Now, no man else till they known. But here's a fine draw canking pleck under this thurn. Let's cower us down o' the earth a bit, and I'll tell thee all how it were. Mary. Wi' all my heart, for my dame's gone fro' home, and hoo'll no come again till bagging time. Tummus. Whoa, as I tellin thee, I'd gut Rochdale, so I geet up by strike o' day, and seet out, and went a grief till he well comed within a mile o' th' town, when as the deal would ate, a tit were stonnin' at an alehouse door, and my cove, the dool bore out it een for me, took the tit for its mother, and would need soaker. And I believe the foolish toon of a tit took the cove for a cout. Hoo win it so when I say it. But when hoo felled its soak, hoo up with her hoof, and kilt me calf as deed as a nit. Mary. Eh, Lord, what a trick were that! Tummus. Trick? Odds flesh! Such a trick were never played o' Englandshire. Mary. Why, hark ye, Tummus. What couldn't he do weet? You'd'n be quite broken. Tummus. Do? What could I do? Flesh, into being kilt gradely, 'twould ha' been as good veal as e'er deed on a thwittle. For me maister moot ha' had 17 shillings and 6pence for th' yeenderth afore. Mary. And didn't he leave it i'th loan? Tummus. Nay, Mary, I know sich a goby as that come to know for as luck would hate, a butcher were i'th alehouse, and he come out when he heard me cove bore. But instead of being sorry, when he saits brawling off the earth, the flying Karen seat up a gird o' laufin', and could for shame tell me he'd bury it me for a pint of ale. Mary. Whoa, that were pretty chep, for Dicky o' Will's o' Jones o' Sam's towd me that he buried a chilt t'other day at Rochdale, and he paid Joe Green a groat for a grieve no bigger in a fippenny trunk. Tummus. Whoa, that mut be, but I'd no geet him, for I borrowed a shoe, and would bury it myseln. I thrunk shoving it in, when a thowt come into me noddle, that the hoyd could be no war, so I'd flee it. But the dool o' thwittle were to be leet, and both the butchers and the spiteful tyke would no lend it to me. Now, Mary, what could ony mon do? Mary. Do? I'st ha' gone stark wood. Tummus. I believe it would, or ony mon else. But that would do nowt in my case, so I bargained with a rascal. He to take th' hoyd, grew into the carcass, and gi' me 13 pence. So I geet the brass, and went endway with cow. Mary. Now my mind misgives me that you're going a sleeveless aunt, and that felly would no take th' calf, beat th' cove. Tummus. Odds Mary, thou gouses within 2 tumbles of a louse, for it were lung and lunger afore he would. But when I towd him out were knocked o' th' sow, with a tit coken as he come, and that he moot order wi' my maister about it, he took her at lung length. Then I went on 'bout £2 o' salt, and an ounce o' black pepper for our folk, and went towart whoam again. Mary. With a fearful heavy heart, I'll uphaud her. Tummus. Eh. That's true. But what'll to say we're not to tell thee? He ne'er berrit cove, but sowed it at Owdham, that owned earth, for twopence halfpenny a pound. Mary. Say! Why, be me troth, it were fair cheating. But it's meat like their rascatly tricks, for there's not an honest bone i' th' hoid, and never a greasy tyke on a moor. Thomas. Indeed, Mary, I'm o' thy mind, for it were reet rank. But I think o' me guts, 'at rascals i' th' ward are as thick as wasps in a hummer bean east. Mary. It's nought tell, but I'st marvel strangely, and ye leet on a woe knave in this. Thomas. Alack a day, thou knows but little o' th' matter, but thou'st hear. I'd no getten forrard back again aboon a mile or so, afore I say a parcel o' lads on Hubblety hoys, as thrunk as thratwife. When at I geet to 'em, I couldna go on what ta'en about, for two on 'em carried to stay o' th' shilders, another had a riddle in his hont, and Alan Nabbs i' th' Mitchlone had his nokus lapped in his barmskin. Aw th' rest of 'em had oits o' lung kibboes, like swinging sticks o' raddlings. Mary. I' th' name o' Catty, what wern they for? Thomas. Nowt at's out, thou may be sure, if that own poing tyke Al was wi' 'em. Now, thou mun know, at one neet last shearing time, when John's o' Harry's geet their churn, this same scap gallows were ta'en o' their plum tree, and were a sich a flunter o' getting down again, at he feel and broke th' collar bone on his leg. Mary. Oh, rang joint hong him. I know him weel enough, for the last great snow here for honging a hare o' some hoor gillers, and throttled our poor Towser in a clew-kingrin. Thomas. The varra same. So I asked him what ta'en for. Why, said he, we meet now seen an owl fly through yon loophole into the leith, and we goin to hear. Come, Tom, said he. Egad, if thou'll go with us, thou see such cam as thou never see all thy life. Beside, thou'st howd the riddle. Said I no know what to means be howding the riddle, but I'll go wi' all my heart, in't'll teach me. I can show thee in a crack, said he. So away we went, and begun a cromming o' th' loopholes on th' slifters in th' leith wars full of oats. Then we reet the stee sawfly again the wall under the owl hole. Now, lads, said Hal, mind your hits. I'll lap my hands and my barmskin, that I canna scrap me when it attackereth oil. Tummer Williams mun climb the stee, thrutch the stray out of th' loophole, and howd the riddle cloise on it. All th' rest mun be powlerers, and flare into it. So away they seat into th' leith, and toint door, and I. Mary. Why now, I'll be far if I'd no rayther a seen't in a puppy show. Thomas. Good Lorjus, Mary, thou'rt so hasty. So I clum in the stee and a sniffed, shook thoughts out, and smacked me riddle o'th oil. I'd no sooner done so, but I heard one on 'em say, Seer, seer, who's tare? Shoo, said one, shoo, said another. Then they all began a hallowing and whooping like hager mad. I thought it were rare sport at our mortal man say. So I gran, and I thrutched till my arms watched again. Still they kept shooing and powlering i' th' leith. And then I thought I felt summat nudge the stee. I looked down, and there were an owd Sue busy scratting her arse o' one o' th' strines. 'Sflesh, thinks I to myseln, who'll let me down e'en now? Just then I thought I heard th' owl come into the oil, and presently summat come wi' a great flusk through th' riddle. Mary. Odds mine, and didn't he let her go, or you tucken her? Thomas. Tucken her? Nay, Mary. An owl's no so soon ta'en.
but I can hardly tell thee. I'm so woish, for I'm ready to cowcome with the thoughts on't. There were none to Mary. Mary. What? No owl? Tummus. Now. Not tear. It was nowt o' th' world o' God, but our an owd lant, at ta'd and made war, wi' loosing the breeches in't. And that hodge-podge come o' my face, wi' sich a burr, at somehow it made me mazy, and I feel off the stay. But more by chance than ony good luck, I leaped exactly off Sue wi' sich a sulch, at I think o' my guts, at her both were flayed and hurt, and I were. Mary. Eh, Lord, what a woeful fall hadn't yo? Tummus. For I thought I'd broken the crupper bone o' my arse, but it were better than likely, for I'd no hurt, but th' toe and thowm stunished, on th' skin bruzzed off the whalebone o' my knee, that made me toampo a bit. Mary. Ought upon 'em, what unmannerly powsments! I'st ha' been stark giddy at 'em, and ha' raddled the bones. Tummus. I as wood as thou could be, or ony mon else. But thou knows, every mon's not a witch. How here? I won't put round the leaf for to snap some of th' bullocking bastards. But none could I leet on, for they'n all cropping into th' leaf. On the doors, as safe as beast and castle. But they made me to hear of me faith, for they're all werrying and loufing, whooping and shouting, like madlocks, at the new ta'en owl, as they ca'den me. Once, Mary, in had fire, I set the whole leaf on a halliblash, and I deed for it. But then the Sue kept sich a skriking, reeking din, as if her back were tower two spots, that I durst stay no lenger, for fear of somebody coming, and making me necessary to her death. So I scampered away as hard as I could pin, and ran a mile of that pickle afore I got one glent beyond me. Then I leap o'er a rising edge, and as I rindle away to Waweem, I washed all my clothes, till it come to me hur, and all little enough too, for I think of me guts I'd stink like a fummet, while my name's Tum. Mary. Now, e'en by my troth, I thought you savoured and fearful, strung on a yarb. But when all's done, Tummus, this killing of th' corve and owl catching were none no longer nip. Tummus. Odds heart, out i' tongue, Mary, for I other angered some he-witch, or the dool threw his club o'er me that morning when he geet up, for misfartings come on me as thick as sleet. Mary. Odds lud, none through nip at Godill. Tummus. Through nip, yai, through nip, and I would her neck had been broken in 9 spots, when hurt welt for me. God forgive me, the down't crater does no hurt noather. For I'd now gradely washed and fettled me, and lippen into th' loan again, but I met a fattish dowing fella in a blackish wig, and he stood on gluet at nip. Go, honest mon, wilt sell the dog? Said I, my dog's a bitch, and so's ne'er a dog i'th town. For be my troth, Mary, I's as cross as a fart. Mary. Odd but yo'n bothersome, and answered him obviously to. Tummus. Well, but dog a bit, said felly. If I'd known on her 3 days sin, I'd ha' gen the 20 shilling for her. For I see who's a reet staunch bandy-hewit, and there's a gentleman at Woons about 3 mile off, at wants one meet now. Now, Mary, to tell the true, I'd a mind to cheat, God forgive me, and sell him my sheep cur for a bandy-hewit, though I no more knew in the monninth moon what a bandy-hewit were. Whoa, said I, who's primely bred, for a moother come fro' Lunnon, though her whelped at me maister's. And though hoo's as good as ony in Englandshire, I'll sell her if my price come. Mary. Well done, Tummus. What said he then? Tummus. Whoa, coy, what dost ask for her? Who's worth 1 guinea and a half o' gowd, said I, but 1 guinea I'll ha' for her. Coy, I gen a guinea for mine, and I'd rayther ha' thine be a crown. But if 'twill go to justice, let me see. But I frighten how he het, but a great matter on him, for I think he's peace a rascat as well as rest. He'll be fain o' the bargain. Mary. That were clever too, were it no? Tummus. Yai, meeterly. Then I asked him what way I mun go, and he towd me. Unaway I seet, wi' my heart as leet as a bit on a flate, and carried Nip under my arm. For now thou mun understand, I have fear o' losing her. Nae doubting I could be roich enough to pay my master for the cove, and ha' summat to spare. Mary. Odds fish, but that were brave. You're a no ill keel now, Tummus. Tummus. Whoa, but thou'st here. It were a dree way to. Howe'er, I geet there by 3 o'clock, and afore I opened door, I covered Nip with a clout, at I dry me nays with, to let him see how I stirred her. Then I opened door, and what to dool dost think, but 3 little tiny bandyhewits, as I thought then come wooing, as if the little rottens would ha' worried me, and after that swallowed me wick. Then there come a fine fresh-coloured woman, at kecked as stiff as if I'd swallowed a poker, and I took her for a hoo justice, who so meaty fine. For I heard Rochester Jacks o' Yems tell my maister that the hoo justices allus did most of the work. Howe'er, I axed her if Mr. Justice were home, who couldna open her mouth to say or now, but simpert and said is. The dickens is on him too. Said I wouldn't tell him, I'd fain speak to him. Mary. Odd, but yo'n bowed. I'st ha' been timmersome. But let's know how you went on. Tummus. Whoa, weel enough. For thou may nip and cheat as ill as one of their clerks, and they no meddle with thee. But thou munna frump nor tease 'em, for they haten to be vexed. Mary. But how wenten ye on? With justice o' home? Tummus. Eh, and come snap, and ask me what I wanted. Whoa, said I have a very fine bandyhewit to sell, and I hear you wanten one, sir. Humph, said he. A bandyhewit, prithee, let's look at. Yai, said I, and I pooed the clout for oftener, stroked her down the back, and said, who's as fine a bandyhewit as ever run afore a tail. Mary. Well done, Tummus. You couldn't no mend that, and you hadn't it to do again. But you're fit to go out, i' faith. Tummus. Who's a fine un indeed, said the Justice, and it's 1,000 pities but I'd known on her yesterday. For a felly come, and about one no so good as this by over guinea. I'll aboud ti thou'lt take a guinea for this. And that I'll have in her could pleat on a chapman, said I. Who's roichly worth it, said he, and I think I can tell thee where they might part with her, if you no be fitted already. Mary. Odds like, but that were a good natered Justice, were he no? Tummus. Eh, Mary, thou talks like a sealy ninny hummer, for to me walk forth, nowt at's out can come on't, when a man deals wi' rascatly folk. But as I had telling thee, he named a felly at worn't about 3 mile off on him, but the dool forget him as I done. So I munt go back again through Rochdale. So I geet Nip under my arm again, made a scrope wi' me huff, and bid Justice good neet, wi' a heavy heart, thou may be sure. And bo as I thowt I could ashelt sell her o' this t'other pleck, it would sartinly ha' brokken. Mary. Lord bless us, it were like trouble immediately. Tummus. But thou'st here. I'd no gone o'er aboon a field or 2, but I come to a great brook, wi' a foul narrow sapling brig o'er it. As it had rained the neet before, as the welkin would ha' open't, the water were bonkful, though it were fegger a deal i'th morning. And somehow, when I were about my shuff slipped, and down come I, arsey-versey, wi' Nip i' my arm i'th waiter. Nip I leet fend for a seln, and flasket into her, geet howd on a saw, and so charred mysellen, or else nother thou, nor no mon else, had never seen Tum again. For be my troth, I ha welly wakent. Mary. Good Lorgeous days! The like were never. This had like to shadow th' t'other. And yet you comen farrently off, Mary, for it were a great marcy you weren't no drownt. Thomas. I know whether to were or no, nother, but thou may be sure I ha primely born't, and as weet as ever I could sigh. Beside, I'd no come to keem me her, so I looked liquorer a drownt mouse and a mon. Mary. Beside, yo'd'n be as cowd as ickles. Thomas. Eh, thou may gowse I ha none moan. But thou'st hear, I no gone aboon a stone's throt, afore I wondered what to plague were th' matter wi' me, for I begun to smart as if 500 pismotes were i' my breeches. I loosed 'em down, but couldna see nowt 'at were wick, and yet I looked as rey as a fleed mouse, for were seal'n bout th' scrat at my maister's. S'flesh, I were ready to go wood, and knew no what I ailt. And then I unbethowt me o' my sort. Mary. Where's me? I'd frighten that too. I doubt it would quite Mara. Thomas. Now, Mary, I no quite marred. It's true, I went wigglety-wagglety for an hour or so afore I o'greath again, and when I geet reet, and come to grope in my singlet pocket for my sort, the dool a bit o' sort were there, for it were all run away. And now it jumped into my mind that I say 2 rotten pinuts, hung 'em, at 'tis same brig as they come. Mary. Did ever? That were a sign of bad farting, for I heard my granny say who'd as liefer seen 2 owd Harries as 2 pinuts. Thomas. So says mine Aunt Margit, and a many of folk, and I know pinuts are as cunning owls as walking o' th' earth. But as I a telling thee, Mary, what with smart and one think and another, I ha so stracked wood that I could have fund i' my heart to punch the bitch's guts out, and then I thowt again, Nip's o' no fault, for be my troth, I ha welly off at side. Mary. Indeed, Thomas, I believe her. But alack a day, purring the bitch would have been reet rank. Thomas. That's true, but thou knows, one can but do what they can do. Mary. Reet. But how did he do with the weak Clewis? Wern he nor welly perished? Thomas. Yai, be my troth, I dithert at my teeth act i' my head again, but that were no. It begun to be dark, and I about scorns in a strange country, 5 or 6 mile fro' home, so that I mourned at ith fields aboon 2 hours, and couldna go on where I were, for I mout as well been in a noon, and in I'd howden up my hunt, I could no more ha' see't, in I can see a flay o' thee now, and here it were I geet into a gate, for I thowt I heerd summat coming, and if truth mun be spoken, I ha so fearfully breed that my hair stood on end, for thou knows I nother knew whoa nor what it mout be. Mary. True, Thomas. No marvel that I were so flayed. It were so fearfu' dark. Thomas. Howe'er, I resolved my best on't, and up speak I. Who's that? A lad's voice answered in a crying din. Hello! Dunna tay me, dunna tay me. Now, said I, I'll no tay thee, belady. Whose lad art ta? Whoa, said he, I'm Jones o' Lal's o' Simmy's o' Marian's o' Dick's o' Nathan's o' Lal's o' Simmy's i' th' Wooms, and I'm going home. Odd thinks I to mysel, thou's a drear naming me. And Mary, I could no but think what lung names summoners han, for thine and mine are meeterly, but this lad's were so mich drear that I thowt it docked mine to an ove. Mary. Pray na, tell me, are these long names Leighton? Thomas. Let me see. I conna tell thee gradely, but I think it's to tell folk by. Mary. Well, and I didna go on with him. Thomas. Then, as I thowt he talked so awkwardly, I asked him for the onst what uncoths he heerd stirring. I hear none, but at Jack o' Ned's towd me, at Sam's o' Jack's o' Yed's marler, as wed Mal o' Nan's o' Sal's o' Peg's, at gut about a becking churn milk with pitcher with lid on. Then I asked him where Jack o' Ned's worn't. Says he, he's prentice wi' Isaac o' Tim's o' Nick's o' th' Lane, and he'd been at Jammy's o' George's o' Peter's i'th Dingles for over £1 a treacle to sousen a beast pudding wi' on his feyther and mother worn at Rossendore. But his gronny's alive, and worns with his naught Margery o' Grimfelt, at Plett where his nown mother come from. Good lad, said I, but how far't is Littleborough off? For I aim to see it to neet if I con it. Says t' lad, it's about a mile, and you mun keep straight forrard or you lift hunt, and you nappen do. So a this'n we partit. But I mawkint, and lost me gate again snap. So I powlet o'er yates and steels, hedges and deutches, till I come to this Littleborough, and there I are ill breed again, for I thowt I seen a boggart. But it proved a mon wi' a peace-woo, resting him on a stoop i'th lawn. As soon as I could speak for whackering, I asked him where there were an alehouse, and he showed me. I went in and fund that 2 fat troddy folk wunn't tear, and they'd some of the warst fratchingst company at e'er a say. For they'n warrying, banning, and cawing one another lousy owls, as thick as leet. Howe'er, I pooed a cricket, and cowert me down i'th nook aside o' th' hob. I'd no sooner done so, but a few sour-looked felly, with a withen kibbo he had in his hunt, slapped a sort of a wither measlet feast mon, sich a thwang o'th scope, that aw varra reached agun with, and down a come o'th Hearthstone, and his heed i'th Essole. His scrunt wig feel off, and a hontle o' what corks feel into't, and brunt and frizzlet it so, that when he has done it, an unlucky Karen gen it a poo, and it slipped o'er his sow, and lay like a houndbark on his shoulders. I glendert like a stick tup, for fearing o' dust myseln, on crope for into th' chimney. Och body thowt at messel feasts would may a flitting on't, and dee in a crack. So some on 'em cried out, a doctor, while others mead and the landlord go saddle the tit to fotch one. While this were he doing, some on 'em had leet on a kin and a doctor at worn't a bit off, and showed him th' mon on th' Hearthstone. He laid howd on his arm to feel his pulse, a gowse, and pooed as if he'd seen death pooing at t'other arm, and were result o'er poo him. After looking dorkenly wise a bit, he geeped for his whirly bones, and said to 'em all, while his heart beats, and his blood sarculates, there's hopes, but when that stops, it's woo up with him i' faith. Mezzleface, hearing summat to woo up, started to his feet, float none, but gran like a foomet dog, and seat at black swarfy tyke, wi' both neaves, and watered him o'er into the galkay, full o' new drink watching. He begun a possing and paling him in so, at all were blended together snap. S'flesh, Mary, thou'd be pisty, to see how th' gobbin were o'tert, when at he pooden him out, and what a hobthirst he looked wi' aw that berm about him. He kept drying his een, but he moot as weel a sout 'em in his arse, sin' th' londlady had made an hour's labour on him at pump. When he come in again, he gluert ovishly at Mezzleface, and Mezzleface glendert as writhenly at him again, but noather worrit nor thrapt. So they seat 'em down, and then th' londlady come in, and would main pay for th' lumber 'at they'dn done her. My drinks war to be a crown, said hoo. Beside, there's 2 tumblers, 3 quifting pots, and 4 pipes mashed, and owd Papa a backer shed. This made 'em to glender at toon together again, but Black Tyke's passion were coolt at th' pump, and th' withen kibbo had quietened t'other, so 'at he cammed little or none, but agreed to pay aw mean. Then seaten 'em down, and were friends again in a sniff. Mary. This were mad gaumlin' wark, and welly as ill as th' tainth owl. Tummus. Nay, no quite, nother, Mary, for Bame's a howsome smell. Hewhere, when aw were sattlet, I crope naa th' foire again, for I wanted to warm fearfully, for I are both cowd and weet, as weel as hungry and dry. Mary. Belie me, Thomas, yo mooten weel. But yo'n in a good gale to, at hidden money i' your pocket. Thomas. Eh, I thowt I'd money enough, but thou'st hear more o' that e'en naa. So I called for summat t' eat, and a pint o' ale, and hoo browt me some hog mutton on special turmits, and as prime veal on pestle as Ned be touched. I creamt nip now and then o' luncheon, but took care o'th t'other, stoup on raup, for I eat like a Yorkshireman, and cleart the stow. Mary. Well done, Tummus. You'd sure need no ree supper, for your shad and rye not as slants the charges frout, I hear. Tummus. True. So I seet on rest at me, and drank me pint o' ale, but as I no gradely slecht, I called for another, and bezzelt that too, for I as dry as soot, and as 'twere too late to go any whither wi' my bitch, I asked the landlady in I could stay o'er neet. Hoo towd me I moot in a wood. Said I, I'll go now, in go wi' me. I go with thee, quo' hoo. What, art afeard o' boggarts, or thou art no waint yet uncon asleep bout a pap? Sflesh, said I, what are you talking on? I want gut bed. Oh, ho, if that be all, said hoo, Marget's to show thee. So Marget lit a condle, and showed me a whisty room, and a bed wi' curtners forsooth. I thowt Marget pottet and fettlet lung i'th chamber afore hoo laft it, and I mistrusted her to a moult for a bit o' tusslin' and towin'. But somehow I are so toyert and eelo, at I are no fettle for caterwooing. So I said nowt to her, but I forethowt sin, for hoo are no daggle-tail I'll uphoud thee, but as snug a loss as Sarah o' Rutchart's airy bit. Mary. Marry kem out. Like enough, why not? Is Sarah o' Rutchart so handsome? Tummus. Eh, hoo's meeterly. Hewhere, when hoo gone, I doffed me donk shoon and oys, and me doge close, and geet in. And i' truth, Mary, I never lee i' such a bed sin' I were cursant. Mary. Eh, dear Tummus, I could ha' liked to been wi' you. I warrant you'd sleep soundly. Tummus. Nay, I conna say 'at I did, for I am meeterly troubled about me cove. Beside, I have feared of our folks seeching me, and my master beasting me, when I get whoam. It's true my carcass were pretty easy, but my mind moot as well a line on a piss mote oil, or in a ruck o' hollins or gorses, for it were 1 o'clock afore he could toyn me een. Mary. Well, and how wenten ye on in th' morning, when he wakkent? Tummus. Whoa, as I don in my thwoonish close, I thowt I'll know how my shot stons afore I'll weigh more o' my brass o' my breakfast. So I cawed, and th' landlady come, and kest it up to 13 pence. So, thowt I to myseln, a wounded deal, what strution have I made here? I could have fun myseln a how wick wi' hoose for that money. I'st nor have 1 bodle to spare o' my oid silver, and now I are in as ill a cale as meat shad, were I no. Mary. Now, marry know you, in it had made strussion, and bezzelt away more brass in he hadden, you maten ha' talked. Tummus. I find thou can tell true to a her, into Will Mary. For byth, miss, when at I come to grope i' my slop to pay her, I a woonedly gloppant, for the dool o' Hawkmoney had I, and whether I lost it i'th brook, or wi' scrawming o'th touchbacks, I no more know in th' mon i' th' moon. But gone it were. I steert like a wild cat, and were welly gormless, and at last I towd her I'd lost my money. Said hoo, what dunna mean, mon? Yo'st now put Yorkshire on me. That tale winna fit me, for yo're like to pay her somehow. Said I, but it's true, and you may grope i' my breeches in a win. Thou art some misman at jackanapes, I'll uphaud thee. Said hoo, nay, nay, I'st no grope i' the breeches, not I. Whoa, said I, you like to ha' nowt, bout ye'n tay my woollen mittens, and my sock clout. Those are no do, said hoo, they no both worth aboon 2 groats. I nowt else, said I, bout ye'n ha' my sneeze urn, and I'm loath to part wi't, because Sarah Rutchart's gate me th' last Christmas. Let's see 'em, said hoo, for thou art some arran rascat, I'll uphaud thee. So I gen 'em her, and still this broddling fussock looked fow as tuna when I'd done. Mary. Good lorjus o' me, I think it ith the warst luck at ever cursin' soul had.
End of part 2. Part 3 of A View of the Lancashire Dialect by Tim Bobbin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Tummus. Thou'll say so e'en now. Well, I had toy to that pleck, and crope away without bit or soap, or cup o' sneeze, for I gawmbled on leet tack go too. I soon spared this gentleman's oar out, and when he geet tear, I gan a glent into th' shippen, and seed a mon stonnin' i' th' group. Said I, is your measter whoam, prayer? Eh, said he, I would idden tell him, I'd fain spake at him, said I. Yai, said he, that I'll do. So he had no soin of goan, but a fine fattish throbby gentleman coom in a trice, and axed me what he wanted. Said I understand you wanten a good bandyhewit, sir, and I've a pure un to sell here. Let's see th' shap on her, said he. So I stroked her down th' back, and crobbed her off th' ground. Hoo's th' finest at every say, said he, but I doubt things an leet unlucky for her, for I gate 2 this last week, and they made un up my count. Now, Mary, I ha' read it cruttle down, for thou moot knock me o'er with a pay. But what's t' price, said he. I conna thwole her to my nown brother under a guinea, said I. Hoo's cheap at that, said he, and no doubt but thou may sell her. Mary. Odds like, yo'n longer finding a chapman, or each body are all as fit it so. Thomas. Eh, fitter, eh, for they needn't none no more an I need waiter in my shoon, not day. But thou'st here. Then, said he, there's an owd cratchenly gentleman at wounds at yon house, among yon trees meet and enters, that I believe will give thee the price. If not justice, sich a one's a likely chap, it'll go thither. Said I there last owendoth, and he'd leet on one th' yeendoth afore. That leet foully for thee, said he. Eh, said I, so it e'en did, for I made a power o' labber about it, I'm sure. Well, but this owd gentleman's likeliest the money I know, so I made him my manners, and seet out for this t'other pleck. Mary. I hope in ha' better luck, i' God's name. Thomas. Wan, I thought I could too, for now it popped into mind, at Nip didna howd her tail high enough, and at folk would no buy her because o' that. And in't hast no freetin', I bowt 2 ounce o' pepper, when I'd my sort, and though 'twere as thodden as a tharcake, I'd rub her arse weet, for I'd seen Humphrey o' Matthos play that touch bi this croupest mare, that day at Yemmoth Redbunk come to buy her. So meet afore I geet here, I took Nip, and rubbed her primely i' faith, e'en till her yowlt again. I her at house in a crack, and leet a th' owd mon i' th' fowd, ossin to get her tick back. Said I to him, is your name Mr. Scar? Said he, thou are oath o' grief or grief by, but I gecks I'm him to means. What wants to wi' me? I'm informed, said I, that you wanten a bandyhewit, and I've a tip-toppen in my arms here, as ony's a Englandshire. That's a great breed, said he, but pray thee, let's hundle her a bit, for in a touch her, I can tell whether hoo's reet bred or no. Mary. Od, but that were a meaty force, owd felly, too. Tummus. S'flesh, Mary, I think i' my guts, that he're the biggest rascat on 'em all. But I'll leet him hundle her, and he're so seely, and his hands whacket so desperately, that he couldna stick to her, and her leap down. Now forth, thowt I, Nip, cock the tail and show thysel. But i'stead o' that, hoo sit up her yowl, clap the tail between her legs, and crope into a howl in the horse-stone. Mary. Fie on her! I'd has been as mad at her as a bottet wasp. Tummus. Whoa, I'er as mad as thou could be, at hoo'd shawmt hersel so wofully. Howe'er, I said to th' owd mon, munna tak her again, for yo'n find hoo's no foogoed on a bitch. Now, said he, I feel hoo's as fat as a snig, and as smoot as a mowdy-warp, and I find as plain as a pikestaff, be a lennet years, at hoo's reet bred. And I'd ha' had her, if hoo'd cost me a moider, but at a friend has sent me one out o' Yorkshire, and I need no more. But I'll swap with thee, into will. Now, said I, I'll swap none, for I'll other have a guinea for her, who hoo's never go, while my eard stons on my shoulders. Then I can chaffer none with thee, said he, but hast been at yon fine bigging and entest. Eh, said I, but is he new on 'em? Well, but they're as scant now as ever they were i' this ward, said he, and there's one muslin, a Rochdale, that's a meaty lover on 'em. Whoa, said I, hast go see. And now, Mary, I begun to mistrust that ta'en main a foo on me. Mary. The firrups tak 'em, but he ne'er be all alike. Tummus. Whoa, but howd thee tongue a bit, and toust ear, for I thought I'd try this t'other felly, and if he getting fit at two, I'd try no more. For then it would be as plain as Blackstone hedge, that ta'en main a arran goby on me. So I went to Rochdale, and spared tis mon out. I found him aback o' th' shop-boat, wi' a little dog at th' side o' him. Thowt I to mysel, I would ta were choked. This felly'll be fit at two, I doubt. Well, said he, honest mon, what dun you please have? I want nowt at yan, said I, for I'm come to sell you a bandyhewit. Now, Mary, this rascat as weel as rest, roust me bitch to the varra welkin, but at that time he didna want one. Mary. Away's me, Tummus. I doubt ta'en main a parfet neetril on her. Tummus. A neetril? Eh, the bigst that ever were made sin' Cain kilt Abel. And now, I is so stract wooed, I ha' arrenly moyed it, and could ha' fund o' my heart to ha' jowed all the sows together. I ha' no soin her out, for a threave o' rabblements were watching on me at door. One on 'em said, This is him. Another, He's here. And one bastardly gullion asked me if I'd sowed me bandyhewit. By the Miss Mary, I was so angert at that I up wi' my grip and neave, and hit him a good werrit o' th' ear, and then wi' my hoof punched him into th' riggot, and ill grimed, and deet the lad were for sure. Then the horse seat again me, and afore I'd gone a rood, th' lad's mother come, and crope softly behunt me, and geet me by th' ewer, and down come Nip on me i' th' rindle, and Thor on top o' me. While th' tuffle lastit, her lad, and the bastards that took his part, kept griming and deeting me wi' sink dirt, that I thowt my een would never ha' done good again, for I moot as well ha' been o'er the heed in a midding spoose, or at ta'en o' two owls. Mary. Eh, walla day, what abundance o' misfartins ye hadden. Tummus. Eh, for if owd Nick owt me a spite, he paid me whoam wi' use, for while the skirmage lastet, o'th town were cluttert about us. I shaped as if I'd stoned summat, and scampert away wi' a flay i' my ear, and up the brew into th' churchyard. There I'd a mind to see if onybody followed me. I turned me, and what the dool dost think, but I'd lost Nip. Mary. What, senna? Tummus. It's true, Mary. So I cawed, and I whooped it, but no Nip were to be fund, e'en alow, and for all I knew, my measter seet sich store on her, because of fotching the beasts on sheep. I durst as tight a ta'en a bear by th' tooth, ost as seech her i' th' town. So I took Eendway, for it were welly neat, and I'd had noather bit nor soup, nor cup o' sneeze of o' that day. Mary. Why, yo'd'n be as gaunt as a grount and welly famished. Tummus. I tell thee, Mary, I welly moidert. Then I thowt my heart would ha' sunk into my shoon, for it felled as heavy as mustard bore, and I stank so, it made me as waffish as out, and had 2 or 3 wetter torms. Beside all this, my bally warched, and i' this fettle, I mun daddle whoam and feeze my maister. Mary. Eh, dear, what a kin of a bout hadn't you wi' him? Tummus. Whoa, I'll tell thee more of that e'en now, but first, thou mun know that as I goink towards whoam, as downhearted and melancholy as a Methodist that thinks he's in pig of Owd Harry, a mon o'ertook me riding a tip-back and leading another. Thinks I to mysel, this is some Yorkshire horse-jockey. I would he'd let me ride, for thou mun know I are woeful weak and warfish. This thought had hardly glent it through me knob before at fell he said, Come, honesty, thou looks as if thou were ill toyert. Thou'st ride a bit into Will. That's what I want, said I, in your pleasin', for I'm welly done. So looth, Mary, I geet on, and I thought I ne'er rid easier sin' I could get a humpstrid and a tip-back. Mary. A good deed, Tummus, that were no ill felly. You'd'n ha' no ill luck at this bout o' Godill. Tummus. Eh, Mary, thou's e'en gex rank money, and mony a time, and now the pisses by the bow again. For I would I'd ridden o'er Billy's hobby horse a howday together, i'stead o' getting on this tit. For heart thee me, we'd no ridden aboon 5 rood, but felly asked me, how far I goink that way? Says I, about 1 mile and a half. That's reet, says he, there's an alehouse just there about. I'll ride afore, and thou mun come softly after, and I'll stay for thee there. So he seet off like Hager mad, but I kept a foot space, for my tits swat, and seemed as toyert as I were. Now, looth, Mary, after this I'd no ridden mich aboon 1/2 mile, but I heerd some folk coming after me, a gallop, as if the deil had bad holiday. They'd hardly o'erta'en me, but one of 'em swear by the mass, this is my tit, and I'll ate too, if Owd Nick stond not i'th gap. With that, a lusty wither tyke pooed out of think like a piece on a bassoon, and slapping me o'th shoulders weet, said, Friend, I'm a constable, and you're my prisoner. The deil tear your friendship and constableship too, said I. What dunna mean, mon? What mun I be prisoner for? Yo'n stown that tit, said he, and yo'st go back wi' me before a justice. I stown none on't, said I, for I bo meet now getting on't, and a mon at's galloped afore, and who I took for th' owner, ga me leaf. So what business han o'ther yo o'th justice wi' me? Stuff, mere balderdash, said the constable. With that I leap off the tit in a great hig, and said, It be yours tacked her, to the dealer, for I know nowt on't, nor you nother, not I. Mary. Weel act it, Tummus. That were monfully said, and done too, think I. Tummus. But husht, Mary, and thou'st hear for. Come, said the constable. That whiffo-waffo stuff winna do for me, for go you both mun and shan, or there be hook or crook. And with that he pooed out some iron trinkums, at Richter like a parcel o' cheens. Wounds, think I, to mysel, what are these? In there bin shackles, I'm in a rare scrope indeed. I'm wur off now in here I wur. I'st be hunged o' some devilment at this very time, for be my troth, Mary, I heated the jingling of his thingumbobs as ill as if thou or any mon else had been ringing me passing bell. Mary. Good Lorgeous days! It's not to tell how cammed things can happen. Tummus. Away, I must ha' took my courage and said, Hearken you, constable, put up those things, at ricken so, and in I mun go, I will go, and quietly too, for thou knows that force is medicine for a mad dog. Mary. Whoo! 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 Why, Tummus, it's meat now buzzed into my heed, at 'tis same horse jockey had stown tit, and for fear of being o'erta'en, geet you to ride to save his own bacon, and so put Yorkshire on you this'n. Tummus. Why, I think thou gexes to her, for he slipped through for about his own neck, and donned it o' mine. That's sartain. Howe'er, it may pitiful wark indeed, to be guard it be two men, and a constable back again through Rochdale, where I so lately lost my bitch, and been so very mawkingly rowlt i' Thriggott. Howe'er, these constable folk were meeting evilly, and modest too, and as mute as mowdywarps, for we geet through th' town wi' very little gluering, and less pumping, and were at justice's in a crack. Mary. Eh, dear Tummus, did no horter run strangely i' your heed? For summat runs i' mine as if were full o' ropes and pulley bowls. Tummus. Why, Luth, Mary, I thought so pleagy hard, that I could think o' nothing at all. For to the may, I have freetent o'er max o' ways. Still, I'd one comfort allus popped up its heed. For thinks I to mysel, I stown no horse, not I, and thou knows that truth and honesty going hunt to hunt, howden one another's backs primely, and ston as stiff as a gablock. Mary. True, Thomas, they're prime props at a pinch, that's sartin. But I yammer to hear how things turn out at end of war. Thomas. Thou's no patience, Mary. But out o' tongue, and thou'st hearing a sniffed, for thou mun know that 'tis same constable were as proud that he'd taken poor Tom prisoner as if thou'd ta'en a hare, and had her that happen meet now. But the gobbin ne'er considered a honging would no be called good sport by anybody i' the senses, and were enough for Ted to find a mon's teeth in mine. Howe'er, he knocked as bowdly at Justice's door as if he'd ha' dung it down. This fotched a proud gruff felly out, who ha' put us into a pleck wi' as many books and pappers as a cart would howd. To this mon, who I soon perceived were th' clerk, the constable towd me woeful case. And i' truth, Mary, I were as gaumless as a goose, and began a whackering as if I'd stown a howd drayt o' horses. Then this felly went out a bit. On with him come th' Justice, who I glendert at sure, and thowt he favoured owd Jonah Dobbs, who, thou knows, allus wears a brownish white wig, that hangs on his shoulders like cow-tails. Well, Mr. Constable, said Justice, whatten ye brought me now? Why, please your worship, we meet now ta'en a horse-staler, who were main off wi' tit as hard as he could. Odd, thought I to mysel, now or never, Tom, spake for thysel, or thou wert throttled at 'tis very bout. So I speak up, and said, That's no true, Mr. Justice, for I were going a foot-space. Humph, said the Justice, there's no much difference as to that point. Howe'er, howd thou the tongue, young mon, and spake when they'rt spoken to. Well, thou mun in th' brown coat. Thou, said th' Justice, what hast thou to say again this fellow here? Is this tit thy tit, says to? It is, sir. Here, clerk, brings that book, and let's swear him. Here the Justice said a nominy to him, and towd him he mun take care o' what he said, or he moot as help be forsworn, or hong that youthe there. Well, and thou says 'at 'tis Tit's thy tit, is it? It is, please your worship. And where had thou him, says ter? I bred him, sir. I' what country? Cownedge, sir. And when were he stown, says ter? Last day but yesterday, about 3 o'clock i' th' Horndoth. For our Yem say him about 2, and we missed him about 4 o'clock. And for Cownedge, thou says? Yes, sir. Then th' Justice turned him to me and said, Is all this true 'at tis mon says? Here's to me. It is, said I, part on't, and part on't is no, for I did no stale this tit, nor is it aboon 2 hours sin' first time 'at I brad me een on him. How come thou'lt be riding away with him then, if thou didna stale him? Why, a good deed, sir. As I going towart home to day, a felly wi' a little round hat, and a scrunt wig, colour o' yours, welly, but shorter, o'ertook me. He were riding o' one tit and lad another. Now this mon, seeing I atoy't, because I went wigglety-wagglety i' th' loan, he offered me his lad tit to ride on. I had fain have proffered belee me, and geet on. But he rid off, whip and spur, though he could hardly make th' tit counter, and would stay on me at an alehouse i' th' road. Now, Maister Justice, I'd no gone 3/4 on a mile, but these folk o'erta'en me, towd me I'd stown the tit, and now and brought me hither, as in are a Yorkshire horse-staler. And this is all true, Maister Justice, but may I ne'er gut on ill pleck when I dee. Mary. Primely spoken, i' faith, Tummus. Yo meet shad and wrynot, and tellink this tale, think I. But what said th' Justice then? Tummus. Whoa, he said, here's to me again, thou youngster. Tell me where thou wert t'other day but yesterday, especially i' th' Horndoth, wilt ta? Whoa, said I seet out fro' home, soon i' th' Horndoth, wi' a cow and a calve, for Rochdale. My calve were kilt i' th' loan, with a tit cawken as I come, and i' th' Horndoth I roar up and down i' this neighbourhood, doink my best to sell my bitch, 'at folk ca'den a bandyhewit, to see if I could may the cove money up for my maister. But wae's me, everybody were getten fittet with them. So I cast into th' dark on force to stay at Littleborough all neet. And where were to yesterday? Said Justice. Whoa, said I maundered up and down hereabout again o' th' same sleeveless arnt, and were forced harbour all th' last neet in a barn where boggarts swarmed, Lord bless us, and breeding, I believe, for oichbody says it's never bout 'em. And to day, as I gooink home, I lee to this fella 'at I took for a horse jockey, and so were ta'en up by these folk for a tit staler. But hark thee me, thou prisoner, said th' Justice. Were no thou here t'other day but yesterday with the dog, prithee? I were, sir, but yo'd'n no buyer, for yo'n fittet too. What time o' th' day mut it be, think'ster? Between 3 and 4 o'clock, said I. Believe me, mon, I think thou wert other grieve or grieve by, said he. Here you, Mester Constable, follow me. Now, Mary, what dost think? But while these two were out a bit, this tastrel, this tyke of a clerk, called me aside and proffered bring me clear off for over a guinea. Says I, mon, if I knew a horter munt may me neck as long as a goner neck to morn, I couldna reese over guinea. For honged or no honged, I ha' no one halfpenny to save me neck wi'. But, says he, wilt gi' the note for it? I'll gi' no notes, not I, for I'd as good to be honged for this job, as stale and be honged for that, and I know the way to raise it for staling 'at I know on. Mary. Good Lord o' marcy, more rogues and more. Thou art upon all sich tastrels for ever, and a day longer, say I. Tummus. Hust, Mary, for now th' Justice and the Constable come in. Mary. Eh, law, I'll be honged myseln if I dunna dither for fear. But go forrard, Tummus. Tummus. Why, th' Justice, after rubbing his brew, and drawing his face down, said, Here, you Mester Constable, and you, fellow at owns this tit, I mun tell you, that you're both i' th' wrong box, and I'm getten th' wrong sue by th' ear. For this youngster here could no stale this tit th' last 100th but one, for between 3 and 4 o'clock that day, I seed him here mysel, and you send this tit were stown fro' Cownedge about that time. Now, he could no be a 2 plex at one time, you known. So here's to me, young mon, I mun quit thee as to this job. So go the way home, and be honest. I will, said I, and thanks, Maister Justice, for yon pooed truth out o' a dirty pleck at long length. So I made him a low bow, and a great scrope wi' my shoe, and come my way. Mary. Bravely comen off, Tum. Eh, and merrily too, I'll uphoud her. Now, e'en God bless our honest justices, say I. Tummus. Eh, eh. And so say I too, for a good look at heel of all, her Tum had no been here to told to this tale. But yet, Mary, I think i' my guts, at tears mouse sneezes among some on 'em, as well as among other folk. And why should his tame clerk ears, when he perceived I are innocent, profit bring me off for over guinea? Had no this a strong savour of fair cheating, nor downreet nipping o' poor folk? And dost thou think at these justices do no know when these tykes play 100 wi' tricks than this in a year? Beside, Mary, I heard that force felly Dick o' Yems o' Owd Harry's say, that he knows some on 'em that went snips wi' these caterpillars, their clerks. And if so, should they no be hugged o' th' same back, and scutched with same rod wi' the clerks? Here's to me. Mary. Now, now, not Tim Harry, for if sich things must be done gradely, and us they ought to be, the bigger rascat should ha' the bigger smacks, and more on 'em, you know, Tummus. But great folk oft done what they win wi' little uns. Reet a rank. What came they? So let's leave sich to mend when they can hit on't. And now tell me how ye went on with the maister. Tummus. Eh, by the Miss Mary, I'd freeten that. Why then, thou must know, a such a case as tat had no scoose to me. For I towd him how th' calf were kilt i' th' loan, and it had sowed the hoid for 13 pence. And then I could tell him no more, for he nipped up the dation that stood o' th' hearthstone, and whirled it at me. But instead o' hitting me, it hit the ream mug that stood o' th' hob, and caved all th' ream into th' fire. Then th' battery'll come, and whether it launt the barn, or i' th' kayther, I no know, for I laughed it roaring and belling. So as I a scampering away, our Sarah asked me where I would go. I towd her at Nick o' th' farmer's great leith were next, and I go thither. Mary. Of all th' spots i' th' ward, there would not I ha' comen for a yepsidtal o' guineas. Tummus. A gowse thou means because folk send boggarts allus hauntit it. But thou knows I are wicketly knocked up, and force is medicine for a mad dog, as I towd thee afore. Mary. It matters no. It would never ha' sunken into me to harbert there. Tummus. Well, but I went, and just as I getting to th' leith door, who should I meet but Yed o' Jeremy's, their new mon. Mary. That leet weel, for Yed's as gradely a lad as needs to knep a hem of a cake. Tummus. True. So I towd him my case, a short, and sorry he looked too. I wished I durst let thee lie wi' me, said he, but as I but come to one here this day sennight, I dare no venture. But I'll show thee a prime mow o' hay, and thou may do meeterly for aught I know. That'll do, said I, show it me, for I'm stark and ill done. So while he is showing it me wi' scorns, he said, I summat tell thee, Tum, but I'm loath. Thou means about boggarts, said I, but I'm like t' venter. Thou's meat hit it, said he, and I can tell thee, I could like my pleck primely but for that. Howe'er, as the tits mun out very yarly, I mun proven 'em about 1 o'clock, and I'll court see how that goes on. Splid, said I, if thou mun out so yarly, I'll fodder and proven the tits for thee, and thou may sleep until lay the proven ready. Then he showed me how th' moor were cut with a hay knife, overway down like a great step, and that I moot come off yeasily o' that side, so we bid turn t'other good neat. I abum eat sattlet when I heard something i'th leith. Good lorgeous Mary, my flesh crept to my bones, and my ears cracked again wi' hearkening. Presently I heard somebody caw softly, Tummus, Tummus. I knew th' voice, and said, Who's that tea, Sarah? Eh, said hoo, and I stown a light weight o' podditch, and some thrutchings, and a treacle butter cake, if I can ate 'em. Fear me not, said I, for I'm as hungry as a rotten. Warm Mitchka deeter with 'em, said hoo, and you may come on begin, for they need'n no keeling. Now I had such a flunter o' getting to thwark, that I'd freet and spot at yed towd me on. So I feeled down off the east side o' th' moor, and sich a floose o' hay followed me, that it driv me sheer down, and Sarah, with mate in a hunt on top o' me, and quite hilled us both. Mary. Cot's fish! This were a nice trick of th' buckthont, were it no? Tummus. Eh, so 't were. But it leaked will at th' podditch, with no scording. For when we'd made shift to heave and creep for underneath hay, some o' th' podditch I fund had doped up ton o' my neen. Thrutchings weren't shed o' th' waistband to my breeches, and th' treacle butter cake stick to Sarah's brat. Away, we screaming about i'th dark, we geet up what we could, and I eat it snap, for believe me, Mary, I was so keen bitten I made no balks at a hayseed. So while I were busy cadging me wem, who told me her lip and her feyther were turned strackling, and if I went home again, I'st be in danger of being braint. That my dame would ha' me to run, for I should be loose at fearson's een, and it mattered no mitch. I thowt this were good counsel, so I geet Sarah to fotch me t'other sark. Who did so, and I thanked her, bid farewell, and so we parted. I soon sattled mysel i'th moor under a floose o' hay, and slept so weel that when I wakkent I afeared that I'd o'erslept mysel, and couldna proven the tits i' time. Mary. It were will for you, that I couldn't sleep at all, for I's ne'er laid me een together, I'm sure. Tummus. Whoa, but I started up to go to th' tits, and slurred down to th' lower part of the moor, and by the maskins, Lord, what dost thou think? But I leet hump stridden up a summat at felled meaty hoorie, and it started up wi' me on its back, down the lower part of the haymow it jumped. Crossed th' leith, out o' th' door wi' me it took, and into th' watering poo, as if the deil o' hell had driven it. And there it threw me in. Or I feel off, I conna tell whether for the life o' me. Mary. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo, woo! What i'th name o' God winna say? Tummus. Say? Why, I say truest gospel, and I so freetent, I were wore set to get out, if possible, and I were when Nip and me feel off th' bridge. Mary. I never heard such tales sin' my name were Moll, nor no mon else, think I. Tummus. Tales? Odds bud, tak 'em aw together, and they'd welly may a montstone o' thrang eend. Mary. Well, but it were Owd Nick, thinken I, or it were no. Tummus. I hate to talk on't. Wilt howd thy tongue? But if it were no Owd Nick, he were th' order on't to be sure. Mary. Why, Tummus, pray what were it? Tummus. Bless me, Mary, thou'rt so yearnstful that thou'll no let me tell my tale. Why, I didna know mysel what it were of an hour, if I know yet. Mary. Well, but how wenten you on then? Tummus. Whoa, wi' mich bowlerin, I geet out o' th' poo, and by my troth, leave me as to list. I could no tell whether I were in a slough or wakken, till I groped at my nine, and as I resolved to come no more i'th Leith, I crope under a woof, and stood like a gaumbling, or a perfect neutral till welly day, and just then Ned come. Mary. That were passing weel, considering the case at you'n in. Tummus. True, lass, for I think I ha' never feener to see nobody sin her cursant. Mary. What said Yed? Tummus. Why, he heave up his honds, and he blessed, and he prayed, and made sich marlocks, that if I'd no been o' that woeful pickle, I'd ha' brossen wi' loufing. Then he asked me how I come to be so weet, and why I stood here, and sich like. I towd him I could gie no account o' mysel, but that I had carried out at th' Leith by owd Nick as I thowt. Mary. I'd allus a notion what it would prove i'th heel of all. Tummus. Prithee howd thy tongue a bit, thou puts me out. I towd him I thowt it were owd Nick, for it were vast strong, very hoory, and meaty swift. Mary. Eh, what a great marcy it is you're where ye are, Tummus. Tummus. Eh, Mary, so 'tis, for it's mooring I expect it, but thou'st here. Yed was so flayed wi' that bit, at I'd towd him, that he geet me by th' hunt, and said, Come, Tummus, let's flit fro' this pleck. For my part, I'll no stay 1 minute lenger. Said I, if t'll fotch me sark out o' th' Leith, I'll go with thee. Nay, said he, that I'll never do, while my name's Yed. Whoa, said I, then I'm like to go about it. Dunna trouble the knob about tat. I too are warm, and I'll gie thee th' ton. Come, let's get off, said he. So, we'n marching away, and before we'd gone 5 rood, I seed summat, and seet up a great reek, for I thowt I'd seen owd Nick again, Lord bless us. Says Yed, what art abreed wi' now, Tummus? I pointed th' finger, and said, Is no tat to dool? Which, said he. That, under th' hedge, said I. Now, no it, that's our young cout, that lies root, said Yed. The dickens it is, said I, but I think i' my guts, that carried me out o' th' Leith. Then Yed axed me if the door were open. I towd him I thowt it were. But I'm sure I toint it, said Yed. That mout be, said I, for after thou left me, our Sarah browt me my supper, and hoo mut leave it open. By the miss, said Yed, if so, Tum, this very cout'll prove the boggart. Let's into th' Leith and see, for it's no so dark as 'twere. With all my heart, said I, but let's stick to th' ton t'other's hand then. This'n we went into th' Leith, and by my truth, Mary, I know what to think. There were a yepson till a cow towards upo' th' lower part o' th' haymow, and th' pleck where it had lien as plain as a pikestaff. But still, if 'twere it that carried me, I marvel how I could stick on so long. It were i' sich a hurry to get away. Mary. What to firrups? It signifies nought, for whether ye sticked on to feel off, I find that our owd Nick were the cout that lies rout. Tummus. Whoa, I conna say a deal about it. It looks likely, as thou says, but if this were not a boggart, I think there never were none, if t'hadn't been reetly sifted into. Mary. Marry, I'm mitch o' your mind. But hark ye, didna leet o' your sark? Tummus. I hate it in my pocket, sithee, for it's bo meat now that I took my leave o' Yed, and now thou sees I'm running my country. Mary. And what dunna think to do? Tummus. I think to be an hostler, for I can mexen, keem, and fettle tits as weel as ony one on 'em more, though thou may think it's gawstring. Mary. Nay, I can believe her. Eh, law, what a can we had. I mayna aim to stay any longer. God be with her, for I mun away. Tummus. Howd, nay, Mary, let me ha' one smouch at parting, for thou art none sich a foul wheen, nother. Mary. Nay, no. So, Thomas, go thou, and slaver Sarah Rutchart's in ye been so kipper. Tummus. Why now, how spiteful thou art. What in a body do like Sarah? There's nobody but the liken somebody. Mary. Eh, true, Tummus, but then sometimes somebody likes somebody else. Tummus. I gouts what to means, for thou art glenting at that flopper-mouthed gobslotch Bill-owd Catties, because at folk send Sarah hankers after him. I marvel what to dool who can see in him. I'm mad at her. Mary. Like enough, for it's a foul life to love those that lofen other folk. But you're a ninny on her to heed her, for there's none sich farrantly talk about her. Tummus. Why, what done they say? Mary. I menna tell. Beside, you'll haply tate none so weel in a body should. Tummus. Whoa, I conna be angered at thee, ches what to says, as long as to butt arms after other folk. Mary. Why then, they sen at who's a mawkinly, daggit-arsed, whisket-tailt wean, and... Tummus. And what, Mary? Speak out. Mary. Why, to be plain with her, 'tis saying that her mother took Bill-owd Catties on her bed together last Sunday morning. Tummus. Eh, the dev, good Lord bless us. Is that true? Mary. True. How should to be other ways, for her mother were crying and sowing to me dame last Monday eveneth about it. Tummus. Sflesh, Mary, I'm fit cruttled down into th' oath. I'd liefer and ta'en 40 owls. Mary. Why, look it now. I mean sorry for't. God help it. Will it topple o'er? Munna howd it heed while it heart brasts a bit. Tummus. Eh, Mary, thou little gomes how it thrutches me plucks. For if to did, thou'd no mere sich a hobble on me. Mary. Now o' me good troth, I can hardly howd me unlate to see how fast you're in love's clutches, but I thought I'd try o'er. Tummus. Mary, what dost to mean? Mary. Why, I towd a parcel o' thumping lies a purpose to pump her. Tummus. The dickens to thee, Mary. What an awkert wheen art thou. What a plague did to flame me o' this and far. Thou wert a weent lass. I'd liefer ha' gone thee arn't 40 mile. Mary. Eh, 100, rather than I'd it ha' been true, but I thought I'd try her. Tummus. Well, and if I dunna try thee, titter a latter, it'll be a marvel. Mary. It's a great marcy you canna do now for cruttling down, but I'm unaway. For if my dame be comin' whoam, there'll be ricking. Well, thinking not you'd'n rather ha' ta'en 40 owls. Tummus. I's thinking it t'ou looks a bit whisky, chase what Sarah Richards is. Mary. I heard 'em say at Gexing's a kint lying, and at proof o'th puddings i'th eating. So farewell, Tummus. Tummus. Mary, fare thee well heartily, and gi' me luff to Sarah. Let it leet out 'twill. Mary. Winna forgie me then? Tummus. By th' miss will I, Mary, fro th' bottom o' me crop. End of part 3.
Part 4 of A View of the Lancashire Dialect by Tim Bobbin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A glossary of Lancashire words and phrases. A to E. A. Actually, actually. Ackersprit, a potato with roots at both ends. Addle, to get, also unfruitful, from Anglo-Saxon. Afterings, the last of a cow's milk. Agate, on the way. Agog, set on, begun. A's, an axe, from Anglo-Saxon. An, if or and. Ancliff, ankle, from Anglo-Saxon. Anent, opposite, from Anglo-Saxon. Appen, apron. Apple, an apple. Ah, spelled A-R, R, spelled A-R-E. Ah, spelled A-R-E, or hour, an hour, also hour. Arout, out of doors. Ark, a large chest, from Anglo-Saxon. Arnt, errand. An R, spelt A-R-R, a mark or scar. Arran, arrant, downright. Arsewood, backward, unwilling, from Anglo-Saxon. Arsey-versey, heels over head, from Anglo-Saxon. Ashelt, likely, probable. Ash, axe, axon or ashen, ask, from Anglo-Saxon. Ashler, large free stone or moorstone. Ashed or axed, asked. Ashes or axes, asks. Asker, a newt. Astite, as soon, from Anglo-Saxon. At it, Orf, an elf or earthly demon, from Belgic. Orcut, untoward, also comical, from Anglo-Saxon. Orlung, all owing to, because, etc. Orless, always. Ormeaty, almighty. Ornsert, answered. O'erlike, q, all I love, an interjection. Ortopont, out upon it. Ortert, altered. Orvish, queer, comical. B. Backer, tobacco. Backet, backward. Backstone, q, bakestone, from Anglo-Saxon. Bagging time, baiting time. Balderdash, hodgepodge, from Anglo-Saxon. Ball, the body of a tree. Bally, belly. Ban, cursing, from Belgic. Bandyhewit, a name given to any dog when persons intend to make sport with his master. Bang, to beat, from Belgic. Bankrout, broken, credited. Barkelt, dirt, etc., hardened on hair, etc. Bant, a string. Bargain, bargain. Barmskin, a leather apron. Barn, a child, from Anglo-Saxon. Barst, burst. Bastard, bastard. Bastardly gullion, a bastard's bastard. Bait or bout, without or except, also about, or trial. Batter, of which pancakes are made. Battril, a batting staff used by laundresses. Bortet, vide barkelt. Balk, a piece of timber laid cross a house, also to deceive, from Belgic. Balks, discouragements, also a hayloft, Belgic. Be, by. Beasting, a beating. Bowls, bowls. Boltant, bold. Beckon, to call by the fingers, from Anglo-Saxon. Because, because. Beard, a beard. Bean, nimble, clever. Beas, cows. Beast, undigested, milk that next after calving, from Anglo-Saxon. Beeston Castle, q. Beeston Castle, 7 miles from Chester. Beat need, a help on particular occasions. Begant or begunt, began to.
behind, behunt, behund, all signifying behind. Belady, by Our Lady. Beleakins, a diminutive of by Our Lady, or an interjection. Bell, q. bellows, make a noise. Belieft, believed. Belie me, believe me, from belay me, my good friend, from Old French. Belive, by and by. Bellet, a bull or bear's ward. Bellon, or belling, making a noise, from Anglo-Saxon. Bench, a scat. Burr, force. Berm, yeast, from Anglo-Saxon. Beshite, to foul, to dirty, from Anglo-Saxon. Beshote, dirted, from Teutonic. Bezel, from embezzle, to waste. Bib, a breastcloth. Bin, bean. Bit, a small part. Bitter bump, the bittern. Blackish, inclining to black. Blackstone Edge, a hill between Lancashire and Yorkshire. Blain, a little boil, from Anglo-Saxon. Bleb, a bubble, from Belgic. Bleffin, a block or wedge. Bleffin head, a blockhead. Blend, mix, from Anglo-Saxon. Blend it, mixed, from Anglo-Saxon. Blid, from blood, an interjection. Blinkert, blind of one eye. Blur, a blot, from Spanish. Bodle, half a farthing. Bode, did abide, also foretell, from Anglo-Saxon. Boggart, a spirit, an apparition. Boggle, to be afraid, from Dutch. Buh, but. N.B. This and some other Lancashire words ending with a are pronounced with a very short aspiration, as me for me, etc. Boke, to point the finger at, from Belgic. Bonkful, bankful. Bone, a bone. Boat, a board. Buckth, bulk, the largeness of a thing, from Anglo-Saxon. Boose, cow's stall, from Anglo-Saxon. Boat, did bite. Bother, but the. Bort, or boot, the bend, as the bort of the elbow, etc. Bowed, bold. Borrat, borrowed. Boyne, to rinse or wash, from Anglo-Saxon. Boynt, washed, from Anglo-Saxon. Brabble, brangle, brabblement or branglement, a squabble or falling out, from Belgic. Braggart, new ale spiced with sugar, etc. from British. Brad, spread, opened. Brass, copper money, also all sorts of coin. Brast, or brastit, burst. Brat, a child, also a coarse apron, from Anglo-Saxon. Brawn, a boar. Breens, brains. Bree, broth without meal, also to fear a person. Breeches, breeches. Breed, frightened. Breather, brothers. Breakfast, breakfast. Brave, brave. Braid, a board. Brid, a bird. Brig, a bridge. Briggs, irons to set over the fire. Brimming, a sow is said to be so when she wants to engender, from Anglo-Saxon. Brindled, a mixture of colours in cows, dogs, etc. Britchel, apt to break. Broken, broken. Brog, a swampy place, also a bushy place. To brog,
There are two ways of fishing for eels, called brogging, one with a long pole, line, and plummet, the other by putting the hook and worm on a small stick, and thrusting it into holes where the eels lie. From Dutch. Brew, brow, forehead. Brewets, the rim or brim of a hat. Brewet, the blades of corn just sprung up. Brook, brook. Brunt, burnt. From Belgic. Bruit, a rumour, a report. Bruited, reported. Bruzzed, broken or dulled. Also, to bruzz the skin off is to knock it off. Book, a book. Bullocked, bullied, cheated. Bun hedge, a hedge made of twisted sticks. Bunhorns, briars bored for to wind yarn on, used by woolen weavers. Burly, thick, clumsy. From Teutonic. Burr, a very tenacious flower bob, or seed of the large water dock. Buzzed, whispered. By the miss, q. By the mass, an interjection. Bison, blind. C. Cadging, to stuff the belly, also to bind or tie a thing. Cam, awry. From British. Cammed, crooked, gone awry, also argued crossly, ill-naturedly. Camp or cank, to talk of anything. Campanose, ale pottage, in which are put sugar, spices, etc. Campo or cample, to prate saucily. Cankered, rusty, also ill-natured. Cant, healthful, cheerful. From Belgic. Capable, able to do. Caper cousins, great friends. Capt, to be set fast, to overdo a person. To cark, to be careful and diligent. From Anglo-Saxon. Carl, a clown. From Anglo-Saxon. Carlings, peas boiled on Care Sunday are so called, i.e. the Sunday before Palm Sunday. Carrot, carried, also a carrot. A carrypleck is a boggy place whose water leaves a red sediment. Carron, q. carrion, a term of reproach. Catter, to heap up, to thrive in the world. From French. Cord, cordon, called. Corn, they call. Caterwauing or caterwauling, wooing or rambling in the night after the manner of cats, from whence it comes. Corf, a calf. Corf-tail, a dunce. Chaffo, to chew. A char, a small job of work, also to stop. From Anglo-Saxon. Charger, platters, dishes. Chark, a crack. Charn, a churn. Charn curdle, a churn staff. Chary, careful or painful. Chat, to talk, also a small twig. From French. Chains, chains. Cheat, cheat. Cheap, cheap. Chaise, from choose. Chieve, to prosper. Chill, cold. From Anglo-Saxon. Chilblains, a swelling in the fingers and toes. Childer, children. Chilt, a child. Chimley, a chimney. Chip, an egg is said to chip when the young cracks the shells. Chamber, a chamber. Chance, a chance. Chomp, to chew, also to crush or cut things small. Choinge, change. Churn getting, a nightly feast after the corn is cut. Clamour, to climb, also a great noise. Clammy, gluish, tough. from Anglo-Saxon. Clatch, a brood of chickens. Clatter, a sudden noise, from Anglo-Saxon. Cleart, cleared. Cloud, a cloud. Clout, a clout. Cleek, to catch at hastily. Clean, clean. Cleaning, the afterbirth of a cow. Clemmed, famished, starved. Clever or cliver, lusty, skilful, also very well. Clukin, a sort of strong twine, from Anglo-Saxon. A clock, a beetle. Clocking, the noise of broody hens, from Anglo-Saxon. Close, clothes. Cloice, or close, very near, also a croft or field. Clotted, sticking together, from Belgic. Clough, a wood, also a valley, from Anglo-Saxon. Clossoms, talons, vid. Clutches. Clum, did climb. Clumst or clumsy, unhandy, unwieldy, from Dutch. Clussomt, swollen with cold, from Dutch. Clut, to strike a blow. Clutches, the hands, the talons of birds, also in possession of. Clutters, all on heaps, from Dutch. Cluttert, gathered on heaps, from Dutch. Conken, the sharp part of a horseshoe, also to strain in the act of vomiting. To cob, to throw. Cobstones, stones that may be thrown, and also larger stones, from Anglo-Saxon. Cobcoals, large pit coals, from Anglo-Saxon. Cock, to stand up, as cock thy tail, hold it high. Cocker, to fondle, also an old hose without foot, from French. Cockers and trashes, old stockings without feet, and overworn shoes. Cocket, pert, from Anglo-Saxon. Cods, the testicles, from Anglo-Saxon. Codpiece, the forepart of breeches, from Anglo-Saxon. Coil, a great stir, also a lump on the head by a blow. Collock, a large pail. Comb or coomb, a comb. Coom, came. Con, can, also to con a thing over is to look it over. Condle, a candle. Conny, brave, fine. Cooth, a cold. Cops, balls or lumps of yarn, from Anglo-Saxon. Cop, copping, a fence, from Anglo-Saxon. Cobweb, spider's web, from Belgic. Coax or corks, cinders. Cosy, a causeway. Coston, did cost. Costril, a little barrel. Cot's fish, Q, God's flesh. Cotter or cotterel, a pin to hold the wheel on the axle tree, by some called a lin pin. Covert, covered. Cowed, cold, from Dutch. Cowken, a straining to vomit. Cone, coln in Lancashire. Crackling, a thin wheaten cake. Craddins, to lead craddins is to play bold adventurous tricks. Craddinly, cowardly. Crags, rocky rough places, from British. Crammed, crooked. Crap, money. Crash, the noise of anything when it breaks. Cratch, a rack for hay, etc., from Anglo-Saxon. Cratchinly, feeble, weak. Crowpast, hog-breeched. Crown, a crown. Crease, the measles. Crows, very loving, lustful. Crevice, a hole or crack. Creamt, to give a thing privately. Crater, creature. Cruet, a sort of glass vial to hold vinegar. Crib, a place to hold sucking calves, also a pinfold, a jail. Cricks and howds, pains and strains. Cricket, a small stool, also a house insect. Crimble, to go into small crumbs. Crimbleth poke, is to run back of a bargain, to be cowardly. Crinkle, to bend under a weight, also to rumple a thing. Dutch. Christins, Christians. Crom, to stuff, also to put a thing in a place. Crommed, stuffed. Cronk, the noise of a raven, also to prate. Belgic. Crony, a true companion. Crew, a crib for a calf. Crope, crept. Cropen, crept into. Crow, an iron gavelock. Crummil, Cromwell. Cun or con, to cun thanks is to give thanks. Crump, cramp, a disease, also to be out of humour. Anglo-Saxon. Crumple, to ruffle. Cruttle, to stoop down, to fall, vid. Crinkle. Dutch. Cubbert, cupboard. Cudden, could. Goodna, could you. Cullert, coloured. Cumbert, cumbered. Dutch. Cumn, come or came. Cumn, come or came. Company, company. Compt, come to. Cun, can. Cup o' sneeze, a pinch of snuff. Curtness, curtains. Cutter, to make much of, as a hen or goose of their young. Cousin, cousin, also to cheat. D. Dab, a blow, also being active at anything. Dacker, tickle or unsettled weather. Teutonic. Daddle, to reel or waver on the road, to go as ducks. Daffock, a dirty slattern. Dagdarse, or dagtail. Hugh, dewy arse, or dirty slut. Belgic. Dane, down. Dangus, the same with Daffock. Darn, to draw up a hole with a needle. Anglo-Saxon. Danger, danger. Daunt, to fear. Dauntle, to fondle. Dowk, to go overhead in water. Doump, dumb. Doubt, or date, doubt. Dave, to stun with a noise. Dutch. Davely, lonely. Deeing, dying. Deed, dead. Deal, a deal, much. Deals, deals, trades with. Death, death. Deet, daubed, besmeared. Deg, to wet, to sprinkle water on. French. Dame, dame. Decent, handsome. Day, day. Didna, did you. Dick, a by-name for Richard. Dickens, an interjection. Dicky, a diminutive of Richard. Dicky o' Wills, vid. Tummus o' Williams. Din, a noise. Anglo-Saxon. Ding, to knock, to strike. Teutonic. Dingle, a valley. Anglo-Saxon. Disactly, exactly. Dither, to tremble. Anglo-Saxon. Dithert, quaked, trembled. Doge, wettish, a little. Dock, to cut off. Doffed, put off, undressed. Donk, a little wettish, from Belgic. Donned, put on, dressed. Dons, put on. Do, do. Dool, money, etc. given at a funeral or at other times. From Anglo-Saxon. Dawsome, healthful. Dowd, dead, flat, spiritless. Doot nor do, lingering, a bad state of health. Doing, or dowing, healthful. Doughter, daughter. Deutsches, ditches. Deutschbacks, fences. Dozning or dozing, slumbering. From Anglo-Saxon. Draff, grains. From Anglo-Saxon. Drate, a drought or team. Drape, a barren cow, one that is not with calf. From Anglo-Saxon. Dropes, drops. Drount, drowned. Dree, long, tedious. From Anglo-Saxon. Dreamt, dreamed. Drench, to draw or let in water. From Anglo-Saxon. Drift, did drive. Drizzle, to rain softly. From Belgic. Droy, to wipe, also thirsty. Droive, cue drive, also to put off. Doubler, a large dish. From Belgic. Dungen, knocked. Dunna, do not. Dunna, do you? Door, a door. Door cheeks, the frame of wood to which doors hang. Dorn, that piece of wood or stone by which yates or gates hang. Dozen, a dozen. E. Q, ah, an interjection, also I, also in, also you. Eelt, ailed. Eerie, every. Easing or yeasing, the eaves of a house. Hour or hour, also an hour. Owls, owls. Ounce, ounce. Out, out. Outcumbling, outcumbling, a stranger. Author, author. Able, able. Ebreen or ebreeze, eyebrows. Edder, an adder. From Anglo-Saxon. Eddish, grass after mowing. From Anglo-Saxon. An eye. Also, is yes, yes. Eam, I conna eam, i.e. I have no time. Een, eyes, also even, also an interjection, and likewise an eve or vigil. Eendless annet, the straight gut. Eendways, endways, forward. Een now, by and by. Eat, ate, did eat. Egad, a diminutive of the oath, by God. Godsnum, Q, in God's name. Efekins, a diminutive of in faith. He, he, in, I, and you. Eigh, yes, the same with e. Elaw, Q, our Lord. Elder, an udder, also a Cromwell's Justice of Peace. From Belgic. Ale, ale, spelt A-L-E, also ale, spelt A-I-L. Ere, ever, before. Ere ever, before. Eshin, a pail. Elsin, a sort of awl. From Teutonic. Elt, to stir dough some time after kneading. Essole, asshole,
the hole under the fire to hold ashes. Ested, instead. Etow, broken in pieces. Ettercrops or attercrops, spiders. From British. Etten, eaten. Ewer, ever. Exon, q, oxen.
End of part 4. Part 5 of A View of the Lancashire Dialect by Tim Bobbin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A glossary of Lancashire words and phrases. F to J. F. Fadge, a burden or part of a horse's load. Fag, to tire. Fag end, the tail end of the remnant. From Anglo-Saxon. Fair for, a term of wishing well. Famished, starved by famine. Fangs, the tusks of a dog or bear. From Anglo-Saxon. Far, for. Fagé, forgive. Farrantly, q, fair and likely, handsome. Farrow, a sow's bringing forth young. From Anglo-Saxon. Farry, a litter of pigs. From Anglo-Saxon. Fartin, fortune. Fash, the tops of turnips, etc. Fat'll be ith foyer, all will be wrong. Fattish, inclining to be fat. For, faw, or for, fo, fall. Fawn, fawn, or fawn, foan, fallen. Force, false. Force Londoners, the ingenious authors of the Monthly Review. Fort, fault. Fear, afraid. Feeberry, gooseberries. To feft is to give an estate for life, etc. Feathering, the finishing or topping of an hedge, also laying hay on a cart. From Anglo-Saxon. Fow, foul, ugly. Fowly, ugly, unfortunately. Fowween, an ugly woman. Fearful, fearful. Feel, fell. Fegger, fairer. From Anglo-Saxon. Felled, felt, perceived. Fielt, a field. Fierce and seen, Shrovetide. Felly or fellow, a man. Felix or fellies, the round of a wheel. From Danish. Felial, the man will. Fend, to endeavour, to provide for. Fur, fere, fair, honest, a fair, also fair or cheer. Fest or festen, q, to fasten, to bind, apprentice. From Anglo-Saxon. Feyther, father. Fettle, dress, case, condition. Futrils, little things. Fey, fey, the earth lying over stone, slate, etc. To fey is to remove such earth. Fib, a lie. Finest, best, bravest. Firrups, a kind of imprecation. Fittet, fitted, supplied. Flate, a light turf. Flap, the lap of a coat, etc. From Anglo-Saxon. Flasker, to dash or play in water. Flash, a lake. From Belgic. Flasket, a shallow basket. Flay, to fear or frighten. Flayed, frightened. Fleek, a hurdle made of twisted hazels, also a thing to dry oat cakes on. To fleek, to bask in the sun. From Dutch. Flecked, spotted. Flea or flay, Flay, to skin. Fleed, skinned. Flay, Fleigh, a flea. Flet, skimmed, from Belgic. Flet milk, milk with the cream taken off. Flick, a flitch of bacon, from Anglo-Saxon. Flit, to remove, from Danish. Fliz or flizzing, a splinter or shiver, from Danish. Floose, q. fleece of wool, hay, etc. Floppermouth, blubber-lipped. Flunter, in a great hurry. Out of flunter, not well, sickly. Flusk, to fly at, as two cocks. Flyer, Flyer, to laugh scornfully. Flight, Flyte, to scold, from Anglo-Saxon. Fob, a pocket, from Anglo-Saxon. Fog, grass after mowing, also a mist, from Anglo-Saxon. Foist, a fart. Foisty, stinking. Folk, Fok, folk. Focal, folk will. Follot, followed. Foo, a fool, also full. Foogode, a plaything. Foomet, the polecat or wildcat, from British. For sartin, for sure, for certain, certainly. Fort, Fort, for it. Forthout, repented, also foresight. Forsooth, forsooth. Forrard, forward. Foryeaten, forgotten. Fotch, fetch. Fowd, a fold or yard. Foyer, fire. Foyer potter, an iron instrument to stir up the fire. Foyer new, very new. Framput, an iron ring that runs on a stake to which cows are fastened. Frap, to crack, also to fall in a passion. A fratch, a quarrel. Fratching, quarrelsome. Freeton, forgotten. Frem, not akin, also tender, from Anglo-Saxon. Fresh cullet, rosy, well coloured. Fridge, to rub, to scrat. Frim, tender, from Anglo-Saxon. Frist, trust, from Anglo-Saxon. Fro, from. Frofoner, off her. Fruff, tender, rather brittle. Frout, for aught. Frump, a mock or jeer. Fun, found, also sport. First, firster, first. Fuss, a great stir. Fussock, a term of reproach for fat idle women. G. Ga, gave. Gable end, the wall at the end of a house, etc. From Belgic. Gablock or gavelock, a strong iron bar used for a lever, from Anglo-Saxon. Gad, to run about as cows in hot weather, from Anglo-Saxon. Gate, gave it. Gainer, nearer. Galkier, a tub to work drink in. Gam, fine sport, diversion, also game. Gan, give, did give. Gar, to force. Garth, a hoop for tubs, etc. From Anglo-Saxon. Gash, a large cut or wound. Gate, a way, gone forwards. Gaunt, lean, empty, from Anglo-Saxon. Gorby, a dunce. Gorm, understand, comprehend, also to mind. Gaumbolt, played the fool. Gaumless, stupid, senseless. Anglo-Saxon. Gawp, to stare with open mouth. Gawster, to boast. Gawstring, hectoring, bragging. Gawt, G-A-W-T, or goat, G-O-T-E, a passage for water, a floodgate. Anglo-Saxon. Gow, go. Gowm, the gummy matter issuing from tender eyes. British. Gee, to gee is to agree, to suit. Gear, stuff of all sorts, also a horse harness. Anglo-Saxon. Gay, G-E-H, or gi, G-I', give. Gerse, grass. Geet, G-E-E-T-E, did get. Geet, G-E-E-T, give it. Getten, got. Gex, gokes, gouse, guess, Dutch. Geslings, q, goslings or young geese. Anglo-Saxon. Gibberage, stammering, broken or imperfect speech. Anglo-Saxon. Gig, a machine used in dressing cloth, also a hole made in the earth to dry flax. To set off gig is to set on, to stir up. Giggle, to laugh wantonly. Belgic. Giglet, a wanton girl. Belgic. Gilders or gillers are lengths of hair twisted on which fishing lines are made. Gilliver, a gillyflower, also a wanton woman. Gillhooter, an owl. Gilt, a female pig, though it be cut. An open gilt, one ungelt or uncut. Gimlet, a nail piercer to bore holes. French. Ginnel, a straight street, a narrow passage. Gurn, to grin. Gizzon, the stomach of a fowl. French. Gleed, a kyle. Anglo-Saxon. Glendert, stared. Anglo-Saxon. Glent, a glance or sly look. Anglo-Saxon. Glenting, glancing. Anglo-Saxon. Glay, to squint. Anglo-Saxon. Glib, smooth, slippery. Anglo-Saxon. Glimmer, to shine a little. Dutch. Glimmering, shining a little, a spark. Dutch. Glisten, to shine. Anglo-Saxon. Glister, to shine or sparkle. Anglo-Saxon. Glitter, to shine. Glure, to stare. Anglo-Saxon. Gluert, stared. Anglo-Saxon. Gloppant, frightened. Glossy, shining. Anglo-Saxon. Glur, the softest of fat. Goads, customs, also playthings. Goat, pierced that blood appears. Anglo-Saxon. Gob, a large piece of meat. Gobbin or gobslotch, a greedy clownish person, a dunce. God's num, God in, God's name. Godill, q, God will. Gog, to set agog is to set on. British. Goner, a gander. Gonerheed, a stupid person or dunce. Goa, Gooa, go. Goan, Gooan, gone. Goodit, Shrovetide. Good Lorgeous days, q. Good Lord Jesus, what days, an interjection. Gooink, going. Gooms, gums. Gore, blood. Also a triangular piece of cloth put in a shirt to widen it. Anglo-Saxon. Gorses, furze, a prickly shrub. Anglo-Saxon. Goshawk, a fowl, also a duncely person. Anglo-Saxon. Goat, a water passage. Gowd, gold. Gran, did grin. Grash, to eat greedily, to break anything. Graunch, vid. Grash. Gradely, well, right, handsomely. Grieve, a grave. Grease, fat, also grass. Ground, ground, the earth. Grout, small wart. Anglo-Saxon. Grease, Greece, a little brow, also stairs. French. Grief, or grief by, right or very near so. Grimed, besmeared. Belgic. Grin, a snare, also a sneering look. Anglo-Saxon. Grippen, clasped or clinched hand. Anglo-Saxon. Gripyort, or gripyard, a seat of green clods or turf, supported with twisted boughs, hurdle-wise, and generally made round shady trees. Anglo-Saxon. Grit, sandy. Anglo-Saxon. Gritty, gritly, sandy. Anglo-Saxon. Groats, oats hulled but unground. Gronny, a grandmother. Gronsir, a grandfather. Groon, grown. Grewing, growing. Group, the place where cattle piss in a shippen. Grope, to feel awkwardly or in the dark. Anglo-Saxon. Groin, a swine's snout. Anglo-Saxon. To gry is an easy ague fit, or the ague hanging on a person. Gird a loafin, a fit of laughter. Gut, Gutt, go to. Guzet, a 4 square piece of cloth to widen the armpit of a shirt. H. Ha, have, han, have. Hacked, knocked together, also to cut, bunglingly. Had luntreen, the gutter or space between the headlands and others. Hadden, had. Hag, haggis, the belly. Haft or heft, the handle of a knife, also heft is a life. Anglo-Saxon. Hagues, the white thornberry. Anglo-Saxon. Hallanabs, q. Henry of Abraham's. Halliblash, a great blaze. Halliday, holy day. Halloo, to shout. Hallooed, shouted. Hamme, have me. Hamil, a village. Anglo-Saxon. Hang'em, hong'em, hang them. Hanker, to desire, to covet. Hap, to cover, also to pat or encourage a dog, etc. Anglo-Saxon. Haply, perhaps. Harbour, to entertain. Anglo-Saxon. Har, Harr, to snarl like an angry dog. Harms, after, to speak the same thing like an echo. Harry, q. hurry, to tease, tired. French. Harry's, Henry's. Harston, Harstone, q. hearthstone. Hask, dry, parched. Haver, oats. Dutch. Haverbread, oat bread. Horst, a cough, a cold. Dutch. Hornpo, to halt. Hornpout, did halt. Hawpenny, halfpenny. Horns, 2 pieces of crooked wood placed on the collar of a horse when he draws. Hornbark, the collar of a horse. Horps, a tall Dunsley person. Hove, half. Helo, bashful. Hero, hear you. Heasty, hasty. Heck, a half door. From Anglo-Saxon. He, a male, also high. Head, did heed, minded. Here, he', he was. Her, here, hoarfrost, also a mist. He-witch, a wizard. Hearen, hear', here. How, how. House, house. Hout, how it. Heave, did heave or lift up. Height, height, have it, also high. Helder, more likely. Helt, likely. Hem, the edge. Heps, the briar's fruit. Herple, to halt or limp. Het, q, height or named. From Anglo-Saxon. Hetter, keen, eager, as a bulldog. Hooer, hare. Here go mad, like mad, shouting mad, also to do anything after an exceeding manner. Haymo, haymo. Hate, heyt, have it. Hig, a passion. Heavy, heavy. Hill, to cover. From Anglo-Saxon. A bed hilling, a coverlet, a rug. Height nor nothing at all of. Hippink, a linen clout to keep infants clean. Hit, it, the thing. Hitting, a lighting on, also striking. From Danish. Ho, ho, or haw, haw, a hall. Hove, half, also did heave. Hobnob, rashly. Hobs, a stone set up or laid at either end of the fire. A Dunsley fellow is called a hob. Hobbil, or hobgobbin, a natural blockhead or fool. Hobblety-hoy, a stripling at full age of puberty. Hobgoblin, an apparition, a spirit. Hobthrust, the same. This is supposed to haunt only woods. Hobbling, limping, also stammering. Hog mutton, mutton of a year-old sheep. Hondle, handle. Hong, hang. Hontle, handful. Hungry, hungry. Hong him, hang him. Who, she. From British. Hooant, swelled, hard in the flesh. Hook or crook, force. Whoor, hoor, a whore, also she was. Whose, hoose, she is. Host, hoost, she shall. Hopper, a sort of basket. Horston, or horstone, steps to mount horses. Haughty, hearty. Hose, stockings. Hotching, to limp, to go by jumps as toads. Hotter, to stir up, to vex. Hottering mad, very mad or ill-vexed. Huff, hough, a foot, sometimes the leg. How, hole. Howd or hout, hold. Houty tongue, hold thy prate. Howden, holden. House, to stir up, to potter. Howsome, wholesome. Hoid, a hide or skin, also to hide. Hoys, hose. Hoits, long rods or sticks. Hubban or huggen, the hip. Huckster, a seller of herbs, roots, etc. From Dutch. Hood, hid, covered. Hugger-mugger, conceals. Hummer-bee, the large round bee. Hump-stridden, astride. Hur, Hur, her. Hurly-burly, a great stir, a noise. From Anglo-Saxon. Hure, Hure, hair. Hern, a horn. From Anglo-Saxon. Hurrying, drawing or dragging, also being in haste. Hushed, silence. From Dutch. Huz, Hus, we. Huzz, Huzz, to hum or make a noise like bees. Hie, Hye, to make haste. From Anglo-Saxon. Eye. Ickles, long pieces of ice at the eaves of houses, etc. Id, id, he had, also I had. I'd, I''d, I had, also I would. Idden, Idd', you had. If idden, if you would. Ift, if thou. Iftle, if thou will. I'll, I''ll, I will, also he will. Ill-favourite, ugly. Im, him. Imp, to rob, to deprive of. In, that, also or if, also than. Inkling, a hint. From Teutonic. Infarm, inform. Inner, Inneh, if I, also if you. Inin, if you will. Int, intel, if thou will. Inter, if thou. Ire, I''r, I was. Ire, you are. Earning, the making of cheese, also the smoothing of linen. Ist, is it, also is the. Ist, I''st, I shall, also I should. It, I too. Ither, in there. It'll, it will. J. Jackanapes, a term of derision. Jannock, a loaf made of oatmeal leavened. Jawms, the sides of a window, and also the bottom part of a chimney. From French. Jaunt, a walking or riding out, a journey. Jingum-bobs, playthings. Jim or Jim, Gim, spruce, very neat. Jobberknow, a dunce or dolt. From Dutch. Jones, Jone', Johns. Josty, come to. Joist, a summer's grass, also a piece of wood laid cross a floor. From French. Jump, a coat, also to leap. End of part 5. Part 6 of A View of the Lancashire Dialect by Tim Bobbin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A glossary of Lancashire words and phrases. K to R. K. Car or cow, a cow. Casserly, subject to casualties. Catty, a diminutive of Catherine. Cather, a cradle. Cower, or care, to sit or stoop down. He cowls, cowlt, he's cowardly. County, county. Counsel, counsel or counsel. Cowser, worse, also a hunter with greyhounds. Keckle, unsteady, also the noise of a frightened hen. From Dutch. Keck, to go pertly. From Dutch. Key or kai, cows. From Anglo-Saxon. Keef, to cough, also a cold. From Dutch. Keel, to cool. From Anglo-Saxon. Keem or kem, to comb. Keen bitten, eager, sharp bit. Keep, catch. From Anglo-Saxon. Cake, K-E-K-E, a cake. Kale, time, place or circumstance. Cane, a cane or cane. Cairn, care. Curson, Christian, also to christen. Cursant, christened. Christmas, Christmas. Case, case. Kestling, a calf carved before the usual time. Kest, cast. Kestit, reckoned up, also to vomit. Cake or kike, to stand crooked. Caved, overturned. Kibbo, a long stick. Kibe, to draw the mouth awry. From Anglo-Saxon. Kibe heels, cracked or sore heels. From Anglo-Saxon. Kilt, killed. Kin, kind, sort. Kindly, a kindly cow, etc., is a handsome, healthy cow. Kink, to lose their breath with coughing, the chin cough. From Dutch. Kinkhorst, a violent cold. From Dutch. Kipper, amorous, lustful. Kittle, ticklish, also unstable. Kist, a chest. From Anglo-Saxon. Naggy, knotty. From Anglo-Saxon. Knep, to bite easily. Node, new. Knockus, knuckles. Knoblocks, noblings, or naplings, little lumps of coal about the size of eggs. Gnattet, gnawed. Gnattle, cross, ill-natured. Notchel, to cry a woman notchel, is when a man gives public notice he will pay none of her new contracted debts. Knowe, Q, knoll, a brow, a small hill. Nurse, knots, warts on trees. From Teutonic. Co, quoth. Crouse, Kreawse, vid. Crouse, Creawse. Kaiben, to flout by raising the under lip. L. Labber, labour. Lad, a boy, also did lead. Laughed, left. Lag, to stay behind. From Swedish. Lath, a barn, also to invite, also ease or rest. Lamb, to beat. Lant, urine. Langet, a shoe latchet. From French. Lap, wrap. Largus, largesse. Muco, a gift. From French. Lastet, lasted. Lat, slow, also very late, also a lathe. From Anglo-Saxon. Latching, infecting, catching. Lorm, lame. Latent, hindered. Lormt, lamed. Let, let. Lake, a lake. Lean, to keep secret. From Anglo-Saxon. Layrock, a lark. Lowk, long, barren or heathy grass. Lowky, full of louk. Loopholes, q. loopholes. Louse, a louse. Leck on, put on water. Also when a vessel will not hold water, it is said to leck. From French. Lee, lay. Lady, lady. Leafer, rather. From Anglo-Saxon. I'd as lief, I would as soon, or rather. From Anglo-Saxon. Leof, leave. Leap, did leap. Leend, lend. Leet, light of, on, or met with. Also light and lightning. Leeton, to lighten. Leetsome, lightsome. As thick as leet, as quick as one flash of lightning follows another. Leet, let go. Lenger, longer. Lennock, slender, pliable. From French. Leather, to beat. Loo-warm, blood warm. Leyland, rest or untilled land. From Anglo-Saxon. Lather, rather. Lick, to beat. Liquor, more likely. Lickly, very likely. Lickliest, most likely. Leave, believe. Like, to love. Liken, to guess, also to compare. Liked, likely to have, also did love. Lilt or lilting, to do a thing cleverly or quickly. Limp, to halt. Lynch, a small step. From Anglo-Saxon. Line, lane, Layn. Limpin, a cotter or pin that holds the cart wheel on. From Anglo-Saxon. Ling, long heath. Lippen, expect, also leaped. Lippant, expected. Light, a few. Lithe, calm, also to put oatmeal into broth. From Anglo-Saxon. Lither, idle. From Anglo-Saxon. Littleborough, a country village near Rochdale. Livert, vid. Thodden. Loath, unwilling. From Anglo-Saxon. Lowst, loosed, also lowest. Lobcock, a great idle person. Lod, a lad. Loden, loden. Loft, a chamber. Lonely day, a landlady. Loan, a lane. Loont, a land, a butt, or division of ploughed land. Loppered milk, curdled milk. From Swedish. Loppering, boiling. From Swedish. Loppering brewis. Brewis is made at the killing of a swine, with the broth of the boiled entrails, etc. Lorgus o' me, from Lord Jesus have mercy on me, an interjection. Luth, luthie, look thee, behold. Losten, did lose. Lotch, to halt, also to jump like a frog. Lother, a lather. From Anglo-Saxon. Lovers, the chimney. Lois, to lose. Loit, a few. Lookit, a nurse's term, also used by way of scoffing. Looko, look you, see you. Luff, love. Luffen, do love. Lug, to pull by the hair. From Anglo-Saxon. Lumber or lumbert, mischief or hurt, also useless household stuff. From Anglo-Saxon. Lung, long. Lungeous, subtle, very surly. Lunnon, London. Lunham Boggarts, the authors of the Monthly Review. Luncheon, a large piece of meat. Lurdin, Q. Lord Dane, an idle lubberly fellow. M. Mac, sort. Manchet, white bread. Mander, manner or sort. Mar, to spoil, from Anglo-Saxon. Marlocks, awkward gestures, also fools. Marcy, mercy, also the river Mersey. Mare or mere, a large lake, from British. Margate, Margaret. Marred, quite spoiled, from Anglo-Saxon. Marry, a common interjection. Marry came out, a scornful interjection. Marvel, wonder, to wonder also admirably. Mashed, broke into pieces. Maskins or mackins, a sort of petty oath. Martha, Martha. Mattot, signified. Mattock, a tool in husbandry, from Anglo-Saxon. Mawkin or mawkin, a bunch of rags, etc., tied to a pole to sweep an oven, also a dirty woman. Maunder, murmuring, also a wandering or walking stupidly, from French. Mawkinly, sluttish, dirtily. Mawkish, sickly, also duncely, from Anglo-Saxon. Maw, the stomach, from Anglo-Saxon. Maggots, maggots. Meaden, a maid, maid, also maid, made. Meary, Mary. Mary o' Dicks, vid. Tummus o' Williams. Maister, master. Maisie, giddy, vertiginous. Moult, mouldy. Mountebank, a quack. Mouse, a mouse. Moat, to mould, from Dutch. Mouth, a mouth. Moungant, did eat greedily. Maisie sow, giddy or empty-headed. Med'cine, medicine. Mean, mean, also to go halves, also a thing had in its kind. Mouse sneezes, q. mouse nests, knavish actions. Meany, a family, also very many, from French. Meaterly, indifferent, moderate. Meet now, this moment. Meat shad, exceeded. Meaty, mighty. Meaverly, modestly, handsomely, gently. Meg Harry, a robust girl that plays with boys. Me, me, also my. Menor, cannot, may not, from Anglo-Saxon. Mexen, to cleanse a stable, etc., from Anglo-Saxon. May or make, may, also make. Mate, meat. Mezzil-faced, fiery-faced, full of red pimples, from Dutch. Midge, a gnat, from Anglo-Saxon. Midding spoose, a sink or sewer, from British. Min, to min on is to put in mind. Misfartins, misfortunes. Misgives, forebodes, tells. Mismannert, clownish, unmannerly. Mistrust it, doubted, suspected. Mitch good eater, much good may it do you. Bythe miss, a common kind of an oath, from mass. Misgaw, to call nicknames. Mishmash, a hodgepodge, from French. Mistane, mistaken. Misdoll, a cowhouse. Mittens, gloves without fingers, also a very strong pair to hedge in. from French. Mizzles, rains a little, from Anglo-Saxon. Misleth, a raining softly. Mizzy, a quagmire. Mob, a woman's close cap. Moider, to puzzle, also a moidor. Mollat, a mop to clean ovens, viz. Mawkin. Mon, a man. Money, many. Most, most. Moods, earth, from Swedish. Moor, moor, a hill, also a common, also more, more, from Anglo-Saxon. Mooter, mill-toll. Moother, mother. Moot, might, from Anglo-Saxon. Moot point, exact, very near. Mooten or maten, might have done. Mow, mough, a mow of hay, etc., from Anglo-Saxon. Moan, being very hot, to sweat, from molten, from Anglo-Saxon. Morning, morning. Mowdywarp, a mole, from Anglo-Saxon. Moidet, puzzled, nonplussed. Mullock, dirt, rubbish. Mun or munt, must. Munna, must I. Musen, to think or wonder. Mirth, abundance. Mustard bore, cue, mustard ball. Moise, mice. Muzz, a nurse's term for mouth. Muzzy, sleepy, also a little drunk. N. Nab or ab, a by-name for Abraham. Nangnail, a sort of corns, from Anglo-Saxon. Nas, fundament, from Anglo-Saxon. Nor, not. Norstler, an ostler. Nay or nay, nay. Neam, an ant, from Anglo-Saxon. Naint, named. Natral, a natural, a fool. Now, na, now. Neb, a point, the forepart of a cap, etc., from Anglo-Saxon. Ned and Needen, these are used promiscuously for need and did not need, and governed by the word following. Necessary, mistaken for accessory. Neam, an uncle, from Anglo-Saxon. Neen, eyes, also 9. Neast, a nest, also highest, from Anglo-Saxon. Neat or nate, night. Neeze, coughing by being tickled in the nose, from Anglo-Saxon. Nail, a nail. Name, a name. Nase, the nose, from Anglo-Saxon. Nesh, tender, from Anglo-Saxon. Nestlecock, the darling, a last child, from Anglo-Saxon. Nettle, to vex. Newer, never. Nay, ney, nay, nay. Knave, a fist. Nice, strange, comical, also neat. Nifle, a nice bit of anything, also trifling. Ninny-hommer, a vile dunce. Nip, the name of a dog, also to pinch, bite, cheat, or wrong. Naunt, an ant. Noga, an auger, from Anglo-Saxon. Noggin, a small pail holding a mess, from Belgic. Nominee, a speech. Nook, a corner, from Belgic. Noon, oon, an oven. Noonscore, the labourer's resting time after dinner. Now, no. Noun, own. Nout, nothing, also naught or bad. Nudge, to jog or hit. Nuer, never. Nuzzabos, q. noseth bosom. Nuzzle, to stick the nose in bosom. From Anglo-Saxon. O, o apostrophe, sometimes used as a, on, you, and of. Humphrey, Humphrey. Owndearth, afternoon. From Anglo-Saxon. Other, either. About, about. Aboon, above. Abundance, abundance. Odd, a diminutive of God, an interjection, also strange. Odder, very strange. Odds fish, a diminutive of God's flesh, an interjection. Odds and eends, odd trifling things. O'erly, a leathern surcingle. O'erscutched, done slightly. O'er it, over it. Off at side, mad, delirious. Afore, before. Again, again, also against. A God ill, if God will. A graith, well, right. A great matter on him, no great matter on him, he's not worth pitying. O, in, on, and, of, and upon. Honour, of yore. Ony, any. Anew, a sufficient quantity. Enough, enough. On away, always. Once, ones. On you been a mon, q. if you be a man. Oon, an oven. Os, to try. As lief, I would choose. From Anglo-Saxon. Ossing, trying, offering. Ost, as the, also, as it, also, essayed, tried. Ut, at, also that. Other gets, q. other guise, other sort, otherwise. Otherways, otherwise. Ots, that is. Otti, that I. Ottle, that thou will. Overbodit is when a new upper part is put to the skirts of an old garment. Ousel, a blackbird. From Anglo-Saxon. Owd, old. Owd Harry or Owd Nick, names for the devil. Owdham, a large village near Rochdale. Away, away. Ouse, an ox. From Dutch. Out, anything, also good. From Anglo-Saxon. Oich, each, every. P. Paddock, a small enclosure. To pan, to join, to agree. Papa, paper. Parfit, perfect. Parished, starved or very cold. Parson, parson, also a person. Pound, a pound. Power, abundance, also might. Powsowhouse, or paxwax, the strong white tendon in a neck of veal, etc. Paid, paid. Pedigree, for pedigree. To pee is to squint queerly. Peel, did strike or beat. To paif, to cough. Pennywhip, very small beer. Patience, patience. Pestle, the shank of a ham of bacon. Pet, to pet is to be surly. Pettish, apt to be surly. Petch, a patch. Petchwark, patchwork. Puissant, poisoned. Pay, a pea. Pales, does beat. Paling, striking or knocking rudely. Fippenny, fivepenny. Pickle, case, condition, from Dutch. Piece-woo, as much wool as makes a piece. Pilpit, pulpit. Pingot, a small croft near the house. Pin, to do a thing in haste or eagerly. Pissmotes, ants. Plum tree, plum tree. Pleck, a place, from Anglo-Saxon. Please, please. Plux, the lungs. Poo, a pool or pond. Pooed, pulled. Pooh, a slighting interjection. Poots, young hens, etc. From French. Pop, a short space, to pop in, to go in. Popped, dipped, also put in. Possing, an action between thrusting and knocking. Pot crate, a large open basket to carry earthenware in. Pote, to thrust with the feet. From French. Pottet, disturbed, vexed. Pow, to cut hair, also a pole. Pows, lumber, offal. Powsement, a term given to a bad person. Protty, pretty. Praised, praised. Preyor, P-R-E-O, or preyor, P-R-E-Y-O, pray you. Prime, the best or very good. Primely, very well. Proofed, proved. Proven, provender. Pumping, asking of questions. Punched, or punced, or purred, kicked. Pool, to cry, also a pew. Puppy, a fool, also a puppet. Pinots, magpies. Q. Quagmire, a very boggy place. Quandary, at a loss, in a brown study. From French. Quain, or quean, a whore, a term of reproach. From Anglo-Saxon. Quietant, made still. Quifting pots, half gills from quaffing. From Anglo-Saxon. R. Rabblement, the crowd or mob. Rack, of mutton, a neck of mutton, also a frame to hold fodder for cattle. Rack and reend, to go to rack and reend is to go to ruin. Raddlings, long sticks. Raddle the bones is to beat soundly. Rank, wrong. Rap and reend, or rap and tear, do all they possibly can. From Anglo-Saxon. Rapscallion, an ill person. Rascatly, knavishly. Rash, a sort of itch with infants. Ratchdaw, Rochdale, a town in Lancashire. Ratcher, a rock, rocky. Rattlet, scolded, from rattled. Rack the fire is to cover the fire. Roke, to idle in neighbours' houses. Rope, a horse cold. Raint, rained. Rarest, finest, best. Raving, mad, also talking in one's sleep. Rount, did whisper. Roust, rust. Reek, or ream, to squall, to make a shrieking noise. From Anglo-Saxon. Ream, cream. Ream mug, the cream mug. Rean, a gutter. Reest, or reest, the outside of bacon. Reach, or reek, smoke. From Anglo-Saxon. Reek, a shriek. Re-supper, a second supper. Reet, right. Reached, smoked. From Anglo-Saxon. Render, to stew, to separate the skinny from the fat part of suet, etc. Restet, rested. Rather, rather. Ray, R-E-Y, or ray, R-E-A, raw. Rach, reach, also rich. Rick, to gingle, also to scold, also a stack of corn, etc. From Anglo-Saxon. Ricking, jingling, also scolding. Rid, to part to, fighting. Ridden, did ride or being rid. Riding, is the hanging upon persons for liquor. Riddle, a coarse sieve. From British. Rife, common, swarming. From Anglo-Saxon. Riff-raff, lumber. From Anglo-Saxon. Rift, to belch. From Anglo-Saxon. Riggot, a channel or gutter, also a half-gelded horse, etc. Rim, the border or outside of a wheel or pot. From Anglo-Saxon. Rindle, a gutter. Rive, to split. From Anglo-Saxon. Riven, is split. From Anglo-Saxon. Romp, to leap or run about. Ronk, rank, strong. Root, roared. Rook, a heap. Ruse, to praise. From Anglo-Saxon. Roost, commended, praised, also a rest for poultry. From Anglo-Saxon. Rops, entrails, bowels. Rottle, to rattle in the throat. Rotten, a rat, also putrefied. From Anglo-Saxon. Roich, rich. Roofer, rueful. Rue bargain, a repenting bargain. Runge, a long tub with two handles. Runt, a dwarf. From Teutonic. Rushbearing, q. rush-bearing, a country wake. Rutchester Jacks, vid. Thomas a Williams. Rut, the path of wheels. Rinety, stand off. Risen hedge, a fence of stakes and twisted boughs. End of part 6. Part 7 of A View of the Lancashire Dialect by Tim Bobbin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A glossary of Lancashire words and phrases. S to Z. S. Sackless, innocent. From Anglo-Saxon. Saig, a saw. From Anglo-Saxon. Saigh, S-A-I-G-H, did see. Sam, to gather together, to put in order. Sapling, a young oak, also oak wood. Sark, a shirt. From Anglo-Saxon. Sartinly, certainly. Sattlet, quiet. From settled. Saverton, did savour. Saw, S-A-W-G-H, a kind of willow. Sawfly, softly, slowly. Saunter, to walk idly about. Salt, salt. Scallion, an herb, in taste like an onion. Scamper, to run fast, to be in a hurry. From Dutch. Scampert, run fast. From Dutch. Scant or scanty, very scarce, rare. From Dutch. Scar, a steep, bare and rocky place in the side of the hills. From Anglo-Saxon. Scored, to scold. Scored head, a scurfy or scabby head. Scorp, the head. From Dutch. Scap, escape. Scap gallows, a term of reproach, as much as to say he deserves the gallows. Shrieve, Schrieve, to run wet matter, a corrupting. Sconce, a lantern, also the head, from Belgic. A scope, a basin with a handle to hold water, from Belgic. To scotch a wheel is to lay a stay under it. Scramble, or scrabble, or scrattle, a striving to catch things on their hands and knees on the floor, from Anglo-Saxon. Scrannil, a meagre or lean person. Scratting or scratching, a pulling with the nails, from Dutch. Scrawn, to climb awkwardly. Scroof, a dry sort of scales, from Anglo-Saxon. Scrub, to scratch or rub, from Anglo-Saxon. Scrumple, to ruffle, from Anglo-Saxon. Scrunt, an overworn wig, besom, etc. Scutched, whipped, also to do a thing slightly or quickly. Soak, suck, also to suck. Sewl, wet stuff, etc. to eat with bread, from Anglo-Saxon. Soundly, soundly, heartily. Sour, sour, also ill-natured. Second, second. Seech, seek. Seeched, do seek. Seed, saw. Seal, or see, Seeigh, a sieve. Sealan, seldom. Seely, weak in body, also trifling, also empty-headed. Seat, Seet, saw it, also see it, also a sight. Seat, Seete, seaton, sat, did sit. Seat away, set off or out. Seg, a gelded bull, from Anglo-Saxon. Safe, safe. Sane, 7. Seln, self. Selvage, the edge of linen cloth. Sen, say. Senna, senya, say you. Senate, a week. Setter, an issue for cows, etc. Say, say. Sflesh, a diminutive of God's flesh, an interjection. Shad, overdid, excelled, also divided, from Anglo-Saxon. Shan, shall. Shaffle, to shuffle, to trifle. Shaftman, the length of a fist with the thumb standing up, from Anglo-Saxon. Sharn, dung, from Teutonic. Shart, short. Shawm, shame. Shed, spilled. Sheared, to divide, also to overdo. Sheamt, ashamed. Shout, shout. Shout it, shouted. Sheed, to spill. Shire, Shiar, or shire, Shire, quite, entirely. Shoulders, or shouders, shoulders. Shift, a contrivance, a device, also a smock. Shippen, a cowhouse, from Anglo-Saxon. Shire, Shire, wholly, entirely. Shoved, or shoved, thrust or pushed. Shog, to jog, to go uneasily. Shoe, a shovel. Shoods, oat holes. Shoon, shoes. Shopboard, a counter from shopboard. Shoe, Shough, a shoe. Shoe, Shu, a term to frighten poultry. Shoeing, a frightening fowls. Shy, backwards, unwilling, from British. Sib, related to, akin, from Anglo-Saxon. Side, very long. Sift it, examined. Syke, a gutter. Simpet, minced words, affectedly, from Anglo-Saxon. Sin, since. Singlet, an undyed woollen waistcoat. Sink dirt, channel mud. Sitch, such. Size, 6, also proportion, also a glue to strengthen woolen yarn. Scam, did skim or take off, also to throw a thing low. Scour, to make haste, also to scour, from Teutonic. Skellet, a small pan with a handle, from French. Skellet, crooked. Sken, to squint, from Anglo-Saxon. Skew-ift, awry. Skime, to draw up the nose scornfully. Skyer, loose, open, thin. Skirmage, a little battle. Skrike-a-day, daybreak. Skriking, to squall or cry out. Skuse, an excuse. Slab, the first board of sawn timber. Slabby, dirty, from Dutch. Slay, Slaigh, or Slew, Sleawgh, the black thornberry, from Anglo-Saxon. Slap, a blow. Slapped, whipped, beaten. Slash, a cut, also to cut. Slat, dirtied or wet, also did set on dogs. Slaver, the spittle. Slay, the handboard of looms. Sloom, a slumber. Slouch, anything that hangs down, also an ill-looked person. Slouched hat, i.e. uncocked. Sleck, small pit coal. Slecked, quenched. Sled, a carriage without wheels, from Dutch. Sleet, to set on dogs. Sleek, smooth, from Anglo-Saxon. Sleet, snow and rain mixed, from Anglo-Saxon. Sleeveless arn't, a going to no purpose. Slice, a thin bit of wood to stir meat in pots, etc., from Anglo-Saxon. Slid, did slide or slip, also an interjection, from Anglo-Saxon. Slitchen, smooth, from Dutch. Slifter, a crevice. Slim, sly, cunning, from Teutonic. Sliven, an idle person, slovenly, from Dutch. Slure, to grasp. Slood, the path of cart wheels. Slob, bending or bevel. Slopperty, a dirty woman. Slotch, a greedy clown. Slough, the cast skin of an adder, the slime of snails, also a deep dirty place, from Anglo-Saxon. Sloich, to take up water, etc. Slur, to slide. Slutch, mud. Slivin, a dirty idle man. Smack, a blow, also the crack of a whip. Smouch, a kiss. Smeltant, smelled. Smit or smut, a black spot, from Anglo-Saxon. Smoring, smothering, from Anglo-Saxon. Smoot, smooth. Snaffle, to speak through the nose, from Dutch. Snap, quickly, also to bite at, also to cheat or overreach, from Dutch. Sneap, to check, from Danish. Sneck, the latch of a door, from Belgic. Sneeze, snuff, from Anglo-Saxon. Sneezehern, a snuff box made of the tip of a horn. Sniddle, long grass or stubble. Snidge, to hang on a person. Sniffed, a moment, also to snuffle at the nose, from Anglo-Saxon. Snifter, to snuff at the nose, from Anglo-Saxon. Sniftering fellow, a shuffling, sneaking person, from Anglo-Saxon. Snig, an eel, from Anglo-Saxon. Snips, to go snips is to go halves or parts with a person. Snite the nese, to blow the nose, from British. Snod, smooth, sleek. Snood, a fillet to tie up women's hair. Snook, to smell. Snore or snore, to make a noise in sleep. Snot, mucus of the brain, from Dutch. Snug, tight, handsome, from Dutch. Snye, to swarm, also to pull up the nose scornfully, from Anglo-Saxon. Sonia Sims, Q. Alexander of Simeons. Sod, a clod or turf, from Dutch. Soak, to lie in water to soften, from Anglo-Saxon. Solch, a heavy fall. Snowblind, Q. Sand-blind, short-sighted. Sops, toasts, from Anglo-Saxon. Sue, a sow, from Anglo-Saxon. Sorry, sorry. Soap, a sup, a little. Sort, sow it. Sow, the head. Sow, Sowgh, to sigh. Sout, side. Sowd, sold. Sout, sort. Spade graft, about a foot deep. Sparrow bills, short nails used by shoemakers. Spavined, a strained horse, from French. Speaks or spokes, the rays or staves of a wheel, from Anglo-Saxon. Speak, did spake. Spear, a shelter in a house, made between the door and fire to keep the wind off, from British. Spelk, a thin bit of wood, from Anglo-Saxon. Spurred, enquired, also to be spurred is to be published in the church, from Anglo-Saxon. Spake at him, speak to him. Splinter, a small piece of wood, from Belgic. Spokes, the staves of a wheel, from Belgic. Sport, the spittle. Spoken, spoken. Spon new, brand new, never wore. Sport, sport. Spoos, bobbins for weavers' shuttles. Spots, places, also stains. Spiteful, spiteful. Symous, Scymous, or squamous, Squeamous, saucy. Stadles, marks made by the smallpox, from Anglo-Saxon. Stangs, long strong staves, from Anglo-Saxon. Stank, did stink, from Dutch. Staniel, a hawk. Stark, very stiff, from Anglo-Saxon. Stark giddy, very angry, mad. Starken, to stiffen, as mutton fat in the frost, from Anglo-Saxon. Store, to be reasty, will not go, from Anglo-Saxon. Staunch, staunch, firm, also to satisfy, from French. Staunchions, upright staves in a window, from French. Stawp, to go clumsily. Stortet, reeled. Steert, stared. Stouk, a handle. Stoop, to stoop down. Stoup on rope, all, every part. Stout, q. stout, also proud, from Anglo-Saxon. Stee, steeigh, a ladder, also a stile. Steep, rennet. Steeper, a steeple. Stale, a handle. Stickle, to stand stiffly to a thing, from Teutonic. Sticklebutt, sticked. Sticked, pierced, gored. Stiddy, an anvil, from Anglo-Saxon. Stingy, sneaking, from Anglo-Saxon. Stint, to set bounds to, from Anglo-Saxon. Stirk, a heifer of a year old, from Anglo-Saxon. Stoor or store, value, also treasure. Stond or son, stand. Stonning, standing. Stoop or stud, a stump in the roads to keep carts off, also pieces of wood or stone by which gates are hanged. Stown, stolen. Stracklings, rash foolish persons. Stract, off their senses. Straunge, strange, unknown. Streak, did strike. Stray, straw. Strike, two pecks, from Anglo-Saxon. Strickle, an instrument to mete corn, also another to wet scythes, from Anglo-Saxon. Strinkle, q. sprinkle. Strines, the sides of a ladder. Stroked, stroked. Stroke, of corn, two pecks. Strung, strong. Strunt, vid. scrunt. Strution, waste. Strout, q. strolled. Stub, an old stump. Stuff, to cram, also a general name for many things, from Dutch. Stunish, to stun, also to sprain the sinews. Stir, stir. Suds, a lather, from Anglo-Saxon. Sulky, subtle, ill-natured. Summat, somewhat. Somehow, some way. Sunkt, sunk. Sir, sir. Suse, six. Swab, to swoon. Swad, swad, a pease or bean husk. Swaith or swathe, a single row of grass cut by a mower, from Dutch. Swathe-balked, grass missed in cutting between the swathes. Swamp, a boggy place, from Teutonic. Swarfy, tawny, blackish, from Anglo-Saxon. Swarmen, do swarm, also a great number. Swat, sweat, also did sweat. Swatch, a piece for a sample. Swattle, to waste things by degrees, to drink. Sweamish, a bad stomach, saucy. Sweltit, hot with sweating, q. melted, from Anglo-Saxon. Sweel, to burn, to blaze, from Anglo-Saxon. Swilker, to dash over, to shake liquor in a vessel, from Anglo-Saxon. Swill, to wash slightly, from Anglo-Saxon. Swinging stick, a stick for beating or opening wool, from Anglo-Saxon. Swingle tree, a piece of wood to keep the gears of a horse open. Swither or swither, to blaze, to burn very fiercely. Swoon, to faint. from Anglo-Saxon. Swap, exchange. Sigh, to put milk, etc. through a sieve, also to rain very fast. T, ta, ta apostrophe, take. Ta, t apostrophe a, to a. Tact, take it. Talamed's father, the author of Teliamed, or the Indian philosopher. Tarrit, tarried. Tat, that. Talken, they talk. Talkant, did talk. Torm, to swoon, to vomit. Te, or teh, thy, also the, also they. Taden, theyden, they had. Tailor, a tailor. Tain, taken. Tain, they were. Tate, to eat. Tastrel, a cunning rogue. Tathy, peevish, cross, from Anglo-Saxon. Tew, to pull, also to work hard, also to ruffle a person, also thou, from Anglo-Saxon. Towing, hauling, ruffling, working hard, from Anglo-Saxon. Town, a town. Toast, thou'st, thou shall. Thou'rt, thou art. Towse, to pull or ruffle. Towser, q. towser. Ted, to spread grass for hay, from Anglo-Saxon. T, thee, also a hair rope to shackle cows in milking. Tia, they were, also to rent. Team, to pour out, from Anglo-Saxon. Teeny, fretful, vid, tavy, also very little, from Anglo-Saxon. Tail, a tail or tail. Tell, to know. Tamed, to pour out, from Anglo-Saxon. Thames, a sieve, from Anglo-Saxon. Ten, then. Tent, to guard. Tay, take, also thy. Tate, take it. Teach, teach. Tharcake, q. hearth cake, from being baked on the hearth. 'Tis made of oatmeal unleavened, mixed with butter and treacle. Thee, also thy, also they. Thou, thou. Thou'rt, thou art. They'n, they were. Thou'll, thou will. Thowm, or thame, thumb. Thousen, or thousand, thousand. Thoust, thou shall. Thee, a thigh. These, these. They'n, they will. Thibble, vid, slice. Thick podditch, thick water gruel. Thin, than. Things'n, things will. Think, a thing. This'n, after this manner. Thurn, or thorn, wettish. Thosen, those will. Thowt, thought. Thodden, bread, etc. is said to be thodden when it is stiff and close like the liver of hogs. Thule, to afford, from Anglo-Saxon. Thrang, throng, from Anglo-Saxon. Thrapwife, vid, thrunk, from Anglo-Saxon. Thraw, or threep, to argue hot and loud, from Anglo-Saxon. Thrift, a pain in the joints of young persons, from Teutonic. Thrimmer, to finger a thing too long, as a miser his money, also yarn ill spun. Throddy, or throddle, fat, broad, bulky. Throteen, 13. Throttit, strangled. Thrung, or thrunk, very busy. Thrunk as thrapwife, when hoo honged hersel i'th dishclout. This is spoken of persons triflingly busy. Anglo-Saxon. Thrut, the throw of a stone, etc. Also the throw in wrestling. Thrutches, thrusts. Thrutched, did thrust. Also am thrust or squeezed. Thrutchings, the last pressed whey in the making of cheese. Thump, a blow. Thumping, a striking, also a thing very large or notorious. Thunk, a lace of whit leather. Anglo-Saxon. Thurn, a thorn. Thwack or thwang, a great blow, also a large piece of bread and cheese. Anglo-Saxon. Thwole or thule, to afford, to allow. Anglo-Saxon. Thornish, a little wet. Thwite, to cut with a knife. Thwittle, a wooden hafted knife. Tick, a vermin on cows, etc. Tift, to be in good tift is to be in good order. Tyke, perhaps from tick, which, see, any out of the way person is called a tyke. Till I, till I. Timmersome, q. timorous, fearful. Tin, till, also to shut a door. Tinge, a small red insect. Tinned, is shut. Tit, a horse or mare. Titter, to laugh. Teutonic. Titter-a-latter, sooner or later. Anglo-Saxon. Tight, neat, spruce, also as well, as soon. Tisday, Tuesday. Tu, two, also thou. Tuart, toward. Tun, the one. Tuart, a turd. Anglo-Saxon. Toad, a toad. Tuart, a tuft of hair, grass, etc. Toos, those. Toot, T-O'-T, to it. Tooter, used when anything excels. Topple, stagger, also to fall. Tory-rory, vid, hager-mad. T'other, the other. Towd, told. Toyn, shut. Toynt, is shut. Toyat, wearied. Track, a path, as sheep tracks, etc. From French. Tramp, a journey. To tramp is to travel. Trash, unripe fruit, also an overworn shoe. Teutonic. Trat, did treat. Traunce, a tedious journey. Treacle butter cake, bread spread over with treacle. Trest, a strong large stool. From French. Trice, a moment, quickly. Trig, to run softly. Trindle, the trundle of a wheelbarrow. Troubler, trouble you. Troubled, troubled. Tum, to tum wool is to card it slightly. Tum, a by-name for Thomas. Tummus o' Williams o' Margit o' Roaph's. Q. Thomas of Williams of Margaret of Ralph's. These proper names are used in some parts of Lancashire to distinguish persons where there are many of the same name in the same neighbourhood. Tunner, tuner, a dog's name. Tongue, tongue. Tup, a ram. Tuppenny, twopenny. Turmits, turnips. Turmoil, to vex, also to work very hard. Tussle, to struggle, to wrestle. Touch, a comical trick. Tuttle, an awkward person in shape, humour, etc. Twattle, to shite, also to go about with tails. Belgic. Twinge, To nip, to squeeze. Belgic. Twindles, twins. Anglo-Saxon. Twinter, a year-old heifer. Twirl, to whirl. Anglo-Saxon. Twirlpoo, a whirlpool. Anglo-Saxon. Twitch, to pinch, to nip. Anglo-Saxon. Twitch ballot, the great black beetle. Anglo-Saxon. Twitter is to laugh secretly. Within a twitter is within a little. Twittet yarn is unevenly spun. Teutonic. Twould, it would. Twere, it was, also it were. Tyke, tyke, vid, tyke, tike. Tine, to shut. Anglo-Saxon. Tiny, very little. You. Udslud, or udza, diminutive oaths from God's blood and God's wounds, now interjections not commonly understood. Them. Unbethought, reflected, remembered. Unlate, or unlout, unlaughed. Uncut, uncuth, strange, also news. Anglo-Saxon. Uphoud, maintain, uphold, to warrant a thing. Uphouch, maintain it thee. Uphowder, maintain it to you. Urchin, a hedgehog. Anglo-Saxon. Used, used. Varlet, a vile person. French. Varmint, vermin. Vara, very. Veal, veal. View tree, yew tree. Wacker, easy to be awaked. Dutch. Wackant, awaked. Dutch. Waddle, to stagger or go like ducks. Dutch. Wae's me, woe is me. Waggle, to go like ducks. Belgic. Womble, vid, waddle. Anglo-Saxon. Wag, to move to and fro, also an arch person. Anglo-Saxon. Walk mill, a fulling mill. Belgic. Wall a day, Q, wail the day, an interjection for sorrow. Want it, or want it, wanted. Wanton, want. Wap, a peep. Wapped by is went swiftly by. War and war, worse and worse. Wark, work, also ached. Anglo-Saxon. Wark brattle, loving to work. Anglo-Saxon. Warked, ached. Anglo-Saxon. Ward or wald, world. Warry, to curse. Anglo-Saxon. Warst, worst. Warched, ached. Anglo-Saxon. Warrington, Warrington. Warrit, did curse. Wattles, the lowest part of a cock's comb. Teutonic. Waffish, Waughhish, faintish, sickly. Water, to stagger. Anglo-Saxon. Walken, walk. Wart, overturn. Anglo-Saxon. Wax, grow. Anglo-Saxon. Waybroad, the herb plantain. Anglo-Saxon. Wheel, to choose. Where, to lay out money, also a dam. British. Where's me, Q, woe is me, an interjection of sorrow. Woofing, Weaughiing, barking. Wow, the cry of a cat. Wakes of the mouth, the sides of it. Wakey, moist, wettish.
wheel,
Well.
ween,
We have, also we will.
wheat,
Wet, also with it. Anglo-Saxon.
wheat,
To wet. Anglo-Saxon.
whey, with, weld,
Boiled or scalded milk, also to forge iron.
welly, or well nigh,
Q, well nigh, very near.
welkin,
The sky. Anglo-Saxon.
welt,
A doubling in the garment, also a hem. Anglo-Saxon.
wem,
Also an hem. Anglo-Saxon.
wem,
The belly. Anglo-Saxon.
wenton,
Went.
waiter,
Water.
waiter torms,
Sick fits, water qualms.
way,
Way.
waint,
Weaned.
wacket,
Quaked, trembled.
waff,
Or waft, a blast of wind. Anglo-Saxon.
wake,
To tremble.
walnut,
A hard knot.
warlock,
A wizard.
war,
Why, also well, an interjection.
warm,
To take a warm is to warm oneself.
weant, or waint,
Q, quaint, strange, also comical.
wean, wane,
Q, queen, a whore, a slut. Dutch.
wheezen,
The gullet. Anglo-Saxon.
wheeze,
To make a noise in breathing. Anglo-Saxon.
weem,
Near, also handy. Anglo-Saxon.
whewtit,
Or whewt whistled.
were,
Very sour.
workant,
Suffocated with water, smoke, etc.
wherrit,
A box on the ear, also did laugh.
werrying,
Laughing.
whelped,
Whelped. Anglo-Saxon.
whick,
Alive.
whiffer, waffer,
Or whiff-waff, trifling words or deeds.
whimper,
Offering to cry. Teutonic.
whinny,
To neigh. British.
whirlbone,
The round bone of the knee, the patella.
whirlybones,
The knees.
wished,
Hush, silence.
whisktelt,
Light of carriage, whorish.
whisky,
Whorish.
whinnet,
Neighed. British.
withen,
With a will.
whiz,
To hiss as a flying bullet. Anglo-Saxon.
worm,
Home.
woved,
Covered. Anglo-Saxon.
whoord,
Who would, also who had.
whoats,
Oats.
whoop,
Shouting when all's over.
woohoo, woohoo, woo,
An interjection of great surprise.
what's,
What is.
whatten,
What will they, also what will you.
wattle,
What will.
watchel,
Q, hot all, an iron to bore holes.
why cove,
A female calf.
wick,
A week.
wildcat,
Q, wildcat, the polecat.
welcome,
Welcome.
wimmy,
With me.
win,
Will.
winner,
Will not.
winrow,
Hay put together in rows before housing it.
wint,
The wind.
whisket,
A basket.
whisty,
A large spacious place.
without,
Without.
wither,
Very strong, lusty.
wither,
With her, also with your.
wizen,
To pine away, to dwindle.
wofer,
woeful. Wonst, once, also on purpose.
woo,
Wool.
woons,
Lives or dwells.
woont,
Did live, from Anglo-Saxon.
wooed,
Mad, from Anglo-Saxon.
wert,
A word, also new liquor, from Anglo-Saxon.
worch,
To work.
wood,
I wish.
woodiden,
Or would-yedden, I wish you would.
wough,
Wough, a wall, from Anglo-Saxon. Rang, or rank, wrong. Rossel, wrestle, also to grow ripe. Rostling, wrestling, from Dutch. Wrynot, surname. He shad Wrynot, and Wrynot shad the devil. Wrythen, twisted, also ill-natured, from Anglo-Saxon. Wrythenly, peevishly, from Anglo-Saxon. Wondert, wondered. Once, lives, also an interjection from wounds, from Anglo-Saxon. Want, did live, from Anglo-Saxon. Were, was. Werner, warne, were you. Were, worse. Weren't, was, were. Were it, wert, was it. Were was there. Wythingibber, a strong willow. Wisels, stalks of potatoes, turnips, etc. Why, yammer, to desire eagerly. Yarb, a herb. Yarly, early, soon in the morning. Yean, you will, also a sheep is said to yean when she brings forth, from Anglo-Saxon. Yeanderth, before noon. Yeasing, the eaves of a house. Yestmas, or yepsintle, a handful. Yeasy, easy. Yate, a gate. Yearnstful, very earnest. Years, ears. Yowl, howl like a dog. Yed, a by-name for Edward. Yem, a by-name for Edmund. Yearth, earth, from Anglo-Saxon. Yepsintle, 2 hands full. Yer, your. Yai, yes, yea. Yo, you. Yon, you will, you have. Your, you are. Yuden, you was. Yorshire, Yorkshire. To put Yorkshire of a man is to trick, cheat, or deceive him. Yort, a fold or yard. Yuletide, Christmas times, from Anglo-Saxon. Yugmas, Christmas games, from Anglo-Saxon. Yugodes, Christmas playthings, from Anglo-Saxon. Yusterday, yesterday. Yusterneat, yesternight. Yunk or young, young. Younger, younger, also youngest. Zed, zuns, a petty oath from God's wounds, an interjection. End of a view of the Lancashire dialect by Tim Bobbin. Memoirs of Mr. John Collier by John Collier, from the works of Tim Bobbin, Esquire, in prose and verse. Edited by John Collier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Memoirs of Mr. John Collier. A man so various that he seemed to be not one but all mankind's epitome, and in the course of one revolving moon was teacher, piper, patriot, and buffoon, then all for painting, quipping, rhyming, drinking, besides 10,000 freaks that died in thinking. When a man emerges from obscurity to a degree of eminence, the curiosity of the public is naturally excited, and every circumstance respecting his progress acquires an adventitious importance from the celebrity of the individual. Wit and genius are confined to no climate. Like the productions of nature, they often arise, as it were, spontaneously, and when they thus appear in the rustic walks of life, they resemble those aromatic plants and flowers which embellish and perfume the wild. Such in some measure may be said to have been the talents of the subject of this biography, but as the most precious treasures and the richest cordials are frequently misapplied and abused, so the eccentricities of genius mislead the votaries of gaiety into the dangerous labyrinth of vanity or vice. John Collier, as appears by a memorandum written by himself in his family Bible, was born December 16th, 1708, at a house called Richard o' Jones's, in Urmston, near Manchester. His father, John Collier, was a minister of the Established Church, and in addition to the income derived from a curacy, he kept a school, by which he was enabled to maintain a wife and several children decently. He was the instructor of his own children, among whom John appears to have been considered by him as a boy of superior abilities, and he accordingly educated him with a view of his being brought up to the Church. That young Collier profited by the instructions of an affectionate and judicious father cannot be doubted, and to this early initiation in the rudiments of learning may be attributed that propensity to teaching others, which he manifested even in his youth, and which was so profitable to him during life. His father's intention of educating him for the Church was unhappily frustrated by the deprivation of sight, an event which happened to him in the 46th year of his age, and by which he and his family were exposed to subsequent distress. John was then in the 14th year of his age. He had been distinguished from his infancy for superior quickness of intellect, but the idea of his advancement by learning was now relinquished, and it was thought expedient by his parents that he should be instructed in some handicraft art. Of his aversion to engaging in manual labour we have the following memorial in his own handwriting. It is curious as a specimen of that peculiar humour for which he was remarkable in every situation, whether adverse or prosperous. Quote, "Went prentice in May 1722 to one Johnson, a Dutch loom weaver on Newton Moor in the parish of Mottram, but hating slavery in all shapes, I by divine providence, veiling my old skull hat to the miters, on November 19th 1729 commenced schoolmaster of Milnrow." In this comprehensive sentence Mr. Collier includes a period of 7 years and a half, but the intermediate time between May 1722 and November 1729 was not employed by him in weaving, for according to authentic documents he lived as an apprentice with Johnson little more than a year, when he persuaded his master to cancel the indentures. It is probable that little rhetoric was sufficient on this occasion, for his master was as much dissatisfied with his whimsical and idle apprentice as he could possibly be with that art which preserved the chastity of Penelope. It is a curious fact that among the peculiarities of men of genius in a low station, they almost universally evince an aversion to learn one earthly thing of use. Whether this idleness proceeds from the natural indolence of the human mind, or the innate pride of an aspiring and self-conceited individual, must be left to the decision of some Caledonian metaphysician. But the fact is incontrovertible, and there are numerous proofs on record that several of our indigent poets, painters, and players testified their determination not to earn their bread by the sweat of their brow. Even in the present age Thelwall indignantly fled from the tailor's shop-board, and Holcroft from the shoemaker's seat, and towering on the wings of self-exaltation soared like Icarus towards the sun, while Southey and Scott scorning the business of a scrivener, produced their numerous volumes to amuse their admirers. Young Collier, being left free to choose an employment in the 16th year of his age, engaged in the unprofitable though not unamusing avocation of an itinerant schoolmaster, a pursuit admirably adapted to his volatile disposition and passion for variety. Thus he spent upwards of 5 years of his most precious time, during which he instructed a number of pupils in reading, writing, and arithmetic. His sphere of action was extensive, for he occasionally taught in Bury, Middleton, Oldham, Rochdale, and the adjacent villages, and appears to have been sufficiently assiduous in the improvement of himself and others. When he had nearly attained the age of 21, he was engaged as usher, at the time before mentioned, by Mr. Pearson, curate and schoolmaster at Milnrow, near Rochdale. The salary given by Mr. Townley of Belfield to the master of this free school was £20 a year, which he shared with Mr. John Collier, and this moiety, with the profits derived from a night school, was considered by our author as a competency, which shows that he was not very desirous of gain. Indeed, the love of money was never among the vices of John Collier, who at no time of his life was an economist. His vivacious disposition and entertaining converse soon gained him the esteem of congenial minds in his neighbourhood. In a few years Mr. Pearson died, and Mr. Collier was nominated his successor as master of the free school of Milnrow. Being thus entitled to the full salary of £20 a year, which a century ago was thought a considerable sum, Mr. Collier was considered a young man of some consequence in the village. At leisure hours he amused himself by lessons in the art of drawing, and in playing upon the hautboy and English flute, and soon became such a proficient as to be qualified to instruct others in these amusing and ornamental arts. He understood the rules of perspective, and drew landscapes in good taste, but did not excel in portrait painting, though his skill as a caricaturist is well known. Hitherto he had written little poetry, except a few anonymous satires, in ridicule of some absurd or eccentric characters; and as no other person in Rochdale or its neighbourhood was considered capable of producing such pieces, he was always sure to be the reputed author. Mr. Collier was now quite a country buck, and was looked up to by many of the neighbouring farmers' sons as a model for imitation in dress and manners. This the following anecdote will illustrate. One fine Sunday morning in summer he went with several other young bucks to a chapel where a great number of singers from other chapels were expected. They arrived before the time of divine service, and several young women also came to the place, who were treated by the rustic beau with such refreshments as could be procured in an adjacent public house. It was then fashionable for the young women to wear large necklaces of white paste, in imitation of pearl, and some of them, happening accidentally to come off, Mr. Collier gallantly put them round his neck. The bell soon afterwards summoned the people to prayers, and the company hastily entered the chapel, where the odd appearance of our hero, with his feminine ornaments, excited some risibility. He soon discovered why he was laughed at, but resolving to put a good face on the matter, he wore his necklaces during divine service, and afterwards strutted about with them in the inn, to the no small gratification of the village youth. From the circumstance of Mr. Collier's wearing the necklaces, several young fellows in the neighbourhood supposed that it had become the fashion for men to wear such ornaments, and 3 or 4 of them actually appeared at the same chapel a few weeks afterwards, with similar decorations suspended from their necks. In the year 1740 he published The Blackbird, a satire, which, as Mr. Townley justly observed, contained some spirited ridicule upon a Lancashire justice, more renowned for political zeal and ill-timed loyalty than good sense and discretion. As a poetical composition, however, The Blackbird is mere doggerel. There is indeed some humour in the piece, but as for rhyme, the following extracts will be quite sufficient to prove the want of harmony. His beaver cocked plain dealing wise he pulled, so low his forehead in it seemed involved. But now my angry muse reflects not on this tinkling cymbal for its jarring tone, but for affecting those celestial airs by which the organ charms the listening ears. It is diverting to hear such poets talk of their muse. But with such a versatility of genius as Mr. Collier possessed, excellence in any particular art could not be expected. His acquirements were both various and valuable to himself and others. As a penman he excelled, and being gifted with more good sense than usually falls to the share of a humourist, he was well qualified to instruct his pupils in those arts which he professed. From the ease and humour of some of his letters to his friends, it is evident that he must have been a very entertaining and social companion. Yet however he might enjoy the delights of the festive hour, it does not appear that at this period of his life he had fallen into that habit of drinking which was afterwards so injurious to himself and his family. Indeed, the 10 years that he lived as a bachelor at Milnrow may be considered the happiest period of his life, if the consciousness of that independence which he so highly prized, and acquirements which he realised, are taken into the account. But his happiness, like that of his master Adam, was imperfect without the society of woman. The garden was a wild, and man the hermit sighed till woman smiled. The felicitous being then, who was to give a new zest to Mr. Collier's enjoyments at Milnrow, was to be sought. She was soon found, and on the 1st of April 1744 he married at Helmsley Mary Clay of Flockton, in the parish of Thornhill, and West Riding of Yorkshire. She was the daughter of Mr. Clay of Flockton, near Huddersfield, where she was born, and brought up at Sedgham, the residence of Lady Betty Hastings. Miss Clay's aunt, Miss Pitt, was a woman of property, and married to Mr. Pitt, an officer in the Tower. Miss Clay resided in London some years, and then came down on a visit to her aunt, Mrs. Butterworth of Milnrow, where Mr. Collier first saw her. And as she was young and handsome, with all the additional graces of a polished London lady, he soon became enamoured, and was a successful lover. That there was some humour mingled with his courtship, the following anecdote, frequently related by himself, will evince. As Mr. Collier was walking arm in arm with his mistress in the neighbourhood of Milnrow, they met a pig driver with 2 pigs. The lady said they were very pretty, clean pigs. "Well," said he, "if you buy the one, I will buy the other, and whoever draws back from our promise of marriage shall forfeit the pig." This was agreed upon. The pigs were fattened by Mrs. Butterworth for the wedding dinner, and Mr. Collier often said that he believed she would never have married him had she not valued her pig more highly than she did him. The bride's aunt, Mrs. Pitt, with whom she had ever been a favourite, gave her a fortune of £300, with several silk gowns, and other elegant articles of female dress. But Mr. Collier seems to have been literally intoxicated with his good fortune, for he devoted so much of his wife's fortune to large potations that it was soon dissipated, and he then became sober, and led a more regular life, which made Mrs. Collier aver that she was glad when the money was all gone. In August 1746, during an inundation of the river Beal at Milnrow, the water rose in Mr. Collier's parlour to the height of 4 feet, and spoiled all the silk gowns belonging to his wife. As Mrs. Collier proved a fruitful vine, her husband was obliged to set his ingenuity to work to provide for a rising family. "The hautboy, flute, and amusing pencil were discarded, and the brush and palette taken up seriously." His productions in oil colours were altar pieces for some country churches and chapels of ease, and as they were seldom scrutinized by connoisseurs, they passed for fine pictures with his employers. Whether he attempted the grotesque style of delineation in these ornaments is now unknown, as they have long since perished. He was also occasionally employed by innkeepers to paint signs, in which he was allowed to excel, a pursuit more congenial to his taste than the decoration of churches. But such fortuitous or precarious means of raising his funds proved insufficient to supply the demand for house expenses, and Mr. Collier, in a moment of whim, happily conceived the idea of painting representations of human beings in caricatura, an art then little known in England, and only successfully practised by Hogarth. Yes, by Hogarth, ye cognoscenti, ye pretenders to superior discrimination in pictorial science. What are the most popular productions of that celebrated exhibitor of folly and vice on canvas but strong caricatures? Mr. Collier's attempts to amuse the good people of Rochdale and its populous vicinity by ludicrous imagery were successful beyond his highest expectations. The genuine strokes of humour with which he portrayed the sensualist, the drunkard, the bully, the coxcomb, and the clown, in all the varieties of excess and extravagance, compelled the beholders to laugh wherever his paintings were exhibited; and as he delighted to depict the deformities of visage or feature which chance presented to his observation, the majority of his admirers in many instances applied the resemblance to some of their neighbours. Hence those ludicrous paintings soon became popular, their characteristic excellence became a general topic of conversation, they charmed by their novelty, gratified human malice by their satirical traits, and were eagerly purchased by opulent individuals as decorations to the parlour, nay, even the closet. So universal is the aptitude to ridicule, and such the self-complacency of the bulk of mankind, that while wrapped up in the panoply of vanity which they conceive to be impenetrable by the shafts of satire, they are eager and loud in their derision of the foibles, and even of the natural imperfections of those around them. One fool derides another, and shakes his empty noddle at his brother. Success in a first attempt ever proves a powerful stimulus to the man of genius, as well as the man of business, and the profession of Mr. Collier united both these characters, for while his paintings exercised his imagination, he was also a picture merchant. His dexterity increased by practice. He frequently painted a single portrait in the leisure hours of one day, and groups of 3 or 4 figures in a week. When he finished a painting, he carried it to one of the principal inns at Rochdale, with the lowest price affixed to it. The innkeeper willingly became his agent, and Mr. Collier, no way deficient in grateful acknowledgments, commonly expended a considerable part of the money thus obtained in such exhilarating cordials as the inn contained. Thus frequent visits to the tavern soon brought on a habit of drinking, and as the convivial powers and humorous conversation of the artist were equal if not superior to those of any of his inmates, he enjoyed that habitual superiority awarded to him, and presided at the festive board as the Comus of Rochdale. Meanwhile orders for his ludicrous painting were multiplied. Travellers who passed through Rochdale and Littleborough bought up his caricatures with eagerness, and as his fame soon spread to Liverpool, some of the mercantile speculators of that town sent large orders for his goods, which they exported to the West Indies and North America. In consequence of this unexpected encouragement, the painter worked hard, and was often heard to declare "that if ever Providence had intended him to become rich, that was the time, and he only wished for 2 pair of hands instead of 1, that he might answer the demands of all his customers." But unfortunately Mr. Collier had now the reputation of a wit, humourist, and boon companion. His invitations to festive meetings were too frequent for domestic economy, and as he was of a free and generous disposition, the money which came in so easily was spent with equal facility. But his attention to painting, and even his habit of dissipation, had not extinguished his desire to produce something literary that should survive the author. This was his far famed View of the Lancashire Dialect, containing the adventures and misfortunes of a Lancashire clown, by Tim Bobbin. In this singular composition the author published all these peculiar variations of phraseology in general use not only among the clowns in the neighbourhood of Rochdale and Milnrow, but other parts of Lancashire, which he had from time to time visited. The adventures are narrated by Tummus and Meary. They consist of the disasters of the clown, and the mischievous pranks of others at his expense. The incidents are ludicrous, while the odd language in which the tale is told, and the occasional interruptions and remarks of his auditor, render it a very amusing specimen of literary composition, equally valuable for characteristic illustrations of vulgar manners and its genuine originality. The first edition was sent round to different booksellers in the northern counties of England, and speedily purchased. Another impression was required to satisfy public curiosity, and hence the author had the satisfaction to acquire both profit and popularity. But his success tempted some avaricious booksellers to print and circulate 2 or 3 spurious impressions of the Lancashire dialect, which made Tim declare with great indignation, "that he did not believe there was one honest printer in Lancashire." To counteract this fraud, and preclude the possibility of future inroads on his literary property, Tim decorated a 3rd edition of his work with ludicrous and characteristic engravings from original designs, and he also gave a glossary of Lancashire words and phrases, to enable the general reader to relish this amusingly ridiculous page 12, and the last line of the page is missing text. Tim Bobbin, as our author was now called, had thus attained the zenith of his reputation in the year 1750, while he was yet in the prime of life, and in full possession of his strong intellectual powers. He was now looked up to as a luminary by his rustic neighbours, and visited by persons of much higher rank than himself. Several of his admirers occasionally invited him to an inn, where they were gratified by his humorous conversation, and that propensity to fun which poor Tim could never restrain, nay, which was his chief characteristic and the pride of his life. Mr. Richard Hill, an opulent cloth merchant and manufacturer of baizes and shalloons at Kebroyd near Halifax, was among the number of his visitors, and became so much delighted with his conversation that he offered to employ him as a clerk in his counting house, to pay him a very high salary, and to settle his family in a comfortable house. The offer appeared so advantageous that it was irresistible. Tim entered into articles of service for 10 years. His master was equally gratified with the expectation of the amusement obtainable from the talents of his new servant, and even the advantages which he should derive from the skill in arithmetic, and the quickness with which he wrote a beautiful running hand. When the articles were signed and sealed, which were to separate Tim Bobbin, not only from the scenes of his youth, but the society of many warm friends, he waited on his kind patron, Richard Townley, Esquire, of Belfield, to give notice that he must resign the school. After taking leave, says Mr. Townley, he, like the honest Moor, albeit unused to the melting mood, dropped tears as fast as the Arabian trees their medicinal gum, and in faltering accents entreated me not to be hasty in filling up the vacancy in that school, where he had lived so many years contented and happy, for he had already some forebodings that he should never relish his new situation and new occupation. I granted his request, but hoped he would reconcile himself to his new situation, as it promised to be so advantageous both to himself and his family. He replied, it was for the sake of his wife and children that he was at last induced to accept Mr. Hill's very tempting offers. No other consideration whatever could have made him give up Milnrow School and independence. Tim's presentiment was prophetic. Both he and Mr. Hill discovered that superiority of station on the one side, and servitude on the other, were incompatible with that equality of sentiment and freedom of intercourse which constitute the very spirit of friendship, and that a man might be a very pleasant companion over a bottle, yet be neither so useful nor expeditious at the ledger as an individual of sober habits and humbler but more commercial attainments. Gay says, wits are gamecocks to one another, and indeed there are numerous instances upon record of the fragility of friendship between brother wits. The King of Prussia and Voltaire were charmed with each other at a distance, but when the satirical Frenchman became the inmate of the Prussian monarch's palace, Frederick found his poetical friend too sharp-sighted to overlook his foibles, and Voltaire grew heartily tired of splendid dependence, and was eventually dismissed in disgrace. Indeed, the transition from the absolute sovereignty exercised by every pedagogue within the boundaries of his schoolroom, to the tacit acquiescence due to the orders of a merchant in a counting-house, was too violent not to be severely felt by a man of Mr. Collier's spirit. The close application requisite for the regular posting of accounts in a ledger must have been peculiarly irksome to a man who had from his very youth up enjoyed what Paley terms savage liberty, and in a subsequent visit to Mr. Townley at Belfield, after the lapse of only 2 months, Tim owned that he did not like his new situation, that he did not like the mode of transacting business in Yorkshire, for that the manufacturers and merchants there neither kept red letter days themselves, nor would allow their servants to keep any. On his departure he repeated his request that Mr. Townley would not give away the school, for he never should be happy again till he was reseated in the crazy old elbow chair within the old school at Milnrow. It appears that Mr. Hill soon discovered the discontent of his facetious clerk, whose dejection increased with every hour. He therefore hinted to him that if he disliked his employment, he should be released from his articles at the end of the first year. To this proposal Tim gave a glad assent, and wrote to Mr. Townley on the occasion. Another letter to the same gentleman informed him that in consequence of the dissatisfaction expressed from time to time by Mr. Hill's father at the extravagant salary which he had agreed to pay his humorous clerk, the agreement was cancelled to the mutual satisfaction of all parties before the year expired, and on the evening of the very day when Tim's emancipation took place, he hired a cart into which he put his goods and chattels, which by 6 o'clock the next morning were safely deposited in his own house at Milnrow. His joyous feelings on this memorable incident of his life are well expressed in the following extract of a letter to a friend: Kebroyd, January 5th, 1752. Dear friend Dan, I felt several strong motions in the inward man that prompted me to write to you about the time that I commenced Yorkshireman, but one ill-contrived thing or another kept my pen and paper at a distance. But now, thank Jupiter and my friends, I am upon the eve of being John Duke of Milnrow again, for my rib with my bag and baggage are gone over the hills into merry Lancashire again, and 12 team of devils shall not bring me hither again, if it be in the power of Timothy to stop them. I intend to follow in a few days, and now having that son of a whore old Time by the forelock, I'll stick to the flying rascal till I finish this epistle. According to the account given by Mr. Townley, when Tim arrived on the west side of Blackstone Edge, he thought himself once more a freeman, and his heart was as light as a feather. The next morning he came up to Belfield to know if he might take possession of his school again, which being readily consented to, tears of gratitude instantly streamed down his cheeks, and such a suffusion of joy illumined his countenance as plainly spoke the heart being in unison with his looks. He then declared his unalterable resolution never more to quit the humble village of Milnrow, that it was not in the power of emperors, kings, or their prime ministers to make him any offer, if so disposed, that would allure him from his tottering elbow chair, from humble fare with liberty and contentment. A hint was thrown out that he must work hard with his pencil, his brush, and his pen, to make up the deficiency in income to his family. That he promised to do, and was as good as his promise, for he used double diligence, so that the inns at Rochdale and Littleborough were soon ornamented more than ever with ugly grinning old fellows and mumbling old women on broomsticks, etc." When Tim Bobbin returned to Milnrow, he had his wife, 3 sons, and a daughter to maintain, and there can be no doubt but he performed the social duties of a husband and father with great fidelity and affection, for with all his eccentricity he had a good heart and a clear head. The rude and almost savage state of several of the rustics in that part of Lancashire where he resided must have disgusted Tim, but by a happy vein of satirical good humour he represented their absurdities in ludicrous delineations for his own emolument. That he frequently o'erstepped the modesty of nature is evident from such of his paintings as remain, and from many of the engravings, mostly executed by himself for illustrations of what he called the human passions, but many of which have little to do with human nature. However laughable they may be, and ludicrous they certainly are, they are touched with such a prurience of volatile imagination, that they may rather be considered monstrous exhibitions than faithful copies from nature. Yet the most grave and sensible mind cannot contemplate them without risibility. They are therefore a source of inexhaustible amusement, though not of instruction. But when did any humourist, with either the pencil or the pen, aim at the improvement of mankind? But Tim's inventive genius was not confined to the productions of the pencil or the graver. He occasionally produced a short satirical poem, and in one instance a satire on the partiality of his countrymen for French fashions. This piece he entitled The Battle of the Flying Dragon and the Man of Heaton. It consists of upwards of 200 lines, no small effort of Tim's wandering muse, much in the style and even the sentiments and manner of Swift, with great truth and force of satire, expressed in easy verse, but with little regard to decency. This censure is applicable indeed to almost every effusion of humour, from Chaucer down to Dr. Walcot. The humourist must excite the laugh against the subject of his satire by broad, common, and even vulgar epithets and similes, and if he can but obtain his end, he is seldom scrupulous about the means. Swift is notorious for the filthiness of his ideas, yet his wit and humour are irresistible. Walcot is frequently profane, but his pretensions to true humour are undeniable, and Collier, after a fair investigation of his claims, will be found a genuine son of Talia, an energetic and humorous satirist. His poetical flights, indeed, never rise higher than those of the moorcock on Blackstone Edge, and he has with great modesty and some truth termed himself a poetaster in his characteristic epitaph. For several years after his return to Milnrow he seems to have lived contentedly, much esteemed by his friends and neighbours for his probity, ingenuity, wit, and good humour. He judiciously varied his amusements, occasionally gratifying himself and his companions by his exquisite performances on the hautboy and flute. From music the transition to poetry was both natural and easy, while the sister art of painting, the most profitable if not delightful of the three, was at once productive of pleasure and gain. Like some other wits, Tim Bobbin seems to pride himself in treating the serious subjects of sickness and death with great levity, and his account of the progress and termination of a dangerous disease is amusing. January 25th, 1760. Dear Sir, Since I saw you I've had a hard job of it. As soon as you left me I grew worse, and kennelled immediately, slept little or none, and was so hot that my crooked rib durst not touch me for fear of being blistered, yet could not sweat, though I endeavoured it all I could, and had it continued 2 or 3 days longer, it certainly would have reduced my outward man to a lump of charcoal. On Monday night the violent pains of my back and thighs abated, had a breathing sweat, and my fever diminished, but yet not being punished enough for my sins, these were followed by a stabbing headache, especially when I coughed, with continual twitchings all over the scalp, and continual short stitches in the body. I did not eat or drink anything but a little warm whey from the time we parted till Tuesday night, after I had received your small parcel, for as I thought living too well was the cause of most of the pains I suffered, I would try whether clemming would drive a few of them away. Tuesday night had a good sweat, but for all this I had no substantial symptom of being an inhabitant of this world much longer, till Wednesday afternoon, when I got my head shaved, and rubbed well with rum, and a flannel clout put under my nightcap. I looked into a glass this morning, and was much surprised at my phiz, because it confirmed what my neighbours whispered, which was, that I had grown 16 or 20 years older than I was on Sunday last. This is a strong and faithful description of the humiliating consequences of excess. The sensualist, while indulging his appetites, either forgets or disregards the admonitions of prudence, till nature punishes his violation of her economy by the infliction of pain, and the boastful, proud, and assuming mortal sinks into a helpless patient. That love of independence which was a prominent trait in the character of Mr. Collier was an incessant incitement to the industrious exertion of his talents with the pencil and the pen, and as he had no competitor in this part of England, he found little difficulty in selling his paintings, which were certainly originals of their kind. The recollection of what his proud spirit had experienced during what he considered worse than Egyptian bondage in Yorkshire is mentioned with great exultation at his eventual deliverance, in a letter of congratulation to a friend in Chester on a similar occasion. It is dated February 24th, 1761, and contains the following spirited passage: I heartily congratulate you on finding that inestimable jewel liberty again, the value of which I defy the most intense thinker to conceive, except he has first lost it. But, dear friend, if the service of one nabob who lived in another house has been so grievously irksome to you, how could I bear the yoke of 2 Yorkshire nabobs, and an old covetous nabobess? This indeed was quite impossible to be endured by me, who had reigned myself a nabob for above 20 years at Milnrow, and would ever stickle and ever fight for liberty like a Spartan or hot-brained Cromwellist. However, by these 2 specimens you have had, you are now certainly able to measure Hercules by his foot, and know that liberty in rags is preferable to dependence in gorgeous trappings, and crowds of cringing admirers, and consequently your wonder must cease at my outrunning my Yorkshire apprenticeship. His reputation as a caricaturist was now fully established, and the purchasers of his beauties, as he humorously termed them, in many instances became his friends. Indeed, the cheerful and companionable disposition of the artist, with the originality, good sense, and shrewdness of his observations, and the improvement which his ductile mind acquired by occasional excursions to the populous towns of Lancashire, rendered him an interesting correspondent. He occasionally gratified his friends with an epistle in rhyme, written with great ease and familiarity, and not destitute of elegance. The following extract from a letter to his friend Mr. Cowper, a wine merchant in Liverpool, dated December 24th, 1781, is an agreeable specimen of his skill in this Horatian mode of correspondence. Perhaps your pictures you expect before I feel the warm effect of your care-killing liquor, but hark you, sir, the days are dark and cold, and then I hate aw wark as ill as any vicar. But in a month or 2 at least, except the sun wheel back to th' east, you may expect your beauties. But in the meantime must I fast, or guzzle ale not to my taste? Nay, hang me on some yew trees. I from my cot this Christmas Eve write with a troubled mind, believe, and wife in doleful dumps. For who can merry be that's wise, while what he wants in lerpo lies, and vexed with jeers and frumps? Pray send a line that I may say to my crooked rib on such a day, your gossip's nose shall job in a tankard made of mountain wine, sweet water, nutmeg, sugar fine, and set at rest. Tim Bobbin. Some of our poets, either from the whim of the moment, or the tenderness of their hearts, have celebrated the good qualities of a favourite quadruped. Burns's farmer's address to his old mare Maggie, Pratt's old horse's address to his master, and his hermit and dog, and Cowper's ode on the fidelity of his spaniel, are beautiful specimens of this kind of composition. Collier has also distinguished himself by humorously recording the death of his old mare, both in prose and verse, in that ludicrously sentimental style which, although it reminds us of Sterne, is original. Milnrow, February 14th, 1764. To Mr. R. W. Dear Friend, This is a sorrowful day to me, for my Tom is come home with the sorrowful news that he could not reach Middleton last night with poor Jenny, and that she died this morning. Had she come hither and made her exit, I would have buried her in the well-beloved pasture, the wheat-field, with a stone over her, and this epitaph: Here lies interned both flesh and bone, Tim Bobbin's Jenny Cameron, the best mare ever rode upon. A bit, February 25th, 1764. My son came home in a fright without her hide, but I've sent him back again for it. Pray advise with Adam Holland, Haslam, and other virtuosos in the skins of animals, whether I cannot have a huckskin pair of breeches made of it. Perhaps you'll think I'm off at th' side, or that I'm shaken from top to toe when I tell you, I sign with tears, Dear Sir, Your most, etc. T.B. P.S. I have thoughts of getting my old black coat turned for mourning, but I'm afraid hair shag will look very queerly inside outwards. Pray advise with my friends on this weighty affair, and also whether I should not have a brief. Mr. Collier, or as he delighted to be named, Tim Bobbin, had now to provide for the maintenance of a family of 11 persons, but as he was active, ingenious, a dexterous artist, and could also handle "the pen of a ready writer," his income by his efforts with the pencil and the grey goose quill, and his salary as a schoolmaster, amply supplied him and his family not only with the necessaries, but some of the luxuries of life. Of this we have already seen a proof, and laughed at them. He imbibed a tincture of the same phraseology of which he could never wholly divest himself. Some of his short poetical pieces are written with ease, others are incorrect, coarse, and vulgar. His prose is much superior to his poetry, and many of his letters are not only truly humorous, and expressed in a perspicuous and masculine style. He has recorded some characteristics of his compatriots which will ever be valuable as illustrations of the manners of the age in which they were written, and a most curious and interesting collection of his epistolary correspondence, both in prose and verse, carefully and correctly transcribed by himself, was lately purchased by the publisher of this volume from his son, Mr. Thomas Collier of Rochdale. These letters are written in a beautiful hand, and are worthy of preservation, as a fine specimen of the penmanship of Tim Bobbin. A Eulogium on Tim Bobbin, by way of epitaph, by his son Thomas Collier. By all that's good, by all that's dear, it matters not who moulders here. Then come my muse, my spirits cheer, away with mournful strains. 'Twas worse than childhood's senseless whim, one wick to light, one lamp to trim, or shed one single tear for Tim, whose life and soul remains. No lark that warbles in the wind, or sons of mirth to wit inclined, could match thy sprightly turn of mind, while nectar crowned the board. Thou loved the flowing howl to quaff, to crack the joke, to raise the laugh, nor didst thou ever rest thy staff, but there the table roared. Though Hogarth could the soul express, thy forte, O Tim, was little less, as bright thou shin'st, I must confess, when aided with thy pen. Nay, when you read the works he wrote, his humorous drolls surpassing thought, I'll lay a guinea to a groat, you'll laugh in spite of men. Nay more, for more may yet be said, thy name, O Tim, thy works hath spread, and thou like Homer shall be read, as long as time remains. Yes, long as glittering stars seem bright, thy dialect, eccentric quite, when well 'tis read, must yield delight to native nymphs and swains. End of Memoirs of John Collier, by John Collier. Life of the Author by John Aikin, from the Miscellaneous Works of Tim Bobbin, Esquire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Life of the Author.
Hey, woo woo hoo, what woo for whack? He's left 'em all to lie i' th' dark.
Vide his epitaph. Rochdale and its vicinity may be considered as the centre of the genuine Lancashire dialect, a variety of the English tongue, which, though uncouth to the ear, and widely differing in words and grammar from cultivated language, is yet possessed of much force and expression. Its peculiar aptness for humorous narrative has been displayed in the noted dialect containing the adventures of a Lancashire clown, of which this district is the scene, written by Mr. Collier under the name of Tim Bobbin. The following memoirs of this person were communicated by Richard Townley, Esquire, to J. Aikin, M.D., and are inserted in his History of the Environs of Manchester, which are here copied verbatim. Mr. John Collier, alias Tim Bobbin, was born near Warrington, in Lancashire. Footnote: Mr. Waldworth, master of the Free School at Mottram, assures us that he was born at Harrison's Fold, near this village. He was intimately connected with him from his youth. End of footnote. His father, a clergyman of the Established Church, had a small curacy, and for several years taught a school. With the joint income of those, he managed so as to maintain a wife and several children decently, and also to give them a tolerable share of useful learning, until a dreadful calamity befell him about his 40th year, the total loss of sight. His former intentions of bringing up his son John, of whose abilities he had conceived a favourable opinion, to the church, were then over, and he placed him out an apprentice to a Dutch loom weaver, at which business he worked more than a year. But such a sedentary employment not at all according with his volatile spirits and eccentric genius, he prevailed upon his master to release him from the remainder of his servitude. Though then very young, he soon commenced itinerant schoolmaster, going about the country from one small town to another, to teach reading, writing, and accounts, and generally having a night school, as well as a day one, for the sake of those whose necessary employments would not allow their attendance at the usual school hours. In one of his adjournments to the small but populous town of Oldham, he had intimation that Mr. Pearson, curate and schoolmaster at Milnrow near Rochdale, wanted an assistant in the school. To that gentleman he applied, and after a short examination was taken in by him to the school, and he divided his salary, £20 a year, with him. This Tim considered as a material advance in the world, as he still could have a night school, which answered very well in that very populous neighbourhood, and was considered by him too as a state of independency, a favourite idea ever afterwards with his high spirit. Mr. Pearson, not very long afterwards falling a martyr to the gout, my honoured father gave Mr. Collier the school, which not only made him happy in the thought of being more independent, but made him consider himself as a rich man. Having now more leisure hours by dropping his night school there, though he continued to teach at Oldham and some other places during the vacations of Whitsuntide and Christmas, he began to instruct himself in music and drawing, and soon was such a proficient in both as to be able to instruct others very well in those amusing arts. The hautboy and common flute were his chief instruments, and upon the former he very much excelled, the fine modulations that have since been acquired or introduced upon that noble instrument being then unknown to all in England. He drew landscapes in good taste, understanding the rules of perspective, and attempted some heads in profile with very decent success, but it did not hit his humour, for I have heard him say, when urged to go on in that line, that drawing heads and faces was as dry and insipid as leading a life without frolic and fun, unless he was allowed to steal in some leers of comic humour, or to give it a good dash of the caricature. Very early in life he discovered some poetic talents, or rather an easy habit for his humorous rhyme, by several anonymous squibs he sent about in ridicule of some notoriously absurd or very eccentric characters. These were fathered upon him very justly, which created him some enemies, but more friends. I had once in my possession some humorous relations in tolerable rhyme of his own frolic and fun with persons he met with, of the like description, in his hours of festive humour, which was sure to take place when released for any time from school duty, and not too much engaged in his lucrative employ of painting. The first regular poetic composition which he published was styled The Blackbird, containing some spirited ridicule upon a Lancashire justice, more renowned for political zeal and ill-timed loyalty than good sense or discretion. In point of easy regular versification, perhaps this was his best specimen, and it also exhibited some strokes of true humour. About this period of his life he fell seriously in love with a handsome young woman, a daughter of Mr. Clay of Flockton, near Huddersfield, and soon afterwards took her unto him for a wife, or, as he used to style her, his crooked rib, who in proper time increased his family, and proved to be a virtuous, discreet, sensible, prudent woman, a good wife and an excellent mother. His family continuing to increase nearly every year, the hautboy, flute, and amusing pencil were pretty much discarded, and the brush and palette taken up seriously. He was chiefly engaged for some time in painting altar-pieces for chapels and signs for publicans, which pretty well rewarded the labours of his vacant hours from school attendance. But after some family expenses, increasing more with his growing family, he devised and luckily hit upon a more lucrative employment for his leisure time. This was copying Dame Nature in some of her humorous performances and grotesque sportings with the human race, especially where the visage had the greatest share in those sportings, into which his pencil contrived to throw some pointed features of grotesque humour, such as were best adapted to excite risibility, as long as such strange objects had the advantage of novelty to recommend them. These pieces he worked off with uncommon celerity, a single portrait in the leisure hours of 2 days at least, and groups of 3 or 4 in a week. As soon as finished he was wont to carry or send them to the first-rate inns at Rochdale and Littleborough, in the great road to Yorkshire, with the lowest prices fixed upon them, the innkeepers willingly becoming Tim's agents. The droll humour, as well as singularity of style of those pieces, procured him a most ready sale from riders out and travellers of other descriptions who had heard of Tim's character. These whimsical productions soon began to be in such general repute that he had large orders for them, especially from merchants in Liverpool, who sent them upon speculation into the West Indies and America. He used at that time to say that if Providence had ever meant him to be a rich man, that would have been the proper time, especially if she had kindly bestowed upon him 2 pair of hands instead of 1. But whenever cash came in readily, it was sure to go merrily. A cheerful glass with a joyous companion was so much in unison with his own disposition that a temptation of that kind could never be resisted by poor Tim. So the season to grow rich never arrived, but Tim remained poor Tim to the end of the chapter. Collier had been for many years collecting, not only from the rustics in his own neighbourhood, but also wherever he made excursions, all the awkward, vulgar, obsolete words and local expressions which ever occurred to him in conversation amongst the lower classes. A very retentive memory brought them safe back for insertion into his vocabulary or glossary, and from thence he formed and executed the plan of his Lancashire Dialect, which he exhibited to public cognizance in the Adventures of a Lancashire Clown, formed from some rustic sports and gambols, and also some whimsical modes of circulating fun at the expense of silly credulous boobies amongst the then cheery gentlemen of that peculiar neighbourhood. This publication, from its novelty, together with some real strokes of comic humour interlarded into it, took very much with the middle and lower classes of the people in the northern counties, and, I believe, everywhere in the southern too, where it had the chance of being noticed, so that a new edition was soon necessary. This was a matter of exultation to Tim, but not of very long duration, for the rapid sale of that second edition soon brought forth 2 or 3 pirated editions, which made the honest unsuspecting owner exclaim with great vehemence "that he did not believe there was one honest printer in Lancashire," and afterwards to lash some of the most culpable of those insidious offenders with his keen sarcastic pen, when engaged in drawing up a preface to a future publication. The above named performances with his pencil, his brush, and his pen, made Tim's name and repute for whimsical archness pretty generally known, not only within his native county, but also through the adjoining districts in Yorkshire and Cheshire, and his repute for a particular species of pleasantry in his hours of frolic often induced persons of much higher rank to send for him to an inn, when in the neighbourhood of his residence, to have a personal specimen of his uncommon drollery. Tim was seldom backwards in obeying a summons to good cheer, and seldom, I believe, disappointed the expectations of his generous host, for he had a wonderful flow of spirits, with an inexhaustible fund of humour, and that too of a very peculiar cast. Blessed with a clear masculine understanding and a keen discernment into the humours and foibles of others, he knew how to make the best advantage of those occasional interviews in order to promote trade, as he was wont to call it, though his natural temper was very far from being of a mercenary cast. It was often, rather, too free and generous, more so than prudence with respect to his family would advise, for he would sooner have had a Lenten day or 2 at home than done a shabby and mean thing abroad. Amongst other persons of good fortune who often called upon him at Milnrow, or sent for him to spend a few hours with him at Rochdale, was a Mr. Richard Hill of Kibroyd and Halifax in Yorkshire, then one of the greatest cloth merchants, and also one of the most considerable manufacturers of baizes and shalloons in the north of England. This gentleman was not only fond of his humorous conversation, but also had taken up an opinion that he would be highly useful to him as his head clerk in business, from his being very ready at accounts, and writing a most beautiful small hand in any kind of type, but especially in imitation of printed characters. *The Lord's Prayer in the size of a split pea of the garden kind, the Apostles' Creed in the size of a sixpence, both most distinct. After several fruitless attempts, he at last, by offers of an extravagant salary, prevailed upon Mr. Collier to enter into articles of service for 3 years certain, and to take his family to Kibroyd. After signing and sealing, he called upon me to give notice that he must resign the school, and to thank me for my long continued friendship to him. At taking leave, he, like the honest Moor, albeit unused to the melting mood, dropped tears as fast as the Arabian trees their medicinal gum, and in faltering accents entreated me not to be hasty in filling up the vacancy in that school, where he had lived so many years contented and happy, for he had already some forebodings that he should never relish his new situation and new occupation. I granted his request, but hoped he would soon reconcile himself to his new situation, as it promised to be so advantageous both to himself and to his family. He replied, it was for the sake of his wife and children that he was at last induced to accept Mr. Hill's very tempting offers. No other consideration whatever could have made him give up Milnrow School and independency. About 2 months afterwards, some business of his master's bringing him to Rochdale market, he took that opportunity of returning by Belfield. I instantly perceived a wonderful change in his looks. That countenance that used ever to be gay, serene, or smiling, was then covered and disguised with a pensive settled gloom. On asking him how he liked his new situation at Kibroyd, he replied, not at all. Then, enumerating several causes for discontent, concluded with an observation that he never could abide the ways of that country, for they neither kept red letter days themselves, nor allowed their servants to keep any. Before he left me, he passionately entreated that I would not give away the school, for he should never be happy again till he was seated in the crazy old elbow chair within his old school. I granted his request, being less anxious to fill up the vacancy, as there were 2 other free schools for the same uses within the same townships, which have decent salaries annexed to them. Some weeks afterwards I received a letter from Tim that he had some hopes of getting released from his vassalage, for that the father, having found out what very high wages his son had agreed to give him, was exceedingly angry with him for being so extravagant in his allowance to a clerk, that a violent quarrel betwixt them had been the consequence, and from that circumstance he meant, at least hoped, to derive some advantage in the way of regaining his liberty, which he lingered after and panted for as much as any galley slave upon earth. The father and son were not in partnership, but carried on distinct branches of the woollen trade. Another letter announced that his master, perceiving that he was dejected, and had lost his wonted spirits and cheerfulness, had hinted to him that, if he disliked his present situation, he should be released from his articles at the end of the year, concluding his letter with a most earnest imploring that I would not dispose of the school before that time. By the interposition of the old gentleman and some others, he got the agreement cancelled a considerable time before the year expired, and the evening of the day when the liberation took place, he hired a large Yorkshire cart to bring away bag and baggage by 6 the next morning to his own house at Milnrow. His father-in-law built a very decent house for him and his daughter upon a small plot of ground near the school, on a 999 years' lease, at the small chiel of £1 per annum. When he arrived upon the west side of Blackstone Edge, he thought himself once more a free man, and his heart was as light as a feather. The next morning he came up to Belfield to know if he might take possession of his school again, which being readily consented to, tears of gratitude instantly streamed down his cheeks, and such a suffusion of joy illumined his countenance as plainly bespoke the heart being in unison with his looks. He then declared his unalterable resolution never more to quit the humble village of Milnrow, that it was not in the power of emperors, kings, or their prime ministers to make him any offers, if so disposed, that would allure him from his tottering elbow chair, from humble fare, with liberty and contentment. A hint was thrown out that he must work hard with his pencil, his brush, and his pen, to make up the deficiency in income to his family. That he promised to do, and was as good as his promise, for he used double diligence, so that the inns at Rochdale and Littleborough were soon ornamented more than ever with ugly grinning old fellows, and mumbling old women on broomsticks, etc., etc. Tim's last literary productions, as I recollect, were remarks upon the Reverend Mr. Whitaker's History of Manchester in 2 parts. The remarks will speak for themselves. There appeared rather too much seasoning and salt in some of them, mixed with a degree of acerbity for which he was rather blamed. Mr. Collier died in possession of his mental powers, but little impaired, at near 80 years of age, and his eyes not so much injured as might have been expected from such a severe use of them during so long a space of time. His wife died a few years before him, but he left 3 sons and 2 daughters behind him. The sons were all attached to the palette and brush, but in different branches of the mimetic art. End of Life of the Author by John Aikin, from the Miscellaneous Works of Tim Bobbin, Esquire. Introduction by Samuel Bamford to the Dialect of South Lancashire, or Tim Bobbin's Tummus and Meary, with his rhymes, and an enlarged and amended glossary of words and phrases, chiefly used by the rural population of the manufacturing districts of South Lancashire. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. The great changes which have taken place in the nature of employment in the manufacturing districts of South Lancashire since the publication of Collier's View of the Lancashire Dialect have not only caused the old appearances of the country to pass away, but they have altered nearly everything appertaining to, or resulting from, the life and condition of man. At the time when Tim Bobbin was spending his jovial and facetious days at Milnrow, such a thing as a cotton or woollen factory was not in existence. The collier then brought his coal to daylight at the mouth of a tunnel, or what was called a breast he, generally opening out, not unlike a large black sough, on some hillside. If the road was accessible by a cart, and one came to be filled, it was filled, the money paid, and the carter got his tit and his load down the hill as best he might. Or if half a dozen ponies, or, as they were termed, galloways, came with their panniers to be loaded, they were supplied, if there were coal enough got, and if otherwise, they would probably have to wait at the place, or went browsing on the moors until the coal was brought out. Or if the mine were worked by means of a shaft, a windlass and a couple of buckets were generally deemed sufficient machinery, and an important concern it must have been indeed where a horse and gin wheel were put in motion. Farms were mostly cultivated for the production of milk, butter, and cheese; oats also, for the family's consumption, and meal in the form of porridge and oaten cake would be looked after, and a small patch of potatoes, when they had come into general use, would probably be found on some favourable bank attached to each farm. The farming was generally of that kind which was soonest and most easily performed, and it was done by the husband and other males of the family, while the wife and daughters and maidservants, if there were any of the latter, attended to the churning, cheese-making, and household work. And when that was finished, they busied themselves in carding, slubbing, and spinning of wool or cotton, as well as forming it into warps for the loom. The husband and sons would next, at times when farm labour did not take them abroad, size the warp, dry it and beam it into a loom, and either they or the females, whichever happened to be least otherwise employed, would weave the warp down. A farmer would generally have 3 or 4 looms in his house, and thus, what with the farming, easily and leisurely though it was performed, what with the housework, and what with the carding, spinning, and weaving, there was employment for the family. If the rent was raised from the farm, so much the better; if not, the deficiency was made up from the manufacturing profits, and as the weaver, or maker as he was called, was also the vendor, he had a pretty fair command of his own remuneration. Both farmers and cottagers in the neighbourhoods of Rochdale and Bury were at that time employed in the flannel manufacture. Many of these would be both makers of cloth and sellers, and they would have ample conveniences for the manufacture on their own premises. It was about this period that the large and roomy stone buildings, which are so frequently met with in the neighbourhood of Rochdale, were erected. The flannel loom requires a good breadth to work in, and half a dozen such looms would occupy a large chamber over a whole house. Strangers, on entering one of these dwellings, are often puzzled to know why the house part has such an ample extent of floor; but their wonder ceases when they are informed that these rooms were the working places of women employed in the carding, slubbing, and spinning of wool; that the spinning was done upon one spindle, whence the name of the latter; that the spinner stood beside a large wheel, to which with one hand she gave motion, while stepping back to the extent of her reach, she drew out the slubbing, and having given it the necessary twist, wound it on the spindle, and so continued until she had spun copse enough to make a warp. In such an operation these wide floors were necessary, the spinner being often the tallest and the longest armed woman of the family. In those days there were some noble forms in the country, though Tim Bobbin did not immortalise one of them. A few may yet be seen, and as the spinner alternately drew out, spun, and wound up her thread, humming some indistinct words the while, she might not unaptly have been likened to one of those fate-dispensing beings who are said to spin the web and weave the woof, the winding sheet of Adam's race. The working dress of these our great-grandmothers would, to a town resident of the present day, seem as singular as their persons would be remarkable, and their occupation homely. Their outer dress almost invariably consisted of a blue flannel bedgown, which left the arm bare below the elbow, a petticoat of the same material and colour, and an apron to match, except that sometimes the apron would be of blue linen instead of flannel. The young women, there not being any combs in use then as articles of attire, wore their hair long behind and parted on the forehead. The married females wore on their heads mob caps of a thorough cleanly whiteness, whilst their hose, as well as those of the younger females, were generally of white or black woollen yarn of their own knitting, and their shoes were strong, well fastened with leathern thongs, and of a weight which would footlock a modern dandy. Their appearance on Sundays or other holidays was more varied than when in their working day attire. In addition, on such occasions, to a clean cap they would generally wear a smart bedgown of white or blue cotton, prints not being then in general use. A pair of lighter shoes, raised at the heels, would be donned, and if they went a short distance from home they would put on a silk handkerchief, generally of a brown chocolate colour with spots, which they threw over their caps and tied under the chin. If their visit was to church or chapel on a Sunday, and there were not then so many of the latter as at present, they would make themselves very smart in their stuff gown, or a garment much similar, but known as a rocket, would probably satisfy the vanity of one of the younger class. Instead of bonnets they wore a low-crowned broad-brimmed gypsy hat of felt, or chip covered with silk. If it were during winter, or in broken cold weather, the great oaken kist would have to yield up its most substantial article of attire, and an ample crimson or scarlet cloak, of finest wool, double milled, and of an intense dye that threw a glimmer wherever it moved, was put on, the hood being thrown over the head, cap, handkerchief, and all, and drawn closely and comfortably round the face, or left open as the wearer chose. The working dress of the men was a low-crowned hat, with broad brims, a blue or drab short coat, or rather jacket, of coarse woollen or fustian, a waistcoat without neck-collar, and with long flapping pockets, a pair of breeches buttoned at the knees, and generally of strong fustian, or sheepskin leather, brown or blue hose home-knitted, and of strong home-made yarn, and very strong shoes, nailed with clinkers, and fastened by straps and buckles. In the flannel districts, the men also generally wore a striped flannel apron, which when at the loom hung down, and when in the fields or on a journey would be wrapped round the waist. The jacket, waistcoat, and breeches of the men, from their having to use much oil in their manufacturing labour, were greasy always, and often glossy with grease, and the women's outer garments would have partaken of the like unctuous gloss and odour, had they not been frequently scoured by that old-fashioned though most thoroughly cleansing washing liquid which is produced by human distillation. On the premises of every family might be found a tub or a mug of a size sufficiently capacious to hold the whole product of this pungent liquid, and as a most precious cleanser it was carefully collected and consigned to its appointed vessel, thence to be taken as wanted for use. A clothes washing in those days was never considered to be greatly done unless all the woollen things had been thoroughly scoured by the great purifier, and afterwards washed and wrung out of clean hot water. Both men and women, girls and boys, made use of it to wash their persons, after which they applied water, and when the operation was finished by a good rubbing with a coarse towel, they came forth radiant with health and exuberant life. Their working hours, whether at the loom or on the farm, were, as compared with those of modern operatives and labourers, spent in leisure. There was often great irregularity in their observance of working hours, and their duration varied much according to the wants or habits of individual workers or of families. Tea was scarcely known in those days. The epitaph on Tim Bobbin, "John wants no punch, and Moll no tea," was not then written, but, unworthy as it is, was a subsequent composition of his son Thomas. The almost universal breakfast of the working classes, and indeed of the middle also, consisted of oatmeal porridge and milk, with an oaten butter cake, or a piece of cheese and oat cake to make up. Dinners generally consisted of dumplings, boiled meat, broth, and oaten bread. Potato pies were not uncommon, but then, besides a substantial crust, they were seasoned with a scantless mixture of beef or mutton. "Ay," a young woman was heard once to say at Milnrow, when taking such a pie to the oven, "and it is a potato pie indeed, for it's nobber 3 pound and a halve of mutton in it." After dinner came an hour and a half or 2 hours' play or lounging, and in the afternoon oat cake and cheese, or butter, or oat cake and buttermilk, sufficed for bagging. Suppers were the same as breakfasts, and then play was allowed till bedtime. It may be remarked here that in particular localities where the cotton manufacture had become prevalent, the outer garments of the women were of strong cotton, of a small stripe, called weftin in. In other respects their attire was the same as that of families in the flannel districts. But soon a change was destined to come over this scene of homely labour and plenteous living. In 1769 a patent was taken out for a machine to spin cotton by rollers. (Footnote: In 1738 John Kay of Bury, by his invention of the fly shuttle, was the first to break up the old mode of weaving by hand throwing. End of footnote.) In 1770 the spinning jenny was patented. In 1785 appeared improved carding, drawing, and roving frames, after which came the willow, the scutching machine, and the lapping frame. In 1779 the mule jenny was invented, and in 1785 Watt had completed his steam engine. Then came a wonderful facility of production, and a proportionate decrease of the cost, whence followed an increase of demand, an increase of employment, an increase of population, a crowding towards the great hive of many people of all industrial classes, and from all parts of the kingdom and the world. Next, as a consequence, followed the breaking up of old associations and the formation of new ones, the abandonment of old habits, the giving up of old customs. New modes of dress became common, new modes of living were adopted, new subjects for thinking were started, new words for the expression of thought were introduced, and from that time the old dialect, with the old customs of the country and the old fashions, has been gradually receding towards oblivion. If it were possible that we could live for the present and the future only, these things might be allowed to pass from human knowledge without regret, but we cannot so live. Our present and future course must be a continuation of the past, a bettering of it, a derivation from it, an improvement, but not an abandonment. We do not cut off the root of a plant that it may grow. Even if there were not such a thing as this natural adherence to what has been, there is in the human constitution an irrepressible tendency to refer to the past, in order the better to shape our future course, to cast one longing, lingering look behind, that, seeing the way we have come, we may be the better enabled to pursue that which is before us. There is also a pleasure in the contemplation, the remembrance, as it were, through history, of old people who have left the place we live in, who have quitted the ground we occupy, who have just, as it were, gone out and shut the door of the house after them before we got in. We wish to recall them. We would they had stayed a little longer, that they had been there when we arrived. We go to the door and look for them, up the street, down the lane, over the meadow, by the wood, but the old folks are not to be seen high or low, far or near, and we return to our room disappointed. We picture to ourselves the pleasant time we should have had were they beside us, how we should have seen the cut of their apparel, their broad hats and quaint lapels, their buckles and shoon, and heard their old tales and stories, and caught the tones of their voice, and the accent of their uncouth words. But it cannot be. They are gone, and there is no return. We have not seen them, we never shall see them, and again we are saddened and disappointed. A book, however, in the midst of our regret, attracts our notice. We open it, and therein we find not only the portraiture of those we have been regretting, but their old stories, their uncouth words, and almost the tones of their voice are therein preserved for us. We sit down happy in the prize, and enjoy the mental pleasure which it provides. Such a book would I place on the shelf of the old house ere I depart. It may be useful to some, and may perhaps afford amusement to others who tread these floors and walk these green fields and brown moors of South Lancashire in after days. To me it seems that this district is destined to become the scene of important events. The persuasion haunts me that these men, these Saxon Danes and Saxon Celts of Cambria and Caledon, with their thoughtful foreheads, reserved speech, knotted shoulders and iron fists, that these men, whose lives are familiar with the eyeless, earless, pulseless Cyclops of steam, who ride on steam horses and wield steam hammers, compared to which the hammer of Thor was but a child's toy, that these men who, from morn to night, attend the beck, the knock, and the slightest motion of the great powers of water and fire, that these men who, assisted by their demons, spin threads, weave cloths, hew coal, out stone, weld iron, and saw wood, who level hills, fill up valleys, turn back rivers, melt rocks, and rend the earth to her womb, that these men will never disappear from the earth until they have performed such deeds and raised such mind marks for the bettering of the condition of their race as shall point them out to future generations. Already there is a streak in the horizon of this dark north. Poetry, history, and the arts are beginning to embellish science, whilst science is leading on from wonder to wonder. History speaks of deeds and the people by whom they were performed. Poetry looks for words and the images which they portray. The historian, the poet, and the painter may be benefited by a perusal of this book. The historian will find the language of the personages whose actions he narrates. The poet will find their speech and the romance of their life, and the painter will discover a grouping and a series of individual characters, neither of which have ever been described on canvas. Several writers have endeavoured, both in prose and rhyme, to express themselves in the Lancashire dialect, but, with one or two exceptions, they have not succeeded. The fact is that until the present edition there has not been any true glossary to write the dialect by, that of Tim Bobbin, if truth may be stated, being itself far from correct. I may be blamed by some for being thus candid, but the fact had often been forced on my attention, both from my own observation and that of others. John Collier, we must recollect, was born at Urmston on the borders of Cheshire. The river Mersey was, in the time of the Saxon Heptarchy, the boundary line betwixt the two chief kingdoms of Mercia and Northumbria, and the main battle ground betwixt those two powers would probably lie betwixt the rivers Dee, Weaver, and Bollin on one side, and the Wyre, the Ribble, and the Irwell on the other, the Mersey being the dividing line. However that may be, it is well known to any one who has paid attention to the subject that the Mersey is yet a dividing line betwixt two dialects. On the Cheshire or Mercian side of the river we find the words seeing, talking, thinking, speaking. On the Lancashire or Northumbrian side they are seeing, talking, thinking, speaking, or in some districts, spiking. Tim Bobbin, however, in his Tummus and Meary, gives the Cheshire pronunciation. He also gives the Cheshire word veal for veal, instead of the Lancashire vial, deal instead of dial, heed instead of yed. For a short distance on each side of the river the dialects are somewhat mingled, whilst further inland they become distinct. In some places near the river one prevails, and at other places the other is mostly spoken. Urmston is nearly upon this frontier line, and hence probably Collier got his Cheshire pronunciation. He has also the Cheshire words cheans, instead of the Lancashire chens, cheap for chep, clean for clien, cleaning for clining, the G at the end of words being seldom used in South Lancashire. He has creers instead of cries, measles. Deed for died, deal for dial, deeth for dieth, duel for dole, dreamt for dreamt, fear for fear, leaf for live, lucko, another Cheshire word, for luth, look thou, reek for reek, shriek, ream for rhyme, cream. These instances might be multiplied, but they are sufficient to show that Tim Bobbin's view of the Lancashire dialect was not confined to that spoken in South Lancashire. It is also an unsafe guide in other respects, besides its affinity to the Cheshire pronunciation. We have afterings instead of afterins, gorstring for gorstrin, bettering for hotterin, inkling for inklin, crackling for cracklin, brimming for brimmin, deeing for deein, reaving for raving, riding for riding, and other instances where the G should not appear at all. Then there is ale for ale, ale, and ail, finest for finest, best, fresh for fresh, florid, grieve for grave, grease for fat, groats for groats, harbour, harbor, for harbour, harbour, Harry's for Henry's, hasty for hasty, hus for us, I'll for I will, him for him, jaunt, jawnt, for jaunt, jaunt, cake, keke, for cake, cake, kin for kin, kindly for healthy, limp for halt, marvel for marvel, mattock for mattock, mawkish for mawkish, maw for stomach, namet for named, brains for brains, brave for brave, capable for able, day for day, fippenny for fivepenny, reent for reigned, rearest for rarest, reaving for raving, riddle for riddle, a sieve, and many other words which are either current English or present a difference in the spelling only, without a difference in sound. None of these, nor many others of the same character, will, I trust, be found in the present glossary. A number of words which appear in Tim Bobbin's glossary have also been rejected, in consequence of doubts of their ever having been in general use in this eastern part of South Lancashire. Amongst these are book, buck, or book, buk, book, camp, to talk, campo, to prate, caper cousins, great friends, corf tail, a dunce, charger, platters, dishes, chark, a crack, ches, choose, clatch, a brood of chickens, dauntle, to fondle, don't, dumb, dave, to stun with noise, deevely, lonely, dord, dead, flat, spiritless, doubler, a large dish, aindless annat, the straight gut, far, for, fagé, forgive, flake, to bask in the sun, glur, the softest of fat, gry, an ague fit, heightnery, nothing at all of, him, infam, inform, Jim, jim, or Jim, gim, spruce, neat, kale, kele, time, place, circumstance, cake, keyke, or kike, kyke, to stand crooked, nattle, cross, ill-humoured, lamb, to beat, lod, a lad, musson, to think or wonder, mine, to remind, mitch good eater, much good may it do you, morning, norstler, ostler, neam, an uncle, neam, an aunt, onaway, always, on your been, if you be, pea, to squint, pay, to cough, pennywhip, very small beer, protty, pretty,
reason, to whisper, Sam, to gather together, sealan, seldom, skew-ift, awry, swat, swat, to swoon, teethy, peevish, cross, thrimmo, to thrimble, tin, till, wall-a-day, wail the day, wark-brattle, loving to work, warm, whawm, to warm, waint, wheint, or waint, wheant, strange, comical, wane, wheign, a slut, woo-ha, woo-ha, woo, an interjection of surprise. A number of objectionable terms have also been left out of the glossary and excluded from other parts of the book. My chief object in the undertaking of this revision and correction has been the production of a true and consistent illustration of the dialect of this eastern part of South Lancashire, such as it has been spoken during the last 80 years. By this eastern part, I mean the country extending from Blakely to Littleborough easterly, and from Bury or Bolton to Oldham south easterly, including those places and their vicinities. Manchester could not be included, inasmuch as its inhabitants, having always been a more mixed people, have never spoken the dialect of the country folks around them. I have adopted Collier's dialogue betwixt Tummus and Meary and his glossary as the framework whereon to exhibit my amendment, deeming it not only right, but most expedient also, that, as that production had been accepted during many years as the true and only exposition of our mode of speech, it should also be made the vehicle for exhibiting the errors which it had so long been the means for propagating, and of substituting a real and consequently an improved version of our dialect in its stead. I judged that in the execution of this design I could not have a safer guide than the dialect as I found it in common use. I have endeavoured to adhere to this, to write it as it is yet spoken in its rural retreats. I have, however, adopted some of Collier's terms, of the genuineness of which I am not quite certified, deeming it better to err rather in that direction than in the too restricted one. Future consideration may enable me to determine this, and meanwhile, if this exposition of the Lancashire dialect cannot be accepted as a faultless one, I have strong hopes that it may be received as the best that has yet appeared. Samuel Bamford, April 10th, 1850. End of Samuel Bamford's introduction to Dialect of South Lancashire, or Tim Bobbin's Tummus and Meary. An extract from The Cottage of Tim Bobbin and the Village of Milnrow, from Sketches of Lancashire Life and Localities, by Edwin Waugh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The extract begins at page 42 and ends on page 52. After spending a few days in the town, I set out to Milnrow again one fine afternoon. The road leads by the railway inn near the station. The hay was mostly gathered in, but the smell of it still lingered on the meadows, and perfumed the wind which sung a low melody among the leaves of the hedges. Along the vale of the Roch to the left lay a succession of manufacturing villages, with innumerable mills, collieries, farmsteads, mansions, and cottages, clustering in the valley, and running up into the hills in all directions from Rochdale to Littleborough, a distance of 3 miles. As I went on, I was reminded of a Wimbury time, by meeting knots of flaxen-headed lads and lasses from the moors, with their baskets filled, and mouths all stained with the juice of that delicious moorland fruit. There are many pleasant customs in vogue here at this season. The country folk generally know something of local botany, and gather in a stock of medicinal herbs to dry, for use throughout the year. There is still some spooin at the mineral springs in the hills. Whether these springs are really remarkable for peculiar mineral virtues, or what these peculiar virtues are, I am not prepared to say. But it is certain that many of the inhabitants of this district firmly believe in their medicinal qualities,
and, at set seasons of the year, go forth to visit these springs in jovial companies to drink spore water. Some go with great faith in the virtues of the water, and having drunk well of it, they will sometimes fill a bottle with it and ramble back to their houses, gathering on their way edible herbs, such as patience docks, and green sauce, or a burn o' nettles, to put in their broth, and of which they also make a wholesome yarb pudding, mixed with meal, or they scour the hillsides in search of mountain flax, a capital yarb for a cowd, and for the herb called tormental, which I have heard them say grows oftenest about th' edge of Singin Layrock neast, or they will call upon some country botanist to beg a handful of Solomon's seal to cure black een wi'. But some go to these springs chiefly for the sake of a pleasant stroll and a quiet fuddle, for they carry to the water a supply of strong infusions, which, when taken with it in sufficient quantities, works considerable changes upon the constitution for the time. One of the most noticed of these spoiing haunts is called Blue Pot Spring, and is situated upon a lone and lofty moorland at the head of a green glen called Long Clough, and about 3 miles from the village of Littleborough. The ancient Lancashire festival of the rush-bearing and the hay-harvest fall together about the month of August, and make it a pleasant time of the year to the people of the district. At about a mile on the road to Milnrow, the highway passes close by a green dingle called the Gentlewoman's Nook, which is some way connected with the unfortunate fate of a lady once belonging to an influential family near Milnrow. Some of the country people yet believe that the place is haunted, and when forced to pass it after dark has come on, steal fearfully and hastily by. About a mile on the road stands Belfield Hall, on the site of an ancient house, formerly belonging to the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem. It is a large old building, belonging to the Townley family. The estate has been much improved by its present occupant, and makes a pleasant picture in the eye from the top of a dinge in the road, at the foot of which a bypath leads up to the old village of Newbold, on the brow of a green bank at the right-hand side of the highway. I stood there a minute and tried to plant again the old woods that must have been thick there when the squirrel leaped from tree to tree from Castleton Hall to Buckley Wood. I was trying to shape in imagination what the place looked like the old time, when the first rude hall was built upon the spot, and the country around was a lonesome and wild tract, shrouded by primeval trees, when a special train went snorting out by the back of the hall, and shivered my delicate endeavour to atoms. I sighed involuntarily, but bethinking me how imagination clothes all we are leaving behind in a drapery that veils many of its rough realities, I walked on, thankful for things as they are. A little further on, Firgrove Bridge crosses the Rochdale Canal, and commands a better view of the surrounding country. I rested here a little while, and looked round upon the spot so dear to my remembrance. The vale of the Roch lay smiling before me, and the wide-stretching circle of dark hills closed in the landscape on all sides, except the south-west. 2 weavers were lounging on the bridge, bare-headed, and in their working gear, with stocking legs drawn on their arms. They had come out of the looms to spend their bagging time in the open air, and were humming one of their favourite songs. Hey, Helen Abs and Sam and Sue, hey, Jonathan, art they there too? We're all alike, there's nowt to do, so bring a quarter for us. Or at Tinker's Gardens yesternoon, and what I seed I'll tell you soon, in a brand new song it's to the oud tune. You start if you enjoy chorus, fal-lal-der-al. At the door of the Firgrove ale-house, a lot of raw-boned young fellows were talking with rude emphasis about the exploits of a fighting-cock of great local renown, known by the bland sobriquet of Crashbournes. The theme was exciting, and in the course of it they gesticulated with great vehemence, and, in their own phrase, swore like horse-swappers. Some were colliers and sat on the ground, in that peculiar squat with the knees up to a level with the chin, which is a favourite resting attitude with them. At slack times they like to sit thus by the roadside, and exchange cracks over a quart of ale, amusing themselves meanwhile by trying the wit and temper of every passer-by. Nothing goes by without comment of some sort. These humorous roadside commentators are, generally, the roughest country lads of the neighbourhood, who have no dislike to anybody, who will accommodate them with a tough battle, for they, like the better regulated portion of the inhabitants of the district, are hardy, bold, and independent, and while their manners are open and blunt, their training and amusements are generally very rough. I was now approaching Milnrow, and here and there a tenterfield ribbed the landscape with lines of woollen webs, hung on the hooks to dry. Severe laws were anciently enacted for the protection of goods thus necessarily exposed. Depredations on such property were punished after the manner of that savage old maiden with the thin lip who stood so long on the Gibbet Hill at Halifax, kissing evildoers out of the world. Much of the famous Rochdale flannel is still woven by the country people here, in the old-fashioned independent way, at their own homes, as the traveller will see, by stretchers which are used for drying their warps upon, so frequently standing at the doors of the roomy dwelling-houses near the road. From the head of the brow which leads down into the village, Milnrow Chapel is full in view on a green hillside to the left, overlooking the centre of the busy little hamlet. It is a bald-looking building from the distance, having more the appearance of a little square stone factory than a church. Lower down the same green eminence, which slopes to the edge of the pretty little river Beal, stands the pleasant and tasteful, but modest stone-built residence of the incumbent of Milnrow, the Reverend Francis Robert Rains, honorary canon of Manchester, a notable archaeologist and historian, and a gentleman much beloved by the people of the locality. There are some old people still living in Milnrow, who were taught to read and write, and do sums, in Tim Bobbin's school, yet the majority of the inhabitants seem unacquainted with his real residence. I had myself been misled respecting it, but having obtained correct information and a reference from a friend in Rochdale to an old relative of his who lived in the veritable cottage of renowned Tim, I set about inquiring for him. As I entered the village, I met a sturdy, good-looking woman, with a chocolate-coloured silk kerchief tied over her snowy cap in that graceful way which is known all over the countryside as the Mildra bonnet. She stopped me and said, "Maister, hey fur'n you com'd?" "From Rochdale." "Han you seen aught of a felly wi' breeches on, and rayther forrard, upoth gate, between and th' fir grove?" I told her I had not, and I then inquired of her for Scholefield, that lived in Tim Bobbin's cottage. She reckoned up all the people she knew of that name, but none of them answering the description, I went on my way. I next asked a tall woollen weaver, who was striding up the street with his shuttle to the mending. Scratching his head, and looking thoughtfully round among the houses, he said, "Squawfil? Oh, no Squawfils, but thoo's at th' Tim Bobbin alehouse. Yo'd'n better ash theer." Stepping over to the Tim Bobbin Inn, Mrs. Scholefield described to me the situation of Tim's cottage near the bridge. Retracing my steps towards the place, I went into the house of an old acquaintance of my childhood. On the strength of a dim remembrance of my features, he invited me to sit down and share the meal just made ready for the family. "Come, poo a cheer up," said he, "and need no more laving." Laving, inviting. After we had finished, he said, "Now, when you have a reach o' bacco, Mally, reach us some Chlion pipes, and the pot out of th' nook. Let's see, whose lad are you, Senya? For Aw welly forgotten bi th' mass." After a fruitless attempt at enlightening him thereon in ordinary town English, I took to the dialect, and in the country fashion described my genealogy on the mother's side. I was instantly comprehended, for he stopped me short with, "Whoa, then, all be sunken,
if you're not grandson to Billy with pipes at th' piggins. You han it now, said I. Eh, replied he, Aw knowed him as weel as Aw knew my own feyther. He're a fearful chap for music and sich like, and he used to letter gravestones and do mason work. Eh, Aw've been to mony oratory wi' owd Billy. Whoa, let's see. Owd Wesley preached at their house i' Wardle Fowd onst. Footnote. John Leach of Wardle was a notable man among the early Methodists, and was one of Wesley's first preachers. He was my grandmother's own cousin. In Southey's Life of Wesley, I find the following note respecting him, under the head, Outcry against Methodism, Violence of Mobs and Misconduct of Magistrates. Quote, When John Leach was pelted near Rochdale in those riotous days, and saw his brother wounded in the forehead by a stone, he was mad enough to tell the rabble that not one of them could hit him if he were to stand preaching there till midnight. Just then the mob began to quarrel among themselves, and therefore left off pelting. But the anecdote has been related by his brethren for his praise. End of footnote. And han you some relations i' th' Mildrow then? I told him my errand, and enquired for Schofield, who lived in Tim Bobbin's cottage. As he pondered and turned the name over in his mind, one of his lads shouted out, By the mon, feyther, he means owd Mahogany. Aw think he's called Squawfil, and he lives i' th' garden at th' bottom o' th' bonk by th' water side. It was generally agreed that this was the place, so I parted with my friends and went towards it. The old man came out without his hat, a short distance to set me right. After bidding me a hearty good neet, he turned round as he walked away, and shouted out, Now, tak' care your corn th' next time you come in this gate, and win have a gradely do. About 20 yards from the west end of the little stone bridge that spans the river, a lane leads between the ends of the dwelling houses down to the waterside. There, still sweetly secluded, stands the quaint substantial cottage of John Collier in its old garden by the edge of the Beal, which, flowing through the fields in front towards the cottage, is there dammed up into a reservoir for the use of the mill close by, and then, tumbling over in a noisy little fall under the garden hedge, goes shouting and frolicking along the north-east side of it, over water-worn rocks and under the bridge, till the cadence dies away in a low murmur beyond, where the bed of the stream gets smoother. Lifting the latch, I walked through the garden to the cottage, where I found owd Mahogany and his maiden sister, two plain, clean, substantial working people, who were sitting in the low-roofed but otherwise roomy apartment in front, used as a kitchen. They entered heartily into the purpose of my visit, and showed me everything about the house with a genial pride. What made the matter more interesting was the fact that owd Mahogany had been, when a lad, a pupil of Collier's. The house was built expressly for Tim by his father-in-law, and the uncommon thickness of the walls, the number and arrangement of the rooms, and the remains of a fine old oak staircase, showed that more than usual care and expense had been bestowed upon it. As we went through the rooms on the ground floor, my ancient chaperone gave me a good deal of anecdote connected with each. Pointing to a clean, cold, whitewashed cell, with a great flag table in it, and a grid window at one end, he said, this were his buttery, wheer he kept pullen, poultry, and gam and sich like. For theer no mon i Rochdale parish lived better nor owd Tim, nor more like a gentleman. Nor one that had more friends, gentle and simple. Th' town laws took to him fearfully, and they'n all as other coming to see him are sending him presents o' some mak. He next showed me the parlour where he used to write and receive company, a little oblong room, low in the roof and dimly lighted by a small window from the garden. Tim used to keep this retiring sanctum tastefully adorned with the flowers of each season, and one might have eaten their dinner off the floor in his time. In the garden he pointed out the corner where Tim had a roomy green arbour with a smooth stone table in the middle on which lay his books, his flute, or his meals, as he was in the mood. He would stretch himself out there and muse for hours together. The lads used to bring their tasks from the school behind the house to this arbour sometimes for Tim to examine. He had a green shaded walk from the school into his garden. When in the school or about the house, he wore a silk velvet skull cap. The famous radical, William Cobbett, used to wear a similar one occasionally, and I have heard those who have seen both in this trim say that the likeness of the two men was then singularly striking. Owd Mahogany, having now shown and told me many interesting things respecting Tim's house and habits, entered into a hearty eulogy upon his character as a man and a schoolmaster. "He're a fine straight-for'ard man, wi' no maffle about him, for aw his queer cranky ways." As an author he thought him "the finest writer as England bred at that time o'th day." Of his calligraphy, too, he seemed particularly proud, for he declared that "Tim could write a clear print hond as sma' as smithy smudge." He finished by saying that he saw him carried out of the doorway we were standing in to his grave. At the edge of dark I bade adieu to Tim's cottage, and the comfortable old couple that live in it. As I looked back from the garden gate, the house wore a plaintive aspect in my imagination, as if it was thinking of its fine old tenant. Having heard that there was something uncommon to be learnt of him at the Tim Bobbin Inn, I went there again. It is the largest and most respectable public house in the village, kept in a fine state of homely comfort by a motherly old widow. I found that she could tell me something of the quaint schoolmaster and his wife, Meary, who, as she said, helped to bring her into th' world. She brought out a folio volume of engravings from designs by Tim, with many pieces of prose and verse of his, in engraved facsimile of his handwriting. The book was bound in dark morocco, with the author's name on the side in gold. I turned it over with pleasure, for there were things in it not found in many editions of his works. The landlady shows this book with some pride to Tim's admirers. By some she had been offered large sums of money for it, and once a party of curious visitors had well nigh carried it off by stealth in their carriage, after making fruitless offers of purchase, when the plan was detected in time, and the treasure restored to its proper custody. I read in it one of his addresses to his subscribers, in which he says of himself, "He's Lancashire born, and by the by, all his acquaintance agree, his wife not excepted, that he's an odd fellow." In the reign of Queen Anne he was a boy, and one of the 9 children of a poor curate in Lancashire, whose stipend never amounted to £30 a year, and consequently the family must feel the iron teeth of penury with a witness. These indeed were sometimes blunted by the charitable disposition of the good rector, the Reverend Mr. H. of Warrington. So this T.B. lived as some other boys did, content with water pottage, buttermilk, and jannock, till he was between 13 and 14 years of age, when Providence began to smile on him in his advancement to a pair of Dutch looms, when he met with treacle to his pottage, and sometimes a little in his buttermilk, or spread on his jannock. However, the reflections of his father's circumstances, which now and then start up and still edge his teeth, make him believe that pluralists are no good Christians, that he who will accept of 2 or more places of 100 a year would not say, "I have enough," though he was Pope Clement, Urban, or Boniface, could affirm himself infallible, and offer his toe to kings, that the unequal distribution of church emoluments is as great a grievance in the ecclesiastic as undeserved pensions and places are in the state, both of which he presumes to prophesy will prove cankerworms at the root of these succulent plants, and in a few years cause leaf and branch to shrivel up, and dry them to tinder. The spirit of this passage seems the natural growth in such a mind of his, of the curriculum of study in the hard college of Tim's early days. In the thrifty home of the poor Lancashire curate, though harrowed by the iron teeth of penury,
Tim inherited riches that world's wealth cannot buy. Under the tuition of a good old father, who could steady his reflective and susceptible mind, and teach him many excellent things, together with that hard struggle to keep the wolf from the door of his childhood which pressed upon his thoughts, he grew up contemplative, self-reliant, and manly, on oatmeal, porridge, and jannock, with a little treacle for a godsend. His feelings were deepened, and his natural love of independence strengthened there, with that hatred of all kinds of injustice which flashes through the rich humour and genial kindness of his nature. For nature was strong in him, and he relished her realities. Poverty is not pleasant, yet the world has more to thank poverty for than it dreams of. With honourable pride he fought his way to a pair of Dutch looms, where he learned to win his jannock and treacle by honest weaving. Subsequently he endeavoured to support himself honourably by pursuits no less useful, but more congenial to the bias of his faculties. But to the last his heart's desire was less to live in external plenty and precedence among men, than to live conscientiously in the sweet relations of honourable independence in the world. The feeling was strong in him, and gives dignity to his character. As a politician, John Collier was considerably ahead of the time he lived in, and especially of the simple, slow-minded race of people dwelling then in that remote eastern nook of Lancashire at the foot of Blackstone Edge. Among such a people, and in such a time, he spoke and wrote things which few men dared to write and speak. He spoke, too, in a way which was as independent and pithy as it was quaintly expressive. His words, like his actions, stood up upon their own feet, and looked up. Perhaps if he had been a man of a drier nature, of less genial and attractive genius than he was, he might have had to suffer more for the enunciation of truths, and the recognition of principles which were unfashionable in those days. But Collier was not only a man of considerable valour and insight, with a manly mind and temper, but he was also genial and humorous, as he was earnest and honest. He was an eminently human-hearted man, who abhorred all kinds of cant and seeming. His life was a greater honour to him, even than his quaint pencil or his pen, and the memory of his sayings and doings will be long and affectionately cherished, at least by Lancashire men. End of an extract from The Cottage of Tim Bobbin and the Village of Milnrow, by Edwin Waugh. Part 1 of An Extract from On the South Lancashire Dialect, by Thomas Hayward, Esquire, F.S.A., printed for the Chetham Society, 1861. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This extract begins on page 40 and continues until the end of the text. We are unable to find an earlier or a better example of the South Lancashire vernacular than that which John Collier of Milnrow has left us. 120 years have passed since the materials for Tim Bobbin were begun to be gathered, and the author and his circumstances were singularly adapted for the compilation of such a book. The Reverend John Collier, the father of the author of Tim Bobbin, was descended from a race of small landholders at Newton in Mottram, Cheshire, and appears to have been the younger of 2 sons. His elder brother long surviving him, we may conclude John was left to provide for himself as best he might. He was born 1682, and styles himself minister of Stretford in 1706, being licensed to Eccles School in the same year. Register book at Stretford. This school was neither free nor then endowed. Notitia Chestriensis, Vol. 2, Part 1, page 53. Stretford Chapel depended almost entirely on a voluntary contribution of £10 per annum. Ibid, page 95. Collier resided at Urmston, and had only a small school there. In 1709 he is styled curate of Eccles. There is no certainty as to the period when he was ordained deacon. In 1716 John Collier, a literate, was admitted to perform or discharge the office of deacon at Hollingfare, Hollins Green, ad perigendum officium diaconi, Gastrel's Register. In 1722 he became partially blind. Probably the sight of one eye only was affected, and this seems to be perpetuated in a portrait of him in the possession of Mr. James Clegg of Milnrow, in a blue coat and scratch wig, sitting in a large chair, and reading a book which he holds at a distance with both hands. He has an acute expression, and apparently aged about 50. Canon Rains. In June 1725, with many others, he was compelled to take priest's orders at Chester. His wife died at Hollins Green 1726, and the poor curate and schoolmaster withdrew from a world that had not smiled upon him in 1739 at Newton in Mottram. John Collier, the third son of the above, was born in 1708 at Urmston. Birthplace of Tim Bobbin by Mr. Waugh, 1858. And thus speaks of his youth: "He's Lancashire born. In the reign of Queen Anne he was a boy, and one of the 9 children of a poor curate in Lancashire, whose stipend never amounted to £30 a year, and consequently the family must feel the iron teeth of penury with a witness. These indeed were some times, blunted by the charitable disposition of the good rector, the Reverend Mr. Haddon of Warrington." From a memorial in his own handwriting. Tim Bobbin, Westall's edition, 1819. For Haddon, see Byram's Remains, Vol. 1, page 45. Hollingfare was in his parish. He was a rector from 1723 to 1767. "So this Tim Bobbin lived, as some other boys did, content with water porridge, buttermilk, and jannock, till he was between 13 and 14 years of age, when Providence began to smile upon him in his advancement to a pair of Dutch looms, when he met with treacle to his pottage, and sometimes a little for his buttermilk. However, the recollection of his father's former circumstances, which now and then start up and still edge his teeth, make him believe that the pluralities are no good," etc. Dedication of the Book of Heads. The father, estimating highly his son John's talents, endeavoured to bring him up to the church, but when afflicted with blindness, the elder Collier, being about 40 years old, sent the boy to a trade. "Went prentice in May 1722 to one Johnson, a Dutch loom weaver, on Newton Moor in the parish of Mottram, but hating slavery in all shapes, I, by divine providence, veiling my skull-cap to the mitres in November 1727, commenced schoolmaster at Milnrow." Tim Bobbin, 1819. He styled himself for many years after he had abandoned the loom, his apprenticeship to which only lasted 12 months, Tim Bobbin, Fellow of the Sisyphean Society of Dutch Loom Weavers. The allusion to Sisyphus justifies the silence as to this loom in the common histories of the cotton manufacture. "The Dutch loom was brought to England by some Flemish artisans in the beginning of the 18th century, and their principal settlement was at Bolton le Moors." Those who adopted it had an advantage over the old English loom. "The shuttle was thrown and caught by the hands of the weaver, and the Dutch looms continued to be popular until the invention of Kay's fly shuttle, for which there was a patent 1733." Canon Rains. Having thus emancipated himself from everything but the necessity of obtaining food, clothing, and lodging, John Collier entered upon his wild career. "Though then very young, 15 years old, he soon commenced itinerant schoolmaster, going about the country from one small town to another to teach reading, writing, and accounts." T for Colonel Townley of Belfield, son of Richard Townley, mercer of Rochdale, and steward for Mr. Alexander Butterworth of Belfield. This last gentleman died aged 88 in 1728, and left his property, having no near relations, to his steward, who was succeeded by Richard Townley his son, and Tim Bobbin's friend. The wife of Townley the draper was a daughter of William Greaves of Gartside Hall near Rochdale, a superior yeoman. He had a son, William Greaves, whose rise in life was not less remarkable than that of his relatives, the Townleys. He was born in 1699, and died 10th March 1787. Gentleman's Magazine, volume 62, page 277. He was steward for Trinity College, Cambridge, and commissary of the University, and fellow of Clare Hall. He purchased Fulbourn, Cambridge, in 1742, licence Cambridge, and through his wife became possessed of considerable Norfolk property, finally adding Beaupre Belle to his name on that account. He educated Colonel Townley carefully, having no children of his own, but the nephew turning out an extravagant person, he left his property to his great nephew, the Colonel's son, the father of the late member for Cambridgeshire. For William Greaves, see Byron's Remains, Volume 1, page 339. He figures in the Bentley period. Colonel Townley was a learned and intelligent person, and his friendship for Collier, like that of Haddon for the curate at Hollingfare, affords a different testimony to the qualities of father and son than we otherwise obtain. Townley liked Collier, and his predecessor at the school, Pearson, probably because they, like himself, sought the punch and tobacco of the neighbouring taverns. Both were clever and entertaining men, and neither had that education which enabled him to assume a superiority over his patron. Townley died in 1802. Being at Oldham, he heard that Mr. Pearson, curate and schoolmaster at Milnrow, wanted an assistant in the school, and after a short examination he was admitted as sub-master, and equally divided the salary of £20 with the other. As this school, with the exception of an interval of some months, was served or professedly served by Collier from 1729 to 1786, some knowledge of it is essential to his biography. "The Free School at Milnrow was built by Richard Townley of Rochdale, Mercer, in 1724, and endowed by deed 18th August 1726 by Alexander Butterworth of Belfield, Esquire, with £20 per annum, the nomination of a master being reserved to the owner of Belfield Hall for the time being. The first master appointed was the Reverend Robert Pearson, B.A., incumbent of Milnrow, who was not a very reputable agent of Townley, and who probably never taught the scholars, but divided the salary between himself and one Richard Hill and others." John Collier in his turn, "who passed as ushers to Pearson, though put in by Townley." Chancery Proceedings, 22nd January 1735. Lancaster Manuscripts, Volume 13, page 288, Canon Rains. Pearson the incumbent was an intelligent person, brother to the Reverend John Pearson, rector of Eccleston. He was a frequenter of taverns, a bachelor, and lived in lodgings in Rochdale with Townley's brother-in-law. Why the family of Townley instituted a school to be thus supported we cannot now ascertain. It looks like a stratagem for procuring influence over Butterworth. The teaching did not go beyond reading, writing, and the elementary parts of arithmetic. The real duty seems to have been to be agreeable to the patron at Belfield Hall. Collier twice tells us that he began his Milnrow career in 1729, but he did not until 1744 "veil his skull-cap to the miters," that is, procure his licence from the bishop. Pearson died in 1739, and the £20 a year then passed to the usher. We have no account of Collier's life from 1723 to 1739. Some amatory effusions of this date are printed. In one, April 1736, the signature "Tim" occurs, and "Tim Bobbin" is appended to the dedication of the Blackbird, 1739, a satire on Justice Edward Chetham of Castleton, a barrister and wealthy neighbour. Through life Collier overlooked the facility with which his own proceedings might be attacked. Political justices and self-indulgent pluralists may be social nuisances, but careless pedagogues are still greater. Teaching and roaming filled up the measure of Collier's bachelor days. Corrie calls these the happiest years of his life, and in them he betrayed great qualities, for with no ostensible advantages, and indeed surrounded with difficulties, he acquired a knowledge of drawing, music, painting, modelling, and etching, which, however imperfect, is truly wonderful when we remember the circumstances under which they were attained. If Hogarth's discipline in art, gained in London from a cutter of heraldic devices, is a matter of surprise, what must be thought of a person who endeavoured to become an artist in the wildest parts of Lancashire in the 18th century? Townley says of Collier, "He drew landscapes in good taste, understanding the rules of perspective, and attempted some heads in profile with very decent success." These he abandoned for caricature. Like Teniers and Jan Steen, Collier attempted sacred subjects. "At Shaw Chapel, on each side of the east window, are still large figures of Moses and Aaron, painted in oils on board by him, and at Milnrow a figure of an angel with a trumpet in his mouth, and holding a scroll in one hand, on which the psalm was announced from the singing loft." Canon Rains. He was also a carriage and sign painter, and the drinking rooms and stairs of public houses, even to Newcastle upon Tyne, were adorned by his works. His sons, in default of higher employment, were house painters occasionally, and so probably was the father. "He was ingenious as a sculptor, and I have seen one or two figures cut by him in ivory." Canon Rains. Like Hogarth, whom he imitated, Collier finally adopted etching, and finding it the most profitable art, surrendered to it his other pursuits. Notwithstanding the humour which he could not fail to throw into everything he produced, and though South Lancashire, before it had art treasures exhibitions, diligently patronised its native painter, yet Collier's pictorial works are really below criticism. His object is buffoonery, and even this he had never sufficient knowledge of drawing and painting to set forth. He strained after expression, and became barbarous and grotesque. There is not a ray of taste in anything we ever saw of his doing. He both took and copied portraits, one an autograph effigy of himself, swung over the Milnrow Inn after 1770, and is engraved as the frontispiece of the human passions delineated. In 1774, amongst other pictures Collier wishes to send to London, "the head of the chameleon, Dr. Shebbeare, the best head I ever painted." Footnote. For Shebbeare, see Lord Stanhope's History of England, 1763, and Gentleman's Magazine, 1758-9 and 1777. It is evident that from an early period our dialect had become the study of Collier. He collected the materials of Tim Bobbin in the pot houses in which so much of his life was passed, and where, as with Hogarth, a broken head or a drunken fight furnished welcome additions to his notebook and portfolio. Not that Collier philosophically observed the gradual elimination of character under intoxication. He rather acted the part of Goldsmith's squire at the Three Jolly Pigeons, and hence the truthfulness of the descriptions in Tim Bobbin. An oral language cannot be collected by the means by which Jacob Grimm and Dr. Trench proposed to replenish our dictionaries. The books in which dialects exist are living men, and there never will again be found so inveterate a rambler, so great a lover of mixing with his species, or one so capable of turning all he saw and heard to profit, as Collier. And he further prepared himself by reading for his task. Dr. Whitaker somewhere says he was a good Saxon scholar. It was not possible for one of Collier's temperament and habits to deserve such an eulogium, but he evidently read for his work on the dialect. We find him possessed of "several Saxon collections with English versions," Sumner's Vocabulary, Chaucer, the Scotch Glossary, Gawain Douglas's Virgil, etc. Footnote: Chaucer's Canterbury Tales he acquired in 1769. It was a Caxton, and is noticed in a letter to Henry Whitaker of Manchester, November 26th, 1770. "The two Whitakers were brothers from Rossendale, one of whom, Henry, was a schoolmaster at Manchester, and the other, Robert, a land surveyor and steward to Colonel Townley." Canon Rains. Collier occasionally assisted the latter, and both were his constant friends. "I have found out the true worth of a book I purchased the last year. I knew it to be a valuable curiosity, but now I find it much more so. It is Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, and I take it to be the 4th or 5th book that ever was printed in England." Westall's edition of Tim Bobbin, 1819, page 366. He adds, "There are but 2 copies besides mine known to be in England, and these imperfect, and so is this of mine, for I think it wants 2 leaves at the beginning." He supplied these in his own perfect method, being admirably skilled in copying types. The book passed into the hands of his descendant, Charles Collier, who lent it to various persons, and amongst others to one who sold it for a large sum to Earl Spencer. The family of Collier, hearing rumours of this sale, applied to the borrower for the book, who thus wrote, 14th July, 1815, "It is reported that I have sold that imperfect book I bought of Charles Collier for a deal of money. I deny the report. I have neither sold it nor yet given it to anybody, but I will confess this, that I have lent the book to a gentleman for a few months. It contains 276 leaves, or 552 pages, and very imperfect for all that. One was sold at Mr. Evans' sale in London, 12th May, by auction, for the sum of £48, or guineas, but in good preservation. On application being made to Lord Spencer, and stating that the book had been borrowed and sold without the knowledge of the owner, and requesting to know the sum given for it, Lord Spencer sent £5, adding that he kept no account of the sums given for books." Canon Rains. The glossary to Tim Bobbin is even in this day a very creditable work, witness the use made of it by Jamieson, Carr, and others. In 1739 Collier succeeded to the school at Milnrow. 12 pupils were taught gratis, the rest were paid for. He did much of his work by deputy. The assistant, Thomas Belfield, "a man of humble powers," he designated his curate. And thus ensuring to himself money and leisure, he felt at liberty to advance his fortunes by those methods most congenial to his instincts. He was the lively suitor in verse and prose of the neighbouring damsels. He presided over the symposia in the Roebuck at Rochdale, the Falcon at Littleborough, and the alehouse at Milnrow. He wrote satirical verses, but when he made the fruits of his brain first profitable for money we are not informed. On the 1st of April 1744 John Collier married at Helmsley Mary Clay of Flockton near Wakefield, he being 36, she 21 years old. She was possessed of some property, and her father bought and gave the young couple the house in which they resided at Milnrow. A more ill-assorted match could apparently hardly have been made, yet we believe, owing to Mrs. Collier's good sense, it was less unhappy than might have been expected. The husband was neither unkind nor absolutely careless of the obligations imposed upon him, provided he might discharge them after his own fashion. His duties and affections were square to his habits, and he certainly kept clear of the disgraceful family jars which darkened the career of his idol and contemporary, the profligate Churchill. Mr. Townley describes Mrs. Collier as a "virtuous, discreet, sensible, and prudent woman, a good wife and an excellent mother." We suspect her greatest praise is here omitted, and that she was a sincere Christian, and married to a person who represented Whitfield and the devil singing psalms in one of his pictures. Mary Clay had been brought up at Ledstone by the pious Lady Elizabeth Hastings, and after the death of that memorable person She passed some time in London with her aunt, Mrs. Pitt, who was married to an officer of the Tower, and being on a visit to another aunt, Mrs. Butterworth at Milnrow, there encountered her future husband. Corrie says (Tim Bobbin, edition 1819) that "Collier devoted so much of his wife's fortune to large potations that it was soon dissipated." We trust this is not true, and no authority is given. "He then became sober, and led a more regular life, which made Mrs. Collier aver she was glad when the money was all gone." We find this excellent person offering her gentle protest against her husband's excesses, yet maintaining his respect and affection. We gather this incidentally. "And thinking I had enough, went home almost as sober as you could wish me." "I got to bed pretty soon, but not drunk, madam, as I fancy I hear you think." "I went, or if you please, madam, staggered to bed." A passage is in a letter addressed to Mrs. Collier when the writer was 73 years old. The habit of drinking was held much less revolting then than now. When the wife in Collier's Quack Doctor complains that her helpmate "from morning till night is eternally in the alehouse," he replies, "It is genteel, the squire does the same." Amongst Mrs. Collier's friends was the wealthy widow, Mrs. Hardman of Allerton, near Liverpool, who died in 1795, aged 93. The influence exercised by Mrs. Collier, amidst so much that would give it the intensity surrounding darkness gives to light, must have been felt in her domestic circle. One of her children, Mrs. Chadwick, who died at an extreme age in 1843, maintained to the last the character of a sensible and pious person, and perhaps if others of her daughters had been known to the present time, we might here record the happiness they derived from their mother's principles. On the 12th of June 1751, Collier went as bookkeeper to Mr. Hill of Kebroyd, near Halifax, removing with his family, and here he remained 7 months, and thus speaks, 5th January 1752, of his escape from the regular service and high pay of that place. "I am upon the eve of being John Duke of Milnrow again, for my rib with my bag and baggage are gone over the hills into merry Lancashire, and 12 teams of devils shall not bring them hither again." He regarded this Yorkshire service as a transformation "from being a little monarch into a kind of slave." His constant friend, Mr. Townley, reinstated him in the school, and perhaps a more unfit person for such a duty could hardly have been chosen. Collier, thus rejecting affluence, applied himself vigorously to his own methods of supporting himself. In April 1758 we find him at Chester. "I paint sometimes at Mr. Brown's, a coachmaker here." Westall's edition of Tim Bobbin, with many original letters. Rochdale, 1819, p. 292. In November 1755 he was a candidate, with 2 others, for the place of organist in Rochdale Church. "That as I am undoubtedly the worst player of the 3, for which reason I stand the best chance, I desire all justices to give me their votes and interest in procuring the snug convenience of £20 a year." He was, we suppose, utterly unqualified to play the organ, for he proposed doing the work by deputy. Westall, p. 294. His friend Henry Whitaker writes to him, 1st April 1758, "I don't like your being so often on the wing, for should the lamp of life be wafted out in some unguarded hour, or some unpremeditated adventure, in vain may Tim's family and friends puff and blow at the dying spark." They had evidently been in a carouse together, and parted drunk. Collier replies, "You say you got well home, so did I, only 'twas the day after. So pray, sir, banish all care on this account, and remember drunken folk are said and hurt, and that 'nowt's near a dawnger.'
Perhaps you'll say these are but poor bandages to wrap a broken leg or arm, too weak to pull in a dislocated neck, and too airy to maintain a widow and 7 children. True, sir, but they'll do at present, and in future I don't intend to want 'em. You talk something of the lamp of life being wafted out, but what the pox, must not I trim my lamp now and then for fear of snuffing it out? Indeed, I start at the loss my friends will have should I break my neck. Hold, no, most of 'em will bear up under such a dismal misfortune, and I think all of them together, by clubbing, will take care, should I neglect it, to see my epitaph cut on the stone I have by me, and then let the rest I leave behind me piddle for shives." Trifle for chips. He concludes, "Tell me whether Chetham of Castleton, or John Grime at Collyhurst, who works on 12 or 14 pence a day, is the happier man. For my part, I know what it is to want breakfast, dinner, and supper all of one day, and perhaps but one meal the next, and I know how to live as well as any gent in the north, and yet hang Tim if he does not think the scale with poverty in it draws." Canon Rains. This was a piece of self-deception. Me silva cavusque, tutus ab insidiis, tenui solabitur ervo. Horace. Was no sentiment of Collier's.
Reader's note. My grove and cave, secure from snares, shall comfort me with chaff and tears. Translation by Alexander Pope.
Rather, he would have said, if he knew himself, Aspernere ego mundum, nisi mundus mi jucundum, bonis socius, radius, vitae, sociali, tinctis siti, celebraret, Barnaby itinerarium.
Reader's note. For the world I would not prize her, yea, in time I should despise her, had she in her no good fellow, that would drink till he grew mellow. Draw near, and here thou shalt have all, hearing, joy in this my travel. Translation from Barnaby's Journal.
He had followed a rambling, dissipated life until the impulse to secure its existence grew as irresistible as we are told the cravings of hunger are to the mole. Thus overpowered, we must not be surprised to find the spendthrift and the sordid person united. Footnote: Alieni appetens sui profusus.
From Sallust. Reader's note. Greedy of others' property, wasting his own. Translation by Frederick J. Stimson.
End of footnote. The accounts Collier kept are very intelligible and minute. His handwriting was extremely good when he chose to make it so. He had great flexibility both with pen and pencil, and also with the diamond in drawing on glass. Had he been allowed the advantages of proper training and a familiarity with good models, his head was capable and his hand dexterous, and he might have been an artist. Amidst his reckonings he could not resist jotting down an occasional thought like the following: "What greater plagues or what can happen worse Than being cramped in body, mind, and purse?" There are also memoranda for the Lancashire dialect fenced in with figures. Het is not explained in the Lancashire dialect. Razor reek like a bracken burner. His profusion he justified as being calculated. In 1773 he thus replies to a covert attack on his extravagance made by his son Charles: "I observe what you say on an extravagant way of living, which I hope you will not practise so much as I have done, though all my acquaintance agree that I had never gained one half of the friends and money I have done if I had been of a penurious disposition." Canon Rains. There is no question that he regarded taverns and convivial meetings as opportunities for the sale of his books, pictures, and prints, which he was always pressing. The account book of 1773 gives us an insight into the resources and manner of living of our Lancashire humourist. He seems in constant movement. Some of his works were disposed of in the way of barter. "Delivered a book of prints to cos John Hume to have a hat for it." "Exchanged a book of Human Passions for £3 of thread at 3 shillings a pound, blue tape, a halfpenny a yard,
tape a penny a knot, a gross of laces." "Left at Cos John Ogden's 3 books, 1/2 bound, 2 stitched, the 1/2 bound one to have a hat for it or nothing." "Paid Jas. Kenyon a book for a wig." The greater part of his wares were packed in his wallet, and borne by himself, or forwarded by carrier to meet him in the towns. Sometimes he is repulsed. Thus at Eccleston's Hall he enters "Called, bad, come to call again, mum." "Sold Mr. Hanson a book for 16s. bad guinea." In 1773 Collier's Human Passions Delineated are stated in the proposals to be "designed in Roebuck, Rochdale, September 4, 1777. Proposals of raffling by subscription for the most capital picture of Tim Bobbin's painting, The Hopes of the Family. Conditions, that there be 14 subscribers at 5s. each, the dice 2, and at the most at 3 throws shillings, and the painter other 4 amongst the subscribers present. If any dispute arise, to be determined by a majority. He who cannot attend may substitute another to throw for him, which will be as soon as the number is complete, and the money to be paid before the dice are thrown." 3 subscribers' names follow: Colonel Townley, Collier's constant friend, Captain Dawson, and James Holland, attorney. Canon Rains. Hogarth's failure in defending his copyrights in the action against Jefferies might be supposed to have induced Collier to protect himself under a like wrong rather than try Acts of Parliament and Courts. He early was curious about "one Bunbury," and copied his works, although the publics for which these 2 artists laboured were widely separated. The sums of money Collier raised by his various expedients were large. There are 323 subscribers at 15s. each to the Delineation of the Human Passions. Amongst these are Mr. Egerton of Oulton, who gave a guinea; Mr. Parker of Quaerdon took 5 copies, and Mr. Hulton of Hulton 3. Sir Thomas Egerton, Sir Harbord, with Messrs. Ashton Lever, Dawning Rasbottom, Gilbert, Worsley, Pickford, Royton, Radcliffe, Foxdenton, Gregg, Chamber Hall, Holland Ackers, Henry, apothecary, Gore Booth, Nathaniel Milne, Richard Fox, and Mrs. Aytown, Manchester, are patrons. At Halifax he had many friends. Collier was full of confidence as to the prospective success of his etchings. "If anything happened to me," he writes to his son Charles in August 1773, "I hope my Book of Heads will bring your mother £40 or £50 per annum, and expect they will be little fortunes for your sisters when your mother and me are no more." The prints of the Pluralist, for some years previously to 1773, were very popular, and sold at 9d. each. Here Collier's most intense feelings were engaged, for he no doubt was satisfied his father would have had a better chance had one living been apportioned to each clergyman. In 1762, Westall, p. 321, Collier's paintings were required for the West Indies, and he also exchanged them for wine; but his great attention to money matters is nowhere more decidedly evinced than the 2 negotiations for the marriages of his sons, John in 1768, Charles in 1773. Of the first he writes (Westall, p. 357), "The lad's smitten with no beauty and with no great fortune. I believe it will be £400." There appears to be nothing on the son's side, and he received the money unconditionally. "Here I have shown, I think for the first time, my worldly mindedness, and made in a love affair an arrant bargain." Westall, p. 361. The second had been chosen by a Roman Catholic, the widow of a contractor for horses for government, aged 48, he being 22 and a Protestant. He writes at Kendal, August 11th, 1773, will matrimony admit of a strict examination with my mother and you, with regard to one that is twice the age of me? 'Tis without doubt she likes me, and I admire her money. She has £100 per annum and a well-furnished house, and she is endued with judiciousness, but one would not imagine she was by fixing on me. I have meditated long upon this affair, and I really think now that her good sense and fortune is an adequate recompense for the deficiency of youth and beauty. Pray consider of it. I am in no hurry, but if it is to be, I wish it over." The father states the communication is very welcome to him, that he has known youth and beauty add much misery to married life, and has "heard several wish they had married mere dowdies." "If the object you point at be but about 48, a good-natured and sensible woman, I give my hearty consent." He then urges his son, as soon as he is able, to lend him £100. "But hark you, dear Charles, you do not say where or in what her estate consists. Have you seen the title deeds, or what debts are owing, whether married before? If so, what children she has, whether the estate goes not from her on marrying again, whether in any business, whether the estate goes from you on her decease?" There is an interesting letter of Collier's to Monsieur Delacour, a painter at Edinburgh, January 13th, 1760, Westall, page 305. They had met 4 years before at Chester. Vaudemine, Pickering, Beaucock, Jones, and Gallino were then the portrait painters in this part of the country, and were friends of Collier's. Astley, the painter, had arrived at Chester, and his appearance created a profound sensation. His large portrait of himself, once at Duckingfield, exhibits him as a handsome person, and an artist of a class almost beyond the comprehension of Collier and his friends. "Mr. Astley from London has been some time at Chester and the adjacent towns. Report says he is a very handsome and polite gentleman of about £200 a year. He dresses gay, keeps a chariot and liveryman, and will not touch the canvas under 8 guineas a head." Astley was a good artist, and the pay here designated by no means extravagant. He is best known in Cheshire from having at this visit, and Collier chronicles the affair, obtained the hand of Lady Daniel Duckenfield, Penelope Vernon of Hilton, Staffordshire, who had been since 1758 the widow of Sir William Daniel Duckenfield, in whom 2 large and ancient families were centred, the Daniels of Tabley and the Duckenfields of Duckenfield. There was a daughter who soon after this marriage died, and the mother following, Astley married again, and conveyed these large estates to strangers. In this letter Collier speaks thus disparagingly of his own art: "I follow my old trade of boggart painting, and find fools enough to buy them as fast as I can paint them, and often thank God he did not create mankind without a large number of fools in the species, and that so very few of them understand painting. I live very well. I keep a horse of my own, and neither borrow saddle nor bridle, and in summer ride 3 or 4 times a week to the bowling green at Rochdale. I have a cow, also a pig, 2 ducks, and a cat. In the name of St. Luke, what would a painter have more?" Westall, page 308. In March 1765 Collier entertained the idea of getting into the church, and filling the curacy of Unsworth. Westall, page 234. It was a monstrous intention in one who in so many places has shown that he lightly held the principles of Christianity, and especially in the letter to Mrs. Collier, September 10th, 1780. Westall, page 386. In December 1766 he rode to York with his son John. Westall, page 338. In December 1767, the time chosen for these long rides was not the best, he set off to Newcastle upon Tyne, where his sons John and Charles were. "I got into York in good time. The person I would first speak to was my friend Mr. Atkinson, who, excuse vanity, jumped for joy on seeing me. He conducted me to a good inn, sent billets or cards immediately to such as would be agreeable company to us, and ordered supper at my inn. There were present his Grace the Duke of Milnrow, my friend Atkinson, carver and projector, Monsieur Boutaltz, a good history and portrait painter, a Fleming, Mr. Russell, writing master, Mr. Hindley, a noted mechanic and clockmaker, and a merry captain. These were a set of the best natured mortals I ever passed an hour with since my name was Tim. I need not tell you how we spent the evening, but happening to show them my Battle of the Flying Dragon, they made me read it twice that night, and once the next morning. We parted about 12, all merry but sober. Tell this to my crooked rib as a wonder." It was not frequently that Collier's festivities had so justifiable a character. Thus jesting, drinking, painting, and etching, the inevitable hour approached. There was directing the fate of his sons, and especially the eldest, a nemesis engendered in the father's irregular life. These sons, on being emancipated from paternal supervision, as Collier tells us, sold all their Milnrow garments. "Charles has got a pink bloom suit, dyed in grain, of 20 shillings a yard. John has several suits of fine black cloth of the same price, and both laugh at my church-going suit of 3 6d. a yard." Westall, page 395. The appearance, dress, and manner of these young men were above their station in life. The origin of John's, the eldest, misfortunes was politics, and warring with government and the corporation of Newcastle. He wrote prose and verse, exciting himself to the utmost, lost his wife, and sought retirement in Lancashire, made a second and unfortunate marriage there, treated his wife brutally, joined in politics again, carried pistols, and fired at the editor of a newspaper. He was deemed insane, and closed his life in a lunatic asylum in 1815. Thomas, the second son, was at first apprenticed with John at Newcastle, but quarrelled and left him. In 1768 he was in London, and was employed by George Alexander Stevens, whose Lectures on Heads are well known. Thomas had a natural son, an auctioneer in Rochdale, who published an edition of Tim Bobbin's Human Passions Delineated, 1809. Of Charles's marriage we have already spoken. He too was apprenticed with John at Newcastle, but settled as a portrait painter at Kendal in 1772. He was a fine-looking man, but eccentric and extravagant. The last letter we have seen of John Collier, Tim Bobbin, is written in a tremulous hand, and is addressed 2nd November 1783 to his son. "Things remain as you left 'em. Betty's gone to house in part of ours. They are all well but your poor mother. She is something better, but not much. Rich and Sal drive on, but my old peepers cannot pierce far into futurity. I have painted a good deal of things since you left us, sold some, and drink punch betimes still as customers come in. Make sure to keep sober, which is more than he could do who is, dear Charles, your loving father." In his religion Collier was altogether unsound, and in his politics a hater of kings. The 2 absurd couplets here given were found in one of his pocket books, to be, we suppose, enjoyed in secret. "I hate all kings and the rogues who wait on 'em. Knaves swarm so at court, and flattery's so common." To these misfortunes of royalty, if it really is so afflicted, Collier could only give a testimony gathered at Milnrow. "I hate all the kings and those who attend them, and wish that stocks, gibbets, and ropes may amend them." It is recorded on the gravestone in Rochdale churchyard that "John Collier died 14th July 1786, aged 75 (78). Tim Bobbin, also Mary his wife, died 4th June 1786, aged 63. "The foolish doggerel cut on the gravestone, said to be written by himself 20 minutes before he expired, was written by his grandson Thomas Collier in 1818, when it was inscribed on the stone, much to the annoyance of Dr. Drake the vicar, who was not consulted, and said he should give orders for its removal, which he seems to have omitted doing. Canon Rains. End of Part 1. Part 2 of An Extract from On the South Lancashire Dialect by Thomas Heywood, Esquire, FSA, printed for the Chetham Society, 1861. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The written works of Collier, with the exception of Tim Bobbin, the dialogue in the Lancashire dialect, are multifarious and occupy their places in his printed works, in the wake of this his best essay, as heavy barges behind a steam tug are kept moving by a force they are incapable of finding for themselves. There are 2 tracts, 1771, 1781, impugning Whitaker's History of Manchester, 1771, 1775. The learning for these Colonel Townley found, and the jocularity which is out of place was Collier's share. Together they were not capable of measuring themselves with Whitaker, whose book will always remain a valuable contribution to our knowledge of the doings of the Romans in Britain. Satire was the bent of Collier's mind, and his observation being limited, he borrowed his dislike of justices from Hudibras, and from his father's sufferings gathered an enmity to clerical pluralists. To these, as objects for castigation, he added quack doctors, conjurers, and an old lady, a busybody who dressed as a young person. The satires on justices, the Blackbird and the Goose, are puerile, and of the rest of the same class, including the adventures of the French Whig, we have nothing to remark. The Shude Hill fight, an imitation of scriptural phraseology applied to the first of the Manchester corn riots, 7th June 1757, is exceedingly dull. The great source of profit to Collier was his etchings. The print of the Pluralist appears to have been the most popular. The Human Passions Delineated were first published in 1773, and again by Robert Collier in folio in 1809. Mr. Heywood of Deansgate, Manchester, having bought the original copper plates, had them retouched, and issued a new edition in 1858. A quarto edition with coloured plates appeared in 1810. "The more gross caricatures are omitted, and the plates are well executed. There is much refinement and softness imparted to the quaint and unnatural figures of Tim Bobbin." The London publisher states that being a Lancashire man, he always felt interested in the Lancashire Hogarth. Canon Rains. But Collier's best title to be remembered is in his work on the Lancashire dialect. It is the spontaneous production of a person singularly gifted with humour, and the absence of any straining after effect makes the book what it is. It was produced when his youthful and exuberant spirits were in their strongest flow. He imagined he was introducing a new tongue to the public, and to illustrate it framed a dialogue which was valued far more for its easy and natural wit than for its language. An estimation such as Psalmanazar for a while obtained from the public, Collier never enjoyed. But his Tummus and Meary are proceeding through a 3rd generation with unabated popularity. His efforts were all directed to qualify himself to be a faithful expositor of the South Lancashire dialect. For this he studied Saxon, and affected to speak only in his mother tongue, "Oppen speker th' dialect." When at Newcastle he writes (Westall, p. 357), "I am obliged to be mum, for I cannot understand one half of what they say, I having forgot that my dialect may be as unintelligible to them." The importance in Collier's eyes of the words in Tim Bobbin, in comparison with the dialogue, is shown in a letter of May 1757 to his printer, Harrop of Manchester. "I have been busy all this week in writing out the whole of the glossary, which I judged absolutely necessary, because I had 650 new words, if I may so call them, that were to be inserted, which I thought it was impossible for you to fix in their proper places, so that I look upon this glossary, printed by itself, worth more than the whole of any other edition. Query: Can you go on with printing this part whilst I am preparing the other? If so, let me know, and I'll send it in a few days, for I think it will prove nearly half of the worth." As regards the dialogue, the glossary is perhaps both redundant and defective, having some words not used, and wanting several therein contained. We regret Collier never afterwards applied himself to completing this portion of the work, and in this neglect he falsified the expectation held out in the last paragraph of the preface of 1757, "If any of the author's countrymen will send any Lancashire words, phrases, or sentences, directed to J. Collier, Milnrow, Rochdale, post paid, they will be thankfully received, but hopes they will take care to distinguish between pure Lancashire and words corrupted from the English." A whimsical and impossible distinction. A nice examination of the definitions would have led to useful emendations. And as regard the South Lancashire dialect, a larger vocabulary might readily have been collected, and that without doing any violence to the true limits of the speech. Notwithstanding this, the glossary as it is left us is done by one who knew what he was about, and of the great majority of words the true signification, and hence the right origin, is shown. The glossary of 1746 contains 628 words. Before 1750, 500 words had been added, and in 1757 these were increased to 2017, a number hardly exceeded in the later editions, though a considerable addition to the dialogue was made, but room was found for the new words by weeding the old ones, and after all, the changes since 1757 are not extensive. The title page of the first edition is as follows: "A view of the Lancashire dialect by way of dialogue between Tummus o' Williams o' Margets o' Roufs and Mary o' Dicks o' Tummus o' Peggies, to which is added a glossary of all the Lancashire words and phrases therein used, by Tim Bobbin, oppen speaker o' th' dialect. Our haase wood were I ere this wark, glure at mony a book. Manchester sold by R. Whitworth, bookseller, and sold also by Mr. Meadows at the Angel in Cornhill, London, Mr. Higginson, Warrington, Mr. Schofield, Rochdale, Mr. Milner, Halifax, Wakefield, Leeds, Mr. Wilkinson, printer, Ripponden, and Mr. William Taylor, Oldham." The date of 1746 is commonly assigned to this edition, because in that year the book is noticed in the Gentleman's Magazine, volume 16, pages 527 to 8, and in the British Magazine, pages 268 to 272, 437 to 439. The dialogue and the glossary occupy the work, the former extending to 32 duodecimo pages. There are 7 incidents in this first appearance of Tim Bobbin. 1. The calf killed by the horse. 2. The attempt to sell the dog. 3. The fall into the water. 4. The adventures at the Littleborough Tavern. 5. The second offering the dog for sale. 6. The interview with the master. 7. The concealment in the barn and haymow. In the first, the introduction and conclusion of the story was subsequently elongated. In the second, the narrative is as it now stands, with the rumour that "who justices allus did th' most o' th' wark." It is remarkable that the excessive civility with which the offer of the dog for sale is met by those who have no intention of buying it, even to the assenting to the clown's lie that his cur was of a valuable and rare breed, should be found here. For it must be taken from Collier's own experience in the book, picture, and print hawking life which he followed, but which in 1746 we should have imagined to be anticipated. The Blackbird and his pictures were, it seems, already objects of traffic. That the humour of these civil refusals qualified in his mind the disappointment they conveyed is evident, and thus making them otherwise turn to gold was ingenious. He afterwards terms his copies of Tim Bobbin "bandyhewits."
The name was first transferred to the pirated editions as not being of the true breed. The extension of the denomination to those which the author issued is not so intelligible. We may suppose the imagination of the double falsehood of the vendor and of those he wished to be purchasers, in the case of the dog, greatly diverted Collier. He has it twice in the dialogue, and long bore it in mind in his letters. The ducking in the brook and the wandering afterwards are told differently in the first edition to that of 1757, but the most entire variation is the adventures at Littleborough. The Falcon Inn at this place, which is adjacent to Milnrow and situated at the foot of Blackstone Edge, was in Collier's later days kept by a boon companion of his named Hill. This house was the constant resort of our chapman of his own wares, who here, with hardly less authority than in his own village, assumed to direct the conviviality of horse and foot passengers, pack-horsemen, and latterly of travellers by stage-coaches, and amidst a boisterous merriment which he promoted, sold his works. In 1746 the frightened lad has no place, and instead of at once bursting upon the rude frequenters of the tavern, we have a description of two landladies, and the whole scene of violence between the feaw sow-looked fella and Mezzleface is wanting. This last has the appearance of something that occurred in the presence of Collier. The remaining 3 parts of Tim Bobbin, although varying somewhat in the details, are in 1746 not essentially different from the dialogue as it at present stands. We have had no opportunity of seeing an edition between the first, 1746, and the 6th, 1757, and can only gather the history of the book during that period, incidentally. Mr. Townley says, "The rapid sale of that second edition soon brought forth 2 or 3 pirated editions, which made the honest unsuspecting owner exclaim with great vehemence that he did not believe there was one honest printer in Lancashire, and afterwards to lash some of the most culpable of those insidious offenders with his keen and sarcastic pen." The numbering of the editions, we suspect, confounded the authorised and the pirated publications. Thus the 4th edition, which the Monthly Review got hold of, is one in which Collier is defrauded. The title, as set forth in the Review, Vol. 4, page 156, 1750, and this article is referred to in a note in the authorised copies of Tim Bobbin, is curtailed, and we give it from Mr. Rondeau's manuscript. There is no date, but it must have been printed about 1750. "A view of the Lancashire Dialect, etc., to which is prefixed a dialogue between the author and his pamphlet, by Tim Bobbin, Fellow of the Sisyphean Society of Dutch Loom Weavers. The 4th edition, corrected and improved, with an addition of above 500 Lancashire words not in the first impression. 8vo, 32 pages, exclusive of glossary. Printed for J. Robinson, London, and W. Stewart, Wigan." The London edition, the 4th, is 12mo, printed for J. Robinson, price 6d. Here we gather 2 things: that the cank between the author and his book was printed in 1750, and that the piratical booksellers reprinted this record of their own knavishness. The prologue has 2 parts. Firstly, an attack on the booksellers mentioned, and secondly, a bantering with the reviewers. The attempt by satire and remonstrance to appropriate to himself the profit of his work on the dialect was maintained by Collier through a great part of his life. He inserts at the end of the edition of 1757 a notice that "the edition of this pamphlet printed for Stewart of Preston and Wigan and Robinson of the Golden Lion London, and that of Schofield of Middlewich, the 2 last lately published, are all spurious, rob the author, and impose on the public." He speaks in the earlier editions of "Stewart and Finch, those bell-wethers, and Hitch, Hawes, and Williamson, a Lerpoo, their sheepish followers." These names are varied, and more than once the same bookseller occurs in 2 towns. Those who advertise the spurious copies are also denounced,
as his first publisher, Whitworth, so long known in the history of the Manchester press, and whom Tim Bobbin exchanged for Harrop, a still more enduring name in the printing annals of the same town. Adams of Chester, Williamson of Liverpool, then heir of Warrington, the greatest of our old South Lancashire printers, and others, are either privately or publicly reprobated for interfering with his copyrights. Through long years this war with the piratical booksellers was waged, and in various ways. "I did burm up some rhymes on top on sign pow before Stuart's shop o' Wiggin." We have also the etching and lines on the Fratras in Malo in the Human Passions Delineated. These attacks by Collier were dreaded by some of his antagonists. There is a deprecatory letter, Manchester, 1st August 1757, from Whitworth, whose offence only appears to be admitting an advertisement of the pirated books into his newspaper. "Indeed, if I had known of either Finch or Schofield printing your pamphlet, I should have dissuaded them from doing it, but I really believe Harrop, or any other printer, unless concerned in point of interest, would have done what I did." Notwithstanding he appears to the last to have clung to his desultory method of guiding the sale of the book. A London publisher thus writes to him: "Mr. Collier, I write to you because I know 'tis not in your power to prevent the dirty dogs of your neighbourhood from selling the pamphlet, but I think I could push and make some advantage of it if it was mine. Now I take it for granted that you have not 100 left. If so, I will give you £20 for the copyright, plates, etc., and will send you hereafter any number you may want at 9d. each. I am your obedient servant, Thomas Lowndes, Fleet Street, London, October 2nd, 1773. I don't think that you would find a Manchester bookseller that would take 500, if at price of paper and print." The commencement of the Cank will have made the reader familiar with Tim Bobbin's wrongs. They are set forth in the "plaguy rhymes" affixed on the book's own suggestion, "O'th nebber me cap a plain print hond, at oich body may see 'em, ches where he come." Then there is Tim Bobbin's surprise to find his own book by his side. "Whoa's tat, te owd friend? I thowt tow'd been jaunting it like Eger mad wi' those foster feythers o' thine, Stuart," etc. The second part of the Cank is occupied with the reviewers. The reference by Tim Bobbin to the Monthly Review of December 1750. There is another favourable mention of Tim Bobbin in the Monthly Review, 1776, volume 55, page 231. Does not altogether explain the allusion he has made to their opinions, and though he gives no other authority, we think his labours were elsewhere noticed. The dialogue is thus lauded: "This is a masterpiece of the kind. The stories in it are truly humorous, and exhibit the character of a clown in pure nature, such as a simple country fellow really is who is quite unacquainted with the world, of which he has seen no more than a very few miles round the cottage or farm he was bred in, and perhaps had never conversed familiarly with more than 6 persons, and those not a bit more intelligent than himself." This is not a very discriminating criticism, for the contracted rage of Tummus's visible horizon did not prevent him from being both an unscrupulous and cunning fellow. On this Tim Bobbin remarks: "For the gluant swore at me, turnt me round like a tailor when he mazes folk, chucked me under th' chin, ga me a honey butter cake." So far the laudatory commentators are duly recognised. But what follows must have some other origin than the passage quoted. "An' seed uppenly they ne'er say an awkert look, a queer chap, an' a pecklt jump," the marble paper binding, "gie better o' their live." The Cank had evidently its composition at 2 periods. Tim Bobbin assigns the Review of 1750 as the cause of the second part, but that review proves the pre-existence of a dialogue between the author and his pamphlet, which was probably occupied in defending the copyright. Footnote: in 1751 Collier sent 50 copies of his Bandyhewits (Tim Bobbin) to Worcester for sale, and this was during his service at Kebroyd, page 267. End of footnote. The edition of 1757 was forced upon Collier from the thorough occupation of the ground by the pirated copies of his work. Straungers to our eat, they rob poor Timmy, e'en i'th often leet. We have before us several letters on this subject, and especially from Harrop, bearing on his fellow Manchester printer, and Collier's quondam publisher, Whitworth. This edition is important in the history of the book. The title is as follows: A View of the Lancashire Dialect by way of Dialogue, between Tummus, etc., as in the first edition, showing in that speech the comical adventure and misfortunes of a Lancashire clown, to which is prefixed, by way of preface, a dialogue between the author and his pamphlet, with a few observations for the better pronunciation of the dialect, with a glossary of all the Lancashire words and phrases therein used, by Tim Bobbin, Fellow of the Sisyphean Society of Dutch Loom Weavers, and an old adept of the dialect." The motto of the first edition follows: "The sixth edition, in which will be several alterations and new adventures, and above 800 Lancashire words that never were in any of the 5 first impressions. Manchester, printed and sold by Joseph Harrop, and by all the booksellers throughout England and Wales. 1757." Footnote: This book is in Mr. Rondeau's collection. This is a 12mo in "a peckelt jump." There is a rude etching of the speakers with "Tim Bob, Inv. et Sculp," and yet we prefer it to the later print by the artist on the same subject. The observations are more brief and unimportant than those prefixed by Watson to his Halifax glossary, printed in Mr. Hunter's Hallamshire Vocabulary. They have the same object, but Collier could hardly have seen Watson's preface, which was printed in 1775. The connection of Collier with Halifax, and his repeated visits to the place, and the share its inhabitants occupy in his subscription lists, cannot be laid out of our consideration in weighing the purity of his exposition of the South Lancashire dialect. In 1767, with his words, we observe he sends 2 histories of Halifax at 10d. each, to be disposed of by Mr. Wilson, Lancaster. Did he write this history? The belief is, he had received the copies of this book in exchange for his own works, and so sold them to pay himself. The anticipation of the deterioration of the dialect, and the invitation to supply the author with words, which in subsequent editions are omitted, close the observations. The cank or prologue follows. It is complete in its 2 parts, as in the latest copies. The additions to the dialogue are numerous, the 2 most salient insertions being "the Tae Thowel" between 1 and 2, and the recasting the incidents at Littleborough with the introduction of the tavern fracas. The assigning a 3rd sweetheart to the clown in Sarah, the master's daughter, is retained from the first edition. It may be wise to exaggerate the importance of the hero of a tale, but there is an improbability in the infatuation of a young person in this woman's position being so desperately in love with her father's servant as to assist in hiding him, then stealing food for his support, and lastly, "while I cadging my wem, who towd me who lippen to her feyther were turned strackling." The little episode of the impeachment of the chastity of "Sarah o' Rutchart's," his real love, for there are 2 distinct Sarahs, might have lighted up the narrative by its pathos. But Collier used no art in this book, and we must console ourselves by remembering that in his pictorial efforts, where he did attempt art, he proved that he had not the ars celare artem, and sank into the burlesque. The next important edition of Tim Bobbin is in 1763. It is published by Harrop of Manchester in 12mo and 8mo, and is denominated "Tim Bobbin's Toy Shop, opened, or his whimsical amusements, containing and the title mentions the Lancashire dialect without alluding to additions of any kind. The blackbird, the goose, the Prickshaw witch, the Queen of the Booth, with an explanatory letter, together with several other humorous epistles, epitaphs, etc., in prose and rhyme. Also some original Lancashire, Scotch, and other letters never before published, embellished with copper plates, designed by the author, and engraved by Mr. Barlow of Bolton." The horse-stealing adventure we believe to be first inserted in this edition between 5 and 6, and thus the 9 incidents of the dialogue were completed. Collier felt towards justices as Bunyan did to juries, and could not deny himself the gratification of attacking them. In this case, however, the magistrate, Mr. Robert Entwistle, senior barrister, of Foxholes near Rochdale, ob. 1778 et 86, who could speak the dialect, does his duty. Not so the clerk, Mr. Simon Dearden of the Orchard, who is misrepresented, he having been really an honest person. The Rochdale Pilot, June 18 and September 10, 1857. The Toy Shop, long figures in Collier's accounts, as an edition of his works which he offered for sale. 1764, 7 toy shops, Mr. Townsend, curate of Moseley. 1767, Mr. Edwards, Halifax. A name not unknown in the bibliographical world. 10 toy shops, 7 plates, 15d., 12 and 6d., 3 lank dialects, single, 5d., 1 and 3d., 6 plans of the Calder, 4d. halfpenny, 2 and 3d., etc. Is this one of Collier's books? Mr. Wilson, Lancaster, 24 toy shops and 2 histories of Halifax, 10d. In 1776, Mr. Aspinall, Burnley, 12 Lord's Prayers at 2s. each, very small. Here calligraphy is made to assist in the work of money getting. In the midst of these memoranda and accounts we find, 1770, August 22nd, I weighed 167 lb, my wife weighed 201 lb. Throughout these editions we may observe that to 1757 Collier seems to have leant on the dialect as giving the value to his book. Between 1746 and 1757 he extended the dialogue, dealing carefully with the words used. Just now is changed to meet now, before to afore. One can but do what he can do, with a nicer appreciation of the true force of can is rendered, one can but what he can do. On went as gradely as could be athward is replaced by on went a graith, thus showing graithly to be the source of both words. He speaks of rain falling in colloqufuls, and of putting his clean shirt on, a slifter i'th barn, after I'd slanced and pooed o'th ettercropped out on't under the yeasing. These are omitted in 1757, and collock and slanced never found their way into the glossary. For it chops so dark or at onst is not repeated. I'd nother bitten nor supped is corrected into I'd nother bit nor soap. He threw the battril with such a burr is left out, but the last word is transferred to express the gush of a bad smell. That hodge-podge come in me face with sich a burr. The distinction is perhaps maintainable. Bayer, tempestus, Icelandic. Boer, Swedish, the wind. Also boria, surgere. Choinge, in 1746, is swap. In 1757, a punch, a purr, thin, than, in, with one exception, which is still in the book. Words are violently introduced in order to be shown. A fine fattish gentleman is made a fine fattish throddy gentleman, and a fattish felly is a fattish dowing felly. There is a passage in the fracas with the master, 1746, which we regret is afterwards left out. I seet away when I heard the foyer poked rick, and went and hud me i'th barn. The The tup mutton tough as whit leather thong only occurs in 1746. Between the first and sixth editions there is a considerable emendation of vowel sounds. Eight, out, is converted into out, hour to hour, dame to dame, seat to sate, why to war, great to great, near to newer, ha to how, sconce to sconce, oni to oni. These are merely a few examples of Collier's care of the dialect in the earlier editions. Footnote: Mr. Rondo has collected the titles of 20 editions of Tim Bobbin, with dates since 1786, and of 7 of which the publishers' names justify the conjecture that they belong to the same period. The work takes so many shapes, and finds its way into our cottages and markets so incessantly, that this list by no means exhausts the catalogue of the quantity printed. There are here 5 editions since 1850. We observe the Rochdale edition of 1819, advertised for by an anxious purchaser, and a copy of this, valuable for the original letters it contains, sold for £5. The imitations have been few and unsuccessful. A political tract by Mr. Thomas Walker, calling himself Tim Bobbin II, was printed in 1801 under the title of Plebeian Politics, and borne up by the interest of its subject matter, it reached 2 editions. The orthopy is that of South Lancashire, but otherwise the archaic words are few, and the phraseology little differing from common English. In 1819 an author in Ashton-under-Lyne attempted to add a second and third parts to Tim Bobbin, Manchester, Wilson. He apologises for varying in his spelling from Tim Bobbin, and eludes giving a glossary by referring to Collier's. The book is extraordinarily coarse, the dialogue void of pleasantry, and the incidents improbable and disgusting. But there are peculiar to the work a number of words which are not common, and which lead us to regret the want of a glossary. We will enumerate a few. Buckth, daking and dilting, huant, frustling, paling, in the sense of running, rebuant felly, a great noger nowen a felly, and the cloggings he had on were a burn, pomer, a cliver yammer to year, I mount from grief to rage, then cliver, completely, neckling, axum bits o' quirks, nubbly cosy, frabbath, ported, etc., etc. The vowel sounds, as the author admits, are not those of South Lancashire, and hardly of Hallamshire. Ow is almost dispensed with. Na stands for now, car for cow, oot for out, hoppen for oppen, clam for clumb, etc., and we demur to the meanings assigned to common words, as farrantly, be, bur, buoyant, etc. Tim Bobbin's Ghost by Mr. George Richardson, Heywood, Manchester, 1850, contains poems to Tim Bobbin's memory by Bamford and Shaw, and a long poem of 52 stanzas, The Ghost of Tim Bobbin, with some verses by Riddings and Rogerson. The whole are in the South Lancashire tongue. End of footnote. In 1763 he trusted to etchings and to the greater ponderosity of his book by the addition of his other writings. The later copies of Tim Bobbin are taken from that of 1775, and the 10 etchings it contained were, by retouching, long preserved. That the staple of the publication, the dialogue, was not subjected to the author's senile corrections is a matter of congratulation, for even in his best days Collier has shown in his paintings how capable he was of deforming his own conceptions, and the recasting the natural expression of genius has never been successful. The Family Shakespeare, the new Robinson Crusoe, and the revised edition of Pilgrim's Progress are sorry trash. From 1786 to the present day, Tim Bobbin has maintained itself in the public estimation, and if the inferior works of its author are to be found side by side with it, the curiosity as to the writer is the best explanation of their vitality. We are far from thinking that our brief notice has exhausted either what ought to be known or may be gathered as to Collier and his essays, but we have made a first attempt to recover the history of both, and in so doing are especially following out the design for which the Chetham Society was instituted. For, truly, to leave unnoticed the most popular of our native writers would be an unjustifiable negligence, even though our researches dispel the illusion that wisdom and cleverness are necessarily allied, and that a well-regulated mind is essential to the production of a good book. It is only now left us to acknowledge the obligations which have accumulated upon us in writing the latter part of this essay. We are indebted to Mr. Canon Raines for the larger share of the materials enabling us to treat of Collier's life. Some of these we have marked by the letter R, but the greater portion are not so to be recognised. The original letters and information with which we have thus been supplied induced us to undertake writing this biography, and we have throughout felt it would have been better had it been left in the hands of one so much more capable of doing it justice, and so intimately acquainted with the subject as Mr. Canon Raines. Mr. Rondeau of Salford, having made a collection of the editions of Tim Bobbin, with a catalogue of those he has seen, as well as those he possesses, and which, though perhaps the fullest, is by no means a perfect list, has kindly placed them at the service of the Chetham Society. They have been of the greatest use, and especially the transcript of the first edition, from the Adlington Tracts, Portico Library, Manchester. We have further to acknowledge the valuable assistance of our excellent President, James Crossley, Esquire, and of our Secretary, William Langton, Esquire, and to thank John Harland, Esquire, for the loan of the Tim Bobbin of 1819, which goes under the name of Corrie's or Westall's edition, and contains letters and other original information not otherwise procurable, and has become a book rare and much sought after. End of extract from On the South Lancashire Dialect by Thomas Heywood. John Collier, Tim Bobbin. Chapter 10 of Lancashire Worthies by Francis Espinas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Collier, much better known by his pseudonym of Tim Bobbin, shares with his contemporary John Byrom whatever honours were gained by the contributions of Lancashire to the English literature of the 18th century. When worthy Dr. Aikin published, some 75 years ago, his description of the country round Manchester, the literary biography of the region was represented by memoirs of Byrom and Collier exclusively. Nor does he seem to have been guilty of any glaring oversight. Both were humourists, Collier, however, more distinctly than Byrom. Both wrote prose as well as verse, and they were about the first authors of any note. Byrom slightly, Collier conspicuously, to employ the broad, racy and expressive Lancashire dialect as a literary vehicle. In the eyes of their contemporaries, Byrom was far the more celebrated of the two. The friend of Bentley, the expositor of Jacob Burman, in later years the wealthy owner of Kersall, would have probably been indignant at a comparison of himself with the humble schoolmaster of Milnrow. For a long time, however, Tim Bobbin's name has been very much more familiar to the people of his native county than Byrom's. This is due partly to the fact that his most successful work was composed in the Lancashire dialect. When Byrom's verse was first admitted into a collection of the British poets, the editor peremptorily excluded his pieces in the Lancashire dialect, as has been noted in the sketch of that stenographic worthy. Quote, "The whirligig of time brings his revenges." End quote. For one reader of Byrom's metrical theosophy, there have been, and there are, thousands of Tim Bobbin's Tummus and Meary. At the beginning of 1710, or the close of 1709, the latter the year in which John Byrom proceeded with distinction from merchant tailors to Trinity College, Cambridge, The poor village schoolmaster of Urmston, in the parish of Flixton, had a third son born to him, the John Collier, afterwards famous as Tim Bobbin. The parish register of Flixton was examined of late years by Edwin Waugh, who has written from personal exploration 2 pleasant and picturesque papers on Tim Bobbin's birthplace and cottage respectively. And Mr. Waugh has made it clear that John Collier was baptized in the parish church of Flixton on the 6th of January 1710, not 1709, the year given in Bain's History of Lancashire. The origin of that mistake, says Mr. Waugh, page 96, was evident to me with the register before my eyes. The book seems to have been very irregularly kept in those days, and the baptisms in the year 1709 are entered under a headline, Baptisms in the year 1709. But at the end of the baptisms of that year, the list runs on into those of the following year, 1710, without any such headline to divide them, and this entry of Tim's baptism being one of the first, might easily be transcribed by a hasty observer as belonging to the previous year. So far as this goes, the irregularity is more seeming than real, since in those days the civil and legal year did not begin until the 25th of March, and a baptism of January 1710 would fall to be registered as belonging to 1709. Mr. Heywood, in his careful sketch of Collier's biography, persists throughout in representing 1708 as the year of the birth of the author of Tummus and Meary, apparently because that is the year given for the event in the handwriting of Collier himself on the fly-leaf of an old Bible. The authority, however, of the baptismal register cannot be impeached, and this is another proof how untrustworthy are the manuscript contributions to family history found on the fly-leaves of old Bibles. In Baines's time there was still extant the small house, known as Richard a Jones's, in which Tim Bobbin was born. It modestly fronted Urmston Hall, a quaint gabled wood and plaster Elizabethan mansion, which has long been a farmhouse, and which still looks away over the Mersey on a wide expanse of Cheshire meadow ground. Tim Bobbin's birthplace has disappeared. Its site is occupied by one of the 4 or 5 raw-looking new brick cottages, tenanted by handloom weavers, which disappointed Mr. Waugh's inquiring gaze. In spite of the handloom weavers and its vicinity to Manchester, the parish of Flixton is, and always has been, mainly agricultural, presenting the characteristics of a Cheshire rather than of a Lancashire district. Mr. Waugh's literary pilgrimage was rewarded by few or no traditions of the Colliers. The only other distinct vestige of the residence of the Collier family in Flixton is the baptismal register of a brother of Tim Bobbin's, Nathan Collier, born in 1706. The schoolmaster of Flixton, John Collier, Tim Bobbin's father, born in 1682, descended from a family of small landholders settled in Newton in Mottram, Cheshire. He was "Minister of Stretford" in 1706. In 1709 he is styled "Curate of Eccles." In 1716 he was "admitted to perform or discharge the office of deacon at Hollingfare, Hollins Green." He supported his family decently, gave them a tincture of education, and had even some thoughts of bringing up his clever young Jack for the church, but at the age of 40 his hopes were disappointed, and his efforts marred by the partial loss of his sight. There is a portrait of him taken when he was about 50, in a blue coat and scratch wig, sitting in a large chair and reading a book which he holds at a distance with both hands." The expression of the face in this portrait is said to be "acute." He died in 1739 at Newton in Mottram. Of the elder John Collier nothing more than this is known, except what Tim Bobbin, summing up his own early biography, has recorded of him in these few characteristic sentences. "In the reign of Queen Anne," quoth Tim, telling his own story in the third person, "he was a boy, and one of the 9 children of a poor curate in Lancashire, whose stipend never amounted to £30 a year, and consequently the family must feel the iron teeth of penury with a witness. These, indeed, were sometimes blunted by the charitable disposition of the good rector, the Reverend Mr. Haddon of Wigton, a poet, by the way, and a friend of Byram's. So this T.B. lived as some other boys did, content with water pottage, buttermilk, and jannock, till he was between 13 and 14 years of age, when Providence began to smile on him in his advancement to a pair of Dutch looms, when he met with treacle to his pottage, and sometimes a little in his buttermilk or spread on his jannock. The Dutch loom was brought to England by some Flemish artisans in the beginning of the 18th century, and their principal settlement was at Bolton le Moors. Those who adopted them had an advantage over the old English looms. The shuttle was thrown and caught by the hands of the weaver, and the Dutch looms continued to be popular until the invention of Kay's flying shuttle, for which there was a patent in 1733." Note by Canon Rains in Mr. Haywood's Sketch, page 43. However, the reflection of his father's circumstances, which now and then start up and still edge his teeth, make him believe that pluralists are no good Christians." The remembrance of his poor father, blind and half starved, with 9 children to bring up, and only £30 a year to do it on, often recurred to Tim Bobbin when he saw reverend gentlemen around him growing obese and apoplectic on their pluralities or otherwise, and many a gibe he shot at them with his satirical tongue and pen in after life as they passed him on the road. It was not only in Lancashire, or to the eyes of one who had been born and bred a poor curate's son, that these contrasts were visible and offensive in the England of the first half of the 18th century. Tim Bobbin had scarcely begun to make himself known as a satirist, when, in 1742, Henry Fielding produced his first novel, Joseph Andrews, with its portraits of Parson Trulliber and Parson Adams. "Went prentice in May 1722," is Tim's further account of himself, "to one Johnson, a Dutch loom weaver at Newton Moor, in the parish of Mottram, but, hating slavery in all shapes, I, by divine providence, veiling my skull cap to the mitres, in November 1727 commenced schoolmaster at Milnrow." It seems probable that, half way or so in his apprenticeship, he persuaded his master to cancel his indentures, and exchanged the sedentary life of a weaver for pretty constant movement as an itinerating schoolmaster. No doubt he had picked up from his father some of the elements of the pedagogic art, and had been a quick learner of what the poor schoolmaster of Flixton could teach him. No doubt, too, he had read his book more or less diligently in the intervals of business at the loom. Whether, with his then stock of knowledge, he would have been a "certificated teacher" in these days is uncertain, but in those days there were no national schools, the Trullibers not having been superseded by a better and more useful clerical race. And Tim, flinging himself on the world as a travelling schoolmaster, found a tolerable welcome in the districts which he selected for his perambulations. Bury, Middleton, Oldham, Rochdale, and the neighbouring villages are said to have formed the sphere of his pedagogic operations, and at his headquarters, wherever they may have been, he kept a night as well as a day school. The factory system was yet a long way off, and the woollen, the chief manufacture of the time and district, was carried on at home, family fashion, in combination with small farming, after the primitive and wholesome style of which there will hereafter fall something to be said. A thorough knowledge of the Lancashire dialect, nowhere so pure as in that district, Tim could not fail to acquire as he shifted his tent from village to village, and he began early to note down what was quaintest and raciest in its phraseology. The oddities and peculiarities of Lancashire rusticity were forced on his attention, and the eye of the young humourist was not slow to apprehend and seize them. But whatever his acquisitions as learner in the course of his rambling life, his pecuniary gains as a teacher must have been of the slenderest kind. At 17, poor Tim was glad to settle down on £10 a year as assistant in a free school in the village of Milnrow near Rochdale. The master, a Mr. Pearson, was also the curate of Milnrow, and the whole salary, which he divided with his assistants, was £20 a year. The school had been built, and its masters were nominated by Mr. Townley of Belfield Hall near Milnrow, whose son, Colonel Townley, became a steady patron of Tim's during his life, and his biographer after death. According to Colonel Townley, the £10 a year at Milnrow, Tim considered as a material advance in the world, as he still could have a night school which answered very well in that very populous neighbourhood, and was considered by him too as a state of independency, a favourite idea ever afterwards with his high spirit. Mr. Pearson, not very long afterwards falling a martyr to the gout, my honoured father gave Mr. Collier the school, which not only made him happy in the thought of being more independent, but made him consider himself a rich man." The death of Pearson and the accession of Collier occurred in 1739, but it was not until 1742 that the new master did, in point of fact, "veil his skull cap to the mitres," or, in other words, procure a licence from the bishop of the diocese. Only 12 of the pupils were taught gratis, the others paid fees which went into the pocket of the principal, and Tim had now an assistant to drudge for him as he himself had drudged for Pearson. Horace, in his Sabine farm, was not more contented than Tim Bobbin at Milnrow, with Mr. Townley of Belfield for his Maecenas. He found himself rich enough to drop the night school, although at Whitsun and Christmas he still paid teaching visits to Oldham and Rochdale. His affluent leisure he turned to good account, and self-culture was familiar to him as a fact, though the phrase had not been invented in his day. He learned the theory of drawing, for the practice of which nature had given him a genius of his own. He taught himself to play "the hautboy and the common flute, and upon the former he very much excelled." He began to scribble in prose and verse, little squibs on the fools and knaves of his acquaintance. The Blackbird, a rhymed satire on Justice Edward Chetham of Castleton, a barrister and wealthy neighbour, one of his earliest pieces, is dated 1739, and to draw heads from nature, always with a twist of caricature or the grotesque. His society was courted by high and low, and probably, during his first years in his new situation, there was not a happier young fellow in England than Mr. John Collier, schoolmaster of Milnrow. He seems to have been a bit of a buck too, and what with his village dandyism, his talents and accomplishments, and the £20 a year of certain income, he was looked upon as a desirable match by the lasses of Milnrow and its neighbourhood. The conquering heroine came at last in the person of a Miss Mary Clay, a handsome young woman of good upbringing and connections. She was the daughter of "Mr. Clay of Flockton near Wakefield, and had been brought up at Ledstone, the seat of Lady Betty Hastings," once well known for her piety and munificence, among other things, the benefactress of Queen's College, Oxford. Furthermore, ere she arrived on the visit to her aunt, Mrs. Butterworth, at Milnrow, when she captivated the schoolmaster thereof, she had received a metropolitan polish during a stay of several years in London, with another aunt, Mrs. Pitt, "a woman of property, and married to Mr. Pitt, an officer in the Tower." Such a damsel as this, descending on rustic Milnrow from the splendours of London, found of course many admirers, and it is to her credit that schoolmaster proved to be the happy man. On the 1st of April 1744 they were married, the damsel being 21, the bridegroom 35, and an excellent wife she was to Tim, who needed, as it turned out, quite as much of the guardian of the angel in his spouse. They settled down, one supposes, in the house which is, or very lately was, standing, and which has been lovingly described by Edwin Waugh in his paper on Tim Bobbin's cottage. The old village of Milnrow, a mile and a half or so from Rochdale, lies on the ground not unlike a tall tree laid lengthways in a valley by a river side. At the bridge its roots spread themselves in clots and fibrous shoots in all directions, while the almost branchless trunk runs up with a little bend above half a mile towards Oldham, where it again spreads itself out in an umbrageous way at the little fold called Butterworth Hall, close to the site once occupied by one of the homesteads of the Byrons." About 20 yards from the west end of the bridge aforesaid, spanning the little river Beal, "a lane leads between the ends of the dwelling houses down to the water side. There still," that is at the end of Mr. Waugh's visit, "stands the quaint substantial cottage of John Collier in the old garden by the edge of the river." We hear of the "uncompromising thickness of the walls," the number and superior arrangement of the rooms, and "the remains of a fine old oak staircase," also that Tim was wont to decorate with the flowers of each season "the parlour where he used to write and receive company, a little oblong room, low in the roof and dimly lighted by a small window from the garden." Best of all, in the corner of this garden, "Tim had a roomy green arbour, with a smooth stone table in the middle, on which lay his books, his flute, or his meals, as he was in the mood. He would stretch himself out here, and muse for hours together. The lads used to bring their tasks from the school, behind the house, to this arbour for Tim to examine. He had a green shaded walk from the school into the garden. When in the school or about the house, he wore a silk velvet skull cap." The Savages and Boyses, his contemporaries in their Grub Street garrets and sponging houses, might have envied Tim Bobbin his Lancashire cottage and garden on the banks of the little river Beal. Tim's idyllic existence, however, was not one of perfect innocence. Not only did Miss Mary Clay bring with her from Aunt Pitt into wedded life "several silk gowns, and other elegant articles of female attire," the envy probably of surrounding matrons, but somebody, perhaps her father, is said to have given her a portion of £300. According to proverbial philosophy, for 99 men who can stand adversity, only one can stand prosperity, and Tim Bobbin's was not the one man's case and fate. The £300 melted away, it seems, in irregular joviality, and not until they were fairly gone was Tim himself again. His amendment, however, was so marked, and his wife so sensible, that she professed herself heartily glad that the money was all spent. A little family, too, began to grow up about their knees, and Tim had to bestir himself to make both ends meet. It was to his pencil rather than to his pen, though the latter was seldom long idle, that he betook himself, and altar-pieces for country churches and signs for inns flowed in profusion from his prolific and catholic brush. "At Shaw Chapel, on each side of the east windows, are still large figures of Moses and Aaron, painted in oils on boards by him, and at Milnrow a figure of an angel with a trumpet in his mouth, and holding a scroll in one hand, on which the psalm was announced from the singing loft." Footnote: Haywood, page 45. When this vein was well nigh exhausted, he turned to caricature and the grotesque, the original power which he displayed making itself gradually felt. Tim shone in quantity, moreover, as well as in a sort of quality, and by dint of assiduous practice could, when he chose, turn out a head in a day or two, and a group in a week. He carried his performances, with the lowest prices affixed, to a well-frequented inn at Rochdale, or elsewhere, on the great road to Yorkshire. The friendly innkeeper was always ready to act the part of salesman, sometimes to make advances, and Tim's grotesques found purchasers on speculation or otherwise, among the riders, as the commercial gentlemen of those days were called, who journeyed from mart to mart on horseback, with samples and patterns in their saddle bags. He learned to etch, and could thus reach more distant markets. One characteristic series which appeared in this way, The Human Passions Delineated, full of spirit and rough humour, was republished in Manchester some 15 years ago from his original copperplates retouched. Meanwhile, Tim's pen was throwing off many little pieces in prose and verse, almost always satirical, and the bibliography of which has been much neglected. It seems to have been in 1746 that he published his famous Tummus and Meary, the first genuine Lancashire classic, which was immediately successful, though poor Tim was robbed of a portion of his profits by the piracy of knavish printers and booksellers. Footnote: in the Gentleman's Magazine, volume 16, page 527, for October 1746, there is the following brief and frosty notice of Tummus and Meary. "We have received a dialogue in the Lancashire Dialect, but as the peculiarity of it consists chiefly in a corrupt pronunciation of known words with few originals, and as the subject is dry and unentertaining, we shall only give a vocabulary of all the provincial real words, with some of the corruptions as a specimen, and add a few lines of the performance." End of footnote. He lived to see many editions of it appear under his own auspices, and numbers more have kept appearing down to our own day. Besides possessing obvious claims to perennial popularity in Lancashire, Tummus and Meary has a philological value from being a specimen of the Lancashire dialect as spoken at a time and in a district when and where it had received few alien admixtures. Samuel Bamford, indeed, detected in Tim's Lancashire vernacular several distinct importations from the Cheshire dialect, which may naturally have overflowed into the language of the inhabitants of Flixton, where Tim's boyhood was passed, not to speak of Mottram, where he was a weaver in early youth. By critics less keen, this adulteration will scarcely be noticed, and while the dialect of Lancashire, as of other counties, continues to be studied, Tim Bobbin's broad and racy dialogue will long remain "the standard work on the subject." For the glossary he read and used a good deal of Old English, even dipping into Anglo-Saxon, of works in which, with English versions, he had made a collection. It was in the title page of this dialogue, apparently, that Collier first dubbed himself Tim Bobbin, the pseudonym which has almost obliterated his real name. Teaching, toping, painting, writing, a welcome guest in inn and hall, journeying sometimes as far as Newcastle and Liverpool to enjoy the hospitality of distant admirers, but ever keeping an eye to business and the sale of his heads, Tim Bobbin passed the remainder of his days with few vicissitudes more striking than the arrival of a new child, or an illness brought on by over-potations, and otherwise punished very properly by a sound rating from his wife. Only one episode in the rest of his life is worth chronicling, and it is highly characteristic of the man. It seems to have been when he was at the zenith of his fame, 5 years after the publication of Tummus and Meary, that Tim received and accepted an offer of commercial employment from a Mr. Hill of Kibroyd and Halifax in Yorkshire, then one of the greatest cloth merchants, and also one of the most considerable manufacturers of baizes and shalloons in the north of England." This magnate of the woollen trade was induced to make the offer partly from a wish to enjoy Tim's droll conversation, but partly also because the schoolmaster had some of the qualifications of a good clerk. Tim was not only, like Michael Cassio, a great arithmetician, but he wrote a hand literally like print, and indeed it seems very probable that in early days he had taught many a Lancashire child to read without book by spelling out sentences written in his own calligraphy, in perfect imitation of letterpress. Tim accepted the Yorkshire offer of what is styled an extravagant salary, though with a sad heart and doleful presentiments. The Colonel Townley who became his biographer, and who meanwhile had become patron of the Milnrow School, records that, when Tim called to take his leave before starting for Yorkshire, he wept, and in faltering accents entreated me not to be too hasty in filling up the vacancy in that school, where he had lived so many years contented and happy, for he had already some foreboding that he should never relish his new situation and new occupation." Poor Tim pleaded with tears in his eyes that it was for the sake of his wife and family, the old story, that he was leaving Milnrow, and there being 2 other free schools in the district, the kind Townley gave and kept the desired promise. Setting forth on the 12th of June 1751, with wife and children, with bag and baggage, Tim arrived at his destination, and was soon duly invested at Kibroid with the dignity, and received the emoluments, of Mr. Hill's head clerk. The agreement was for several years, but a few months of the "desk's dull wood" were enough for Tim. Some of his letters of this period to friends have been preserved. In one of them he breaks out, "It is true I have more than double the salary than for swaying the birch and sceptre at Milnrow, and a grand house rent free. Ah, my friend, what are these to pleasing liberty, to sweet, to calm contentment? I must now take my farewell of all that made life worth preserving. I must give up my painting, my rhyming, my bowling, my tippling, and every inviting nonsense." Kibroid is "a fresh scene of life which has brought me to my senses." From being a "little monarch," he is transformed into "a kind of slave." In another letter, they are, he complains, "conspiring to make me rich. I am almost sick when I hear 2 sixpences jingled together, and ready to swear at the sight of a guinea. By what I have seen here, I have seen enough to satisfy me that he who has a bare competency, and can sleep soundly all night with his door open and never fear thieves, is the only happy man, and goes through life with the easiest burden. Such happy days have I seen at my old habitation in Lancashire, and I hope to see again, where, if you'll come and see me, your old favourite repast, mulled ale and toast, shall be at your service." Before the first year of the engagement had expired, the agreement was cancelled, and Tim, happy as a king, was in his old cottage and school again, listening to the placid murmur of the little river Beal. To make up for the loss of his Yorkshire salary, he redoubled his diligence with the brush, and the walls of his Royal Academy exhibition, to wit, the inns of Rochdale and Littleborough, were soon peopled more thickly than ever with the "ugly grinning old fellows and mumbling old women on broomsticks," briefly described by Colonel Townley as the genre in which this Lancashire Hogarth excelled. In 1755 Tim seems to have been a candidate for the post of organist in Rochdale Church, salary £20 a year, and 3 years later we find him at Chester painting the panels of carriages for a coachmaker. The rudest and most primitive forms of literature and art are exemplified in Tim Bobbin's biography. He was often his own bookseller, carrying his works about with him in his wallet, offering them thence for sale, and sometimes glad to receive payment for them in kind. Here is an entry or two from his account book. "Delivered a book of prints to cos John Hume to have a hat for it. Exchanged a book of human passions for £3 of thread at 3s. per pound. Blue tape, halfpenny a yard. Tape, 1d. a knot, a gross of laces. Paid John Kenyon a book for a wig." In such another entry as the following, his caligraphy is shown turning an honest penny. "Mr. Aspinall, Burnley, 12 Lord's Prayers at 2s. each, very small." Tim quitted Milnrow as a residence no more, until, in his 77th year, he took up his final abode in Rochdale churchyard. He died at Milnrow on the 14th of July 1786, and was buried beside his wife, whom he had survived only a few weeks. 6 children had been born to them, most of whom reached maturity, and one of whom, Charles, settling in Kendal and prospering there, purchased their cottage and presented it to his parents for their lives. To this Charles the last letter of his father's which has been preserved is addressed. "Things remain as you left them," Collier writes. "They are all well but your poor mother. Rich and Sal drive on, but my old peepers cannot pierce far into futurity. I've painted a good deal of things since you left, and drunk punch betimes as customers come in. Make sure to keep sober, which is more than he could do who is, dear Charles, your loving father." The epitaph on the tombstone of husband and wife in Rochdale churchyard contains a reference to this taste for punch, but that vulgar doggerel, commonly attributed to Tim, turns out, one learns with satisfaction, to be not his handiwork after all. End of John Collier, Tim Bobbin, from Lancashire Worthies by Francis Espinas. Tim Bobbin as an Artist, from Lancashire Gleanings by William E. A. Axon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tim Bobbin as an Artist. To draw true beauty shows a master's hand. Dryden, to Mr. Lee on his Alexander. At one time it was common to speak of John Collier, Tim Bobbin, as the Lancashire Hogarth. No more inappropriate designation could have been selected. He lacked not only the artistic skill of Hogarth, but that moral indignation which made the pencil more powerful than the preacher's voice in denouncing sin and folly. Collier rarely deviates into moral purpose. His indignation is chiefly reserved for church pluralists, of whom he had a hearty detestation, partly to be explained by the fact, given in his own words, that he was "one of the 9 children of a poor curate in Lancashire, whose stipend never amounted to £30 a year, and consequently the family must feel the iron tooth of penury with a witness." This indeed was sometimes blunted by the charitable disposition of the good rector, the Reverend H. W. So this Tim Bobbin lived as some other boys did, content with water, pottage, buttermilk, and jannock, till he was between 13 and 14 years of age, when Providence began to smile on him in his advancement to a pair of Dutch looms, when he met with treacle to his pottage, and sometimes a little in his buttermilk or thinly spread on his jannock. The recollection of the biting poverty of his father's house still edged his teeth when he drew this Book of Heads, and the most popular composition it contains is that of The Pluralist and the Old Soldier. This plate is dated as having been designed and engraved by the author in 1770, and published with the others in May 1773. It is accompanied by verses stating that a soldier maimed and in the beggar's list did thus address a well-fed pluralist. Soldier, at Guadaloupe my leg and thigh I lost. No pension have I, though its right I boast. Your reverence, please, some charity bestow. Heaven will pay double, when you're there, you know. Pluralist. Heaven pay me double? Vagrants know that I ne'er give to strollers, they're so apt to lie. Your parish and some work would you become, so haste away, or constables your doom. There is more to the same purpose. These lines are quoted because the entire poem was printed as the description of a satirical print, with the same title, published by Mr. Darley in 1766, 4 years earlier than the date assigned for his invention by Collier. From his letters he appears to have been painting this picture in 1767. This leads us to speak of the origin of the book. Collier was a free-living man, eagerly looking out for means to cure that internal want of peace which vexes public men. Accordingly he painted altar-pieces and tavern signs, but chiefly grotesque heads, which he sold to innkeepers and others. Many of them, it is said, were exported to the colonies. It may serve to show the appreciation of art in Lancashire to say that Collier advertises in his book that quote, "Gentlemen, etc., may have plate or plates painted on canvas or pasteboard as large as the life, from 5s. to 15s. a head, by sending their orders to the author near Rochdale." The following extract from the Westmoreland Advertiser and Kendal Chronicle of July 2nd, 1825, will show that the profession was hereditary. "Same day, that is, the 28th ult., at Rochdale, in his 82nd year, Mr. Thomas Collier, painter, second son of the late John Collier, alias Tim Bobbin, author of the Lancashire Dialect, Remarks on the History of Manchester, etc., being the last of the male branch of the above family, formerly many years resident in the town of Penrith in the county of Cumberland." The steady sale which these pictures met with suggested the idea of engraving them, and the result was their publication in one volume. The Human Passions Delineated appeared first in 1772, and the book was reprinted in 1773, 1810, 1811, 1820, 1846, 1858, and 1874. The later editions are from the original plates, but they are considerably the worse for wear. The designs for the most part are grotesque and farcical, often outstepping the modesty of nature, and sometimes mere monstrous libels upon humanity. There are occasional glimpses of better things, but the work is valuable not for artistic merit, which is almost wholly wanting, but for the glimpses it gives of the life of Lancashire 100 years ago. The picture is not a pleasant one, and suggests an age drunken, unclean, cynical, and coarse. Undoubtedly there is much of caricature in it, for sodden clowns, lecherous justices, simoniacal parsons, lustful priests, cowardly generals, foolish men and women, sometimes immodest, and always ungraceful, make up Collier's pictorial world. End of Tim Bobbin as an artist, by William E. A. Axon. The Children of Tim Bobbin, by Ernest Axon. From Bygone Lancashire, edited by Ernest Axon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The proverb, like father, like son, is not very far from the truth when applied to the Collier family. The father, John Collier, alias Tim Bobbin, though certainly a clever man, was eccentric almost to madness, and his habits of life were what we should now regard as disreputable in one to whom was committed the charge of a school. He was a drunkard, and seemed to glory in the fact. His sons were all of them characters, and had intellectual abilities much above the average. Yet they all died poor, and one of them was insane. The wife of Tim Bobbin seems to have been a motherly person of fairly good education. John Collier, Jr., the eldest son of Tim Bobbin, was born at Milnrow in February 1744-5, and was trained by his father until his 12th year, when he was placed as an apprentice with Mr. Beaucock, herald painter of Chester. He early displayed ability in his profession, thanks probably to his father having taught him the elements of painting, and at 14 was sent by his master to Rochdale to paint the royal arms in the parish church. After his time was served, he returned to his father at Milnrow. Then he went to York for a short time, and in 1766 settled at Newcastle upon Tyne as a coach painter and heraldic artist. He speedily made a good business in Newcastle, and only a month or two after settling there, he wrote in jubilant tones about his work, "My business has kept as brisk as my last left me, without housework, which I have neither time nor inclination to undertake. My work pleases, the price sometimes a little muttered at. No wonder, as 'tis generally near 1/3 more than any painter has here beside myself." The result of John Collier's first year's work was a profit of almost £60, but he says, "I have no great inclination for settling in a place, though I know rambling will be no better for me." John Collier was joined at Newcastle by his brother Thomas, but the brothers soon disagreed. John complained to his father that Thomas was lazy, conceited, and failed in his duty as a servant. In August 1767 Tom left, and his place was taken by his brother Charles. The change made little difference in the tone of John's letters to their father, and the complaints were renewed, though the name was altered. It seems probable that the person most at fault was John Collier, whose gloomy, irritable spirit made him somewhat difficult to work with. After Tom left John, there was some talk of his taking service with a rival coachmaker in the town. The father thought this a very desirable arrangement, for his sons could be near each other, and the elder assist the younger. John was opposed to it. "Do you think," he writes to his father, "it would have tallied with my interests or temper to have assisted those whose power and delight would have been to see me reduced to the servile condition of being their slave? Would you correct the work of a Finshaw Stewart, or like me for doing it? I think not, nor should you wish to see the rankest enemies of one of your sons assisted by the other. If I have put it in his power to help my enemies to stab me, gratitude might forbid it. The world is wide enough. In the name of God, let him fill some corner on it where I am not." John Collier had no longer any desire for rambling. He was in love. As his father wrote, "The lad's smitten with no beauty, and with no great fortune. I believe it will be £400. On January 22nd, 1768, John Collier was married to Betty Ranken, the youngest and favourite daughter of Mr. Robert Ranken, a well-to-do tradesman in Newcastle. The accession of fortune he had with his wife enabled John to extend his business. He built a house and workshops, and added coach building to his previous occupations. He did a little painting of old masters. Of this branch of art he was not very proud, and wrote to his father, who had indiscreetly mentioned it, "I am not pleased at your acquainting any person with my painting the old head. I thought I had given you a caution, when I painted that for Mills's on canvas, not even to tell Tom the secret, as he, by not being able to do it as it ought to be, would only discover the imposition without any benefit to himself. 'Tis true, I did paint it, nor do I think it a crime to impose on those who are fond of giving high prices for the indifferent works of persons dead, which very seldom have anything to recommend them but their age and dirtiness." John Collier's building operations brought him into contact with a Mr. Drummond about some land in which the corporation was also interested. It appears that Collier's house encroached on Mr. Drummond's land. This led to a lawsuit, and the part projecting was forcibly taken down. The litigation in this and kindred matters embittered the remainder of the same period of John Collier's life, and perhaps hastened his insanity. John Collier was often severe in his criticisms and unkind in his remarks. Even his father, for whom he had a genuine admiration, did not escape. Criticising some of his father's work in 1769, the younger John said, "You certainly might etch your heads yourself better than that plate you sent, and to tell you plainly, the drawing is so very bad, and the composition, I can scarcely make either sense or satire of it, whatever is designed by it." It is true that posterity has justified the young man's criticism. John Collier carried on a pamphleteering campaign against the Corporation of Newcastle. In 1775 he published anonymously The Corporation, a Fragment, in which, in Hudibrastic verse, he satirized the civic body. In 1777 appeared An Essay on Charters, in which I particularly considered those of Newcastle, an essay which combined considerable research and antiquarian knowledge with keen satire. About this time he lost his first wife, an event that somewhat unsettled him, and not long afterwards he fell in love with a girl, many years his junior, named Betty Howard, whom he married at the Collegiate Church, Manchester, 16th December 1777. His wife assumed for the ceremony a false name, Forster. Information of Mr. John Owen. There is consequently some doubt as to the legality of the marriage. Shortly afterwards his already marked eccentricity rapidly developed into violent insanity. He complained that his young wife put steel filings in his shirt and stockings, which made him that he could not rest, and to prevent the repetition of such conduct he beat her so severely with a poker that he bent it across her back. In 1778 appeared An Alphabet for the Grown-up Grammarians of Great Britain by John Collier, a supposed lunatic. Whether this curious pamphlet appeared before or during his incarceration is uncertain. He had some idea of a phonetic alphabet, and advocated the substitution of the letter K for the Q, which, he says, is the devil of a letter in our alphabet because it is none at all. He sums up 14 vowels, 6 mongrels, 5 consonants, and 1 devil knows what, form our present alphabet, consisting of 26 marks. Early in 1778, Collier tried to shoot a servant of Mr. Thomas Slack, the printer of one of his earlier works, whose life he also threatened. Mr. Slack had the matter inquired into by the magistrates, and John Collier was confined in the lunatic hospital, where his brother Thomas found him, chained to his bed with proper apparatus for one in his deplorable situation. The magistrates would not release him until they had a bond for his good behaviour whilst remaining in Newcastle, and there seems to have been some unwillingness on the part of both the Colliers and the Rankens to undertake the responsibility. Thomas Collier wished John to go to Penrith with him, but the unfortunate man vowed he would stay in Newcastle and prosecute those he imagined to have used him ill. And if justice is not to be had, to blow their brains out. He had his lucid intervals, but broke out again without any warning. When writing a letter he would often stop and say, "Now, some thick-headed attorney has set his head on my shoulders, but had I a pistol I would soon do for him." In January 1779 John Collier was released and placed in the charge of his brother Thomas at Penrith, who found him both troublesome and expensive. In the lunatic's first week at Penrith he ran his brother into debt to the amount of 10 or 15 shillings, by ordering things for an electrical machine, printing, etc. There is in existence a long letter of John Collier's, dated January 9th, 1780, full of mad wanderings and incoherent sentences. He curses his father and brothers for believing in his insanity, complains of his treatment by his brother, states his theory about the transference of thought from one person to another by means of electricity, and is in trouble about his property. Writing to his father, he asks, "Why do you support his (Mr. Howard) making off with my money, or think a fool of that stamp or my brothers, or you either, can settle accounts of my own work, in which I have never yet failed better than myself?" After a few years Collier had recovered sufficiently to be allowed at large, and he spent the remainder of his life at Milnrow. In the early days of his partial recovery he did some painting. One of his works was a portrait of himself in a sort of iron mask or grating, which he used to wear occasionally, and which he had made for himself out of hoop iron. He also painted a sign for the Ship Inn at Vicar's Moss, Rochdale. This sign was, it is said, not badly executed, but the artist had painted the sails full set, and the ship sailing stern first, while some sailors in a boat were rowing with their faces to the prow. Jacky, as he was called by the villagers at Milnrow, was of middle stature, had a strongly marked and venerable-looking countenance. His dress was uncouth, and he had a habit of wearing his clothes wrong side out, and towards the end of his life he dressed in sackcloth. With this peculiarity of dress, clogs with extremely thick soles, and carrying a staff almost as long as himself and 2 inches thick, he was a very striking figure in Milnrow. His liking for having every article of clothing inside out did not at first extend to his clogs, which he was unable to reverse. At last, after much study, he hit on a plan, and by taking the nails out, turning the leather and nailing it on again at the lower edge of the sole, he accomplished his object. John Collier owned a few cottages in Milnrow, and on one occasion, thinking his tenants had affronted him, he decided to evict them. Wishing to know the correct way of doing this, he sent his brother Charles to consult a lawyer, and Charles, being inquisitive, asked all the various proceedings of a contested suit at law. When Charles got home, he told Jackie all he had heard. John decided to take a shorter method. He got up early the next morning before any of his tenants were stirring, fastened their doors and windows from the outside, and stuffed up their chimneys with hay and straw. When the tenants lit their fires, the smoke could find no outlet, and the inhabitants became almost suffocated. Collier released them, only on condition that they consented to take their goods away and give up possession at once. Thus John Collier's later years were spent. He had survived his second wife and was living with his nephew, James Clegg, at whose house in Milnrow he died in 1809. He left 2 daughters and a son, Edmund Collier, a harmless labouring man who was for many years a farmer's servant and used to retail milk in the streets of Rochdale. Thomas Collier, the next son of Tim Bobbin, was not nearly so unfortunate as his elder brother, but his life was not without its vicissitudes. He was born at Milnrow in 1746, and after he had served his time with a painter at Leeds, entered the service of his brother at Newcastle at a salary of £0.50 a week and board. He and John could not agree. Thomas wanted his wages raised, and John declined to raise them, whilst John wanted to be autocratic, and Thomas would not obey him. The result was that the brothers separated. Thomas went to London in August 1767. He found that it was impossible for him to get sufficient to live upon, and he would have been in great straits had he not found good friends there, who allowed him the use of their house, and nursed him through a long illness. Less than a year sufficed to tire him of London, and he returned to Newcastle to his brother's employment. But the wrangling commenced again, and in February 1769 John turned him out of the house, and vowed that he should never enter his door again, "except he reforms in a manner that I am very certain 'tis not in his nature to do." Tom was high-spirited and extravagant. He ran into debt and made a show of wealth by giving tips twice as large as his elder brother did. In 1770 John wrote to his father that Tom was a source of continued uneasiness to him, "not only on account of doing good to himself, but on account of the ridiculous actions which mark his low-lifed, grovelling spirit." When Newcastle steeple was being repaired, Tom very foolhardily ventured to the top of an outside spire. While on it he was seized with a tremor, and had to be ignominiously carried down by a steeple-jack. When he got to the bottom, a sturdy bell-ringer rope-ended him very severely. On another occasion he went with a party of journeymen into the Sandgate, shouting "Wilkes and Liberty" amongst the keelmen and colliers. John Collier relates that the journeymen got pelted severely. Tom, in particular, was trailed and tumbled by the women in the channel, till his clothes were all of a colour with dirt and nastiness, and so very severely bruised and battered that he would in all probability have died under their discipline, had he not, with the assistance of a few of the men more merciful than the rest, got shoved into a boat and got over the river. "Got pelted severely, and got over the river." It was soon noised abroad that "Mr. Collier was almost killed," and the staid and respectable John Collier was annoyed by messages and inquiries being sent to him to ask how he did, and congratulations on his speedy recovery from his bruises. "Judge to yourself," writes the injured elder brother, "when an unfortunate ridiculous action is saddled on a wrong person. If he were not of the same name, I should be content, and laugh along with the rest at his folly, but as it is, it galls me to the quick, even to excuse myself and say, I suppose it was my brother." Thomas Collier eventually commenced business at Penrith, and was for some years comparatively successful. With fraternal piety he took charge of his brother during his violent madness. He was interested in politics, and not being on the right side, the magistrates of the town took every opportunity of harassing him. During the Revolution he wrote and printed a volume of indifferent verse, Poetical Politics, but before it was published information was given to the magistrates, and Mr. Collier was apprehended. He was confined for several days, and only liberated on condition that the whole of the printed copies should be destroyed. Consequently they were all burnt, with the exception of one copy which Mr. Collier contrived to secrete. Poetical Politics was not Tom's only attempt at verse. He wrote the well-known epitaph on Tim Bobbin's grave, which has erroneously been said to have been written by Tim himself shortly before his death. He was the author of a fulsome eulogium on Tim Bobbin by way of epitaph, which contains the lines, "Thy name, O Tim, thy works have spread, and thou, like Homer, shall be read as long as time remains." He also wrote a poem on hanging, entitled Law, Law. He pretended to understand astrology, and used to describe himself as a conjurer and professor of mighty magic. Tom Collier's business having been ruined in Penrith, he removed to Rochdale, where the latter years of his life were spent. He died in 1825, leaving an illegitimate son, Robert Collier, who succeeded to his father's business as a painter, and was also an auctioneer, but became reduced in circumstances and health about 1829, and removed to Liverpool. The youngest brother of this unfortunate family was Charles Collier. Born in 1749, he was, like his brothers, apprenticed to a painter, and followed Tom as assistant to John Collier. The brothers did not agree, and Charles left Newcastle, settled at Kendal, and prospered in business. He married a widow with £100 a year, and resided at Kirby Hall for some time. Before he was 30, he was in a position to be able to buy Tim Bobbin's cottage, which he presented to his father and mother for their lives. Mrs. Charles Collier died in 1782, and her income died with her. Charles therefore left Kendal, and removed to Milnrow, where he painted and carried on business as a flannel dealer. Amongst other commissions he received orders for the portraits of the Reverend Mr. Shaw, his wife and 2 children, and of Jeremiah Ainsworth, the mathematician. The combination of portrait painter and flannel dealer was not a success, perhaps because Charles Collier was fonder of field sports than of business. He kept a hunter, and lived in an extravagant style, and after his father's death was forced to give up business, and thenceforward he made a scanty living as an itinerant portrait painter. Of the rambling life he led we may get some idea from a 3 months' tour in 1802. He visited Oxford, London, Hertford, Cambridge, Ely, Bury St. Edmunds, where he "got a little cash in pocket with painting portraits, size of palm of my hand, in oil." Norwich, Yarmouth, Lowestoft, Ipswich, Harwich, Rochester, Chatham, Dover, Brighton, Portsmouth, Gosport, Salisbury, Exeter, Plymouth, Penryn, and Falmouth. His travelling and privations aged him rapidly, and when 53 he wrote that he looked "full 60 years old." Charles was extremely fond of seeing soldiers, and on one occasion walked from Rochdale to Dover that he might witness a review there. When the great review was held on Kersall Moor in 1812, he was one of the first on the ground, having gone there on the previous evening and slept in the open air. Charles Collier, broken in health and in great poverty, lived at Milnrow during his last years, and died there in 1812 in the house of his nephew, Mr. James Clegg. End of The Children of Tim Bobbin. Part 1 of The Dialogue of Tummus and Meary, rendered into simple English from the vernacular of John Collier, by Elijah Ridings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Enter Tummus and Meary. Thomas. God of mine, Mary, what witch would have thought of meeting with thee here so soon this morning? Where hast thou been? Thou art all in a sweat, I think, for thou look'st primely. Mary. Believe me, Thomas, I have nearly lost my breath, for I have had such a jaunt this morning as I have never had in my life. For I have been to John's of Henry's, of Tall John's, to borrow their thibble, to stir the fermenty with, and his wife had lent it to Betty at my grandame's. So I scoured onward, and when I came there, she had lent it to Christopher o' Richard's, and, the Dale astounding for a brindled cur, he'd made it into shoon pegs. Now, would not such a moonshine ramble vex anybody? Thomas. Mark what I tell thee, Mary, for I think that, the longer folk live, and the more mischances they have. Mary. Not always, God willing. But what makes thou to sigh, and seem so downcast? For I can tell thee, I am fain to see thee alive and hearty. Thomas. Alive and hearty too, God's wounds. But I can tell thee that it is more than the bargain that I'm either alive or hearty. For it was a 7 pound loaf to a 2 penny jannock that I had been as dead as a doornail by this hour, for the last evening my master had nearly killed me, and just now, as sure as thou and I are standing here, I'm actually running my country. Mary. Why, what has been the matter? Have you quarrelled with your master? Thomas. What? There's been more to do than ever there was in a goose pen, I'll be bound. For what dost thou think? It was but the day before yesterday our lads might have had a bit of a holiday, because it was the circumcision of Our Lady, I believe. Yet we must do some sundry trifling jobs, and I must either spread molehills or go to Rochdale with a cow and a Y-calf. Now look thee, Mary, I was idle and had a mind of a jaunt, so I donned me Sunday coat on top of my waistcoat, and would go with cow and calf. And the day'll take all bad luck for me, for our bitch Nip went with me, and that made ill worse. Mary. I cannot see how that could make ill luck, Thomas. Thomas. No, nor any one else till they have known. But here is a fine dry bank under this thorn. Let us crouch down on the earth awhile, and I will thee all how it was. Mary. With all my heart, for my mistress is gone from home, and she will not come again till bagging time. Thomas. Well, as I was telling thee, I would go to Rochdale. So I got up by break of day, and set off, and went forward until I nearly came within a mile of the town, when, as the Dale would have it, a mare was standing at an alehouse door, and my calf, the Dale might have bored out its eyes for anything I cared, mistook the mare for her mother, and would indeed suck her. And I believe the foolish creature mistook the calf for her colt, she neighed so when she saw it. But when she felt it suck, she lifted her hoof and killed my calf as dead as a nit. Mary. Eh, Lord, what a freak was that? Thomas. Freak? God's flesh, such a freak was never played in England's shires. Mary. Why, hearken, Thomas. What could you do with it? You would be quite ruined. Thomas. Do? What could I do? 'Sflesh. If it had been killed gradely, it would have made as good veal as ever died of a thwittle, for my master might have had 17 shillings for it the evening before. Mary. And did you leave it in the lane? Thomas. No, Mary, I was not such a ninny as that either, for as luck would have it, a butcher was in the alehouse, and he came out when he heard my calf bah. But instead of being sorry when he saw it sprawling on the ground, the sneering beast set up a roar of laughter, and could shamelessly tell me that he would bury it for a pint of ale. Mary. Why, that was pretty cheap, for Dicky o' Will's or John's or Sam's told me that he buried a child t'other day at Rochdale, and that he paid Joe Green a groat for a grave no bigger than a 5-penny trunk. Thomas. Well, that might be, but I would not give it him, for I borrowed a shovel, and would bury it myself, and I was busy shovelling it in, when a thought came into my noddle,
that the hide could be no worse. So I would flee it, but the dale o' thwittle was there to be found, but the butcher's, and the spiteful tyke would not lend it to me. Now, Mary, what could any man do? Mary. Do? I should have gone stark mad. Thomas. I believe thou wouldst, or any one else, but that would do nothing in my case, so I bargained with the rascal. He was to take the hide growing to the carcass, and give me 13 pence. So I got the money and went onward with the cow. Mary. Now, my mind misgives me that you were going half an errand, and that the man would not take the cow without the calf. Thomas. God's woe. Mary, thou guessest within 2 tumbles of a louse, for it was long and longer before he would. But when I told how it was knocked on the head with a mare's hoof as I came, and that he might settle with my master about it, he took her at last. Then I went and bought 2 pounds of salt, and an ounce of black pepper for our folks, and went towards home again. Mary. With a fearful heavy heart, I will be bound. Thomas. Ay, ay, that is true. But what wilt thou say when that I tell thee that he never buried the calf, but sold it at Oldham that evening for 2.5 a pound? Mary. Say, why, by my troth, it was rank cheating. But it is just like their rascally tricks, for there's not an honest bone in the hide of any greasy tyke of them all. Thomas. Indeed, Mary, I'm of thy mind, for it was very wrong, but I think in my conscience that rascals in the world are as numerous as stings in a wasp nest. Mary. It is not to tell, but I shall wonder strangely if you meet with a worse knave than this. Thomas. Alack a day, thou knowest but little of the matter, but thou shalt learn. I had not gone back again above a mile or so, before I saw a crowd of lads and youngsters as busy as Thrap's wife. When that I got to them, I could not see what they were after, for 2 of them carried a ladder on their shoulders, another had a riddle in his hand, and Hal o' Nabs, i'th midge lane, had his knuckles wrapped in his leather apron. All the rest of them had staves or long swinging sticks. Mary. In the name of Saint Catherine, what were they for? Thomas. Nothing that is anything, thou mayst be sure, if that limping tyke Hal was with them. Now, thou must know, one night last shearing time, when Johns of Henry's got their churn, this same scape gallows was taken in their plum tree, and was in such a flutter in getting down again, that he fell and broke the little bone of his leg. Mary. Oh, wrong joint, hang him. I know him well enough, for the last great snow he was for hanging a poor hare in some horsehair traps, and he throttled our poor Towser in a clooking noose. Thomas. The very same. So I asked him what they were about. Why, said he, we have just now seen an owl fly through yon loophole into the barn, and we are going to take her. Come, Tom, said he, egad, if thou wilt go with us, thou shalt see such a frolic as thou never saw in thy life. Beside, thou shalt hold the riddle. Said I know not what thou meanst by holding th' riddle, but I will go with all my heart if thou wilt teach me. I can show thee in a crack, said he. So away we went and began a cramming all the loopholes and lift-holes i' th' barn walls full of straw, and then we reared the ladder softly against the wall and th' owl-hole. Now, lads, said Hal, mind your eye. I'll wrap my hands in my leather apron, so that she cannot scratch me, when that I take her in the hole. Tummer Williams must climb the ladder, thrust the straw out of the loophole, and hold the riddle close on it. All the rest must be powlerers, and frighten her into it. So away they went into the barn, and fastened the doors, and I... Mary, interrupting him. Why, now, I'll be far if I would not as lief have seen it than a puppet show. Thomas, checking her. Good Lords, Mary, thou art so hasty. So I climbed the ladder in a snuff, shoved the straw out, and smacked my riddle close on th' hole. I'd no sooner done so, but I heard one of them say, See, she's there. Shoot, said one. Shoot, said another. Then they all began of hallooing and whooping like Hago mad. I thought it was as rare sport as ever mortal man saw, so I grinned and I thrusted till my arms ached again. Still they kept shooing and powlering in the barn, and then I thought I felt something stir the ladder. I looked down, and there was an old sow busy scratching herself on one of the strines. S'flesh, thinks I to myself, she will have me down even now. Just then I thought I heard the owl come into the hole, and presently something came with a great flush through the riddle. Mary. God of mine, and did you let her go, or you took her? Thomas. Took her? Nay, Mary, an owl is not so soon taken. But I can hardly tell thee, I'm so sickly, for I'm ready to spew with the thoughts of it. There was none to take, Mary. Mary. What? No owl? Thomas. No, no, not there. It was nothing in the world but arrant old lant that they had made worse with loosing something into it, and that hodgepodge came into my face with such a force that some way or other it made me dizzy, and I fell off the ladder, but more by chance than any good luck I fell exactly on the sow, with such a swilk that I think in my conscience she was both worse frightened and hurt than I was. Mary. Eh, Lord, what an awful fall you had. Thomas. Aye, fall, aye, for I thought I'd broken my collarbone, but it was better than it had like to have been, for I had no hurt but one thumb bruised, and the skin off the whalebone of my knee that made me limp a little. Mary. Any evil befall them? What unmannerly vermin! I should have been stark mad at them, and have broken their bones. Thomas. I was as mad as thou couldst be, or any one else, but thou knowest every man's not a witch. However, I limped around the barn to catch some of the bullying bastards, but none could I meet with, for they were all crept into the barn, and the doors were as fast as Beeston Castle. But they made me hear them, i' faith, for they all whistled and laughed, whooping and shouting like madlings at the new taken owl, as they called me. Wounds, Mary, if I'd had fire, I should have set the old barn in a holy blaze, if I'd died for it. But then the sow kept such a shrieking, squeaking din, as if her back were in twain in two places, that I durst not stay any longer, for fear of somebody coming, and making me accessory to her death. So I scampered away as fast as I could, and ran a mile in that predicament, before I gave one glance behind me. Then I leapt over a fence, and, as a rindle of water was nigh, I washed all my clothes till I came to my hair. And all little enough too, for I think in my heart I shall stink like a polecat while my name's Tum. Mary. Now, even by my troth, I thought you savoured strongly of a herb, but when all's done, Thomas, this killing of the calf and fowl catching were not the fault of Nip. Thomas. God's heart, hold thy tongue, Mary, for I either angered some he-witch, or the Dale threw his club o'er me that morning when I got up, for misfortunes came upon me as quick as light. Mary. God's blood! None through Nip, God willing. Thomas. Through Nip. Yea, through Nip. And I wish her neck had been broken in 9 spots when she was whelped, for anything I care for her. God forbid me the down creature does no hurt either, for I had not gradely washed and put myself to rights, and leapt into the lane again, but I met a fattish thriving fellow in a blackish wig, and he stood and stared at Nip. Quoth he, honest man, wilt thou sell thy dog? Said I, my dog's a bitch, and so is never a dog i'th town. For by my troth, I was as cross as 2 sticks. Mary. Odds! But you were bothersome, and answered him offishly too. Thomas. Well, but dog or bitch, said th' fellow, if I had known of her 3 days since, I would have given thee 20 shillings for her, as I see she is a right staunch bandyhewit, and there is a gentleman that lives about 3 miles off, who wants one just now. Now, Mary, to tell thee true, I had a mind to cheat, God forgive me, and sell him my sheep cur for a bandyhewit. though I no more knew than the man in the moon what a bandyhewit was. Why, said I, she is primely bred, for her mother came from London, though she was whelped at my master's, and though she's as good as any in England's shires, I will sell her if my price come. Mary. Well done, Thomas. What said he then? Thomas. Why, quoth he, what dost ask for her? She is worth 1.5 guineas in gold, said I, but 1 guinea I'll have for her. Quoth he, I gave 1 guinea for mine, and I would rather have thine by 1 crown. But if thou wilt go to Justice, let me see, but I've forgotten what he's named, but no great matter of him, for I think he's a piece of a rascal as well as the rest. He will be fain of the bargain. Mary. That was clever too, was it not? Thomas. Aye, middling. Then I asked him what way I might go, and he told me, and away I set with my heart as light as a bit of a flea, and carried Nip under my arm, for now thou must understand I was afraid to lose her, never doubting I should be rich enough to pay my master for the calf, and have something in my pocket to spare for myself. Mary. God's flesh, but that was brave. You are in no ill turn now, Thomas. Thomas. Why, but thou shall hear. It was a dreary way too. However, I got there by 3 o'clock, and before I opened the door, I covered Nip with the clout that I wiped my nose with, to let him see how I stored her. Then I opened the door, and what the deil dost thou think? 3 tiny bandyhewits, as I thought then, came barking as if the little rats would have worried me, and after that have swallowed me alive. Then there came a fine fresh-coloured woman, that stood as stiff as if she had swallowed a poker, and I took her for a she-justice, she was so mighty fine, for I heard Richard o' Jack's o' Samuel's tell my master that the she-justices always did most of the work. However, I asked her if Mr. Justice was at home. She could not open her mouth to say aye or no, but simpered and said, Hiss, the Dickens hiss her, and him too. Said I would have you to tell him I would fain speak to him. Mary. Odds, but you were bold. I should have been timid. But let us know how you went on. Thomas. Why, well enough, for thou mayst nip and cheat as ill as one of their clerks, and they will not meddle with thee, but thou must not pump nor tease them, for they hate to be vexed. Mary. But how went you on? Was the Justice at home? Thomas. Aye, and came quickly, and asked me what I wanted. Why, said I, I've a very fine bandyhewit to sell, and I hear you want one, sir. Humph, said he, a bandyhewit? Prithee, let's look at it. Aye, said I, and I pulled the clout off her, stroked her down th' back, and said, she's as fine a bandyhewit as ever run before a tail. Mary. Well done, Thomas. You could not mend that if you had to do it over again, but you are fit to go out, i' faith. Thomas. She's a fine one indeed, said Justice, and it is 1,000 pities, but I had known of her yesterday. For a fellow came, and I bought one, not so good as this, by 0.5 guinea, and I'll be bound thou wilt take 1 guinea for this. And that I'll have, if I could meet a chapman, said I. She is richly worth it, said he, and I think I can tell thee where thou mayst part with her, if he be not fitted already. Mary. God's like, but that was a good-natured Justice, was he not? Thomas. Eh, Mary, thou talk'st like a silly ninny-hammer, for take my word for it, nothing that is anything can come of it, when a man deals with rascally folks. But as I was telling thee, he named a fellow that lived about 3 miles off his house, but the de'il forget him as I have done, and I must go back again through Rochdale. So I got Nip under my arm again, made a stride with my foot, and bid the Justice good night with a heavy heart, thou mayst be sure. And but as I thought I could have sold her in this other place, it would certainly have broken. Mary. Lord bless us, it was like the trouble of all troubles. Thomas. But thou shall hear. I had not gone over above a field or two, but I came to a great brook, with a foul narrow sapling bridge over it. As it had rained the night before, as if the welkin would have opened, the water was bank full, although it was fairer a deal in the morning. And somehow, when I was about half over, my shoe slipped, and down fell I, arsey-versey, with Nip in my arms, into the water. Nip I allowed to defend herself, and I flaskered in it, got hold of a willow twig, and so helped myself, or else neither thee nor anybody else would ever have seen Tum again, for by my troth I was nearly drowned. Mary. — Good Lord's days ! The like was never. This had like to have beat all the other. And yet you came farrantly off, for it was a great mercy you were not drowned. Thomas. — I know not whether it was or not either. But thou mayst be sure I was primely boirnt, and dripping wet. Beside, I had no comb to kem my hair, so that I looked more like a drowned mouse than a man. Mary. — Beside, you would be as cold as icicles. Thomas. — Aye, thou mayst be sure I was not as hot as a muffin. But thou shalt hear. I had not gone above a stone's throw, before I wondered what the plague was the matter with me, for I began to smart as if 500 pismires were in my breeches. I loosed them, but could see nothing that was alive, and yet I looked as raw as a skinned mouse. We were seldom without scratching at my masters. 'Sflesh, I was ready to go mad, and I know not what I ailed, and then I bethought me of my salt. Mary. — Eh, woe's me! I'd forgotten that too. I doubt it would quite marrow. Thomas. — No, no, Mary, I was not quite marred. 'Tis true I went wigglety-wagglety for an hour or so, before I was right again, and when I got right, and came to grope in my waistcoat pocket for my salt, the dale a bit of salt was there, for it had all run away. And now it jumped into my head that I saw 2 magpies at the same bridge as I came. Mary. — Did ever? That was a sign of bad fortune, for I heard my granny say she would as lief have seen 2 old Harrys as 2 magpies. Thomas. — Aye, aye, so says mine Aunt Margaret, and a many a folk, and I know magpies are as cunning owls as walk the earth. But as I was telling thee, Mary, what with the smart and one thing and another, I was so distracted that I could have found in my heart to have punched the bitch's guts out. And then I thought again, Nip's in no fault, for by my troth I was nearly off at side. Mary. — Indeed, Thomas, I believe you. But alack a day, pouring the bitch would have been completely wrong. Thomas. — That is true, but thou knowst, one can but do what one can do. Mary. — Right, but how did you do with your wet clothes? Were you not nearly starved to death? Thomas. — Aye, by my troth, I trembled till my teeth shaked together in my head again. But that was not all. It began to be dark, and I was without lantern in a strange country, 5 or 6 miles from home, so that I meandered in the fields above 2 hours, and could not tell where I was, for I might as well have been in an oven. And if I had held up my hand, I could no more have seen it than I could see a flea upon thee now. Here it was I got into a gateway, and I thought I heard something coming, and if the truth must be spoken, I was so alarmed that my hair stood on end, for thou knowst I neither knew who nor what it might be. Mary. — True, Thomas. No wonder that you were so frightened. It was so fearfully dark. Thomas. — However, I resolved to make the best of it, and up spake I. Who is that? A lad's voice answered in a crying din. Eh, law, dun attack me. No, said I, I'll not take thee, by our Lady. Whose lad art thou? Why, said he, I am John's o' Lol's o' Simmy's o' Marian's o' Dick's o' Nathan's o' Lal's o' Simmy's i' th' Holmes, and I'm going home. Odds, thinks I to myself, thou hast a longer name than mine. And here, Mary, I could not but think what long names some of us have, but this lad's name was so much longer, that I thought it docked mine one half. Mary. — Pray you now, tell me how these long names happen. Thomas. — Let me see. I cannot tell thee correctly, but I think it is to tell folk by. Mary. — Well, And how did you go on with him? Thomas. Then, as I thought he talked so awkwardly, I would ask for once what news he heard stirring. I hear none, said he, but that Jack o' Ned's told me that Sam's o' Jack's o' Yed Marler's has wed Mal o' Nan's o' Sal's o' Peg's, that goes about a begging churn milk with a pitcher with a lid on. Then I asked him where Jack o' Ned's lived. Says he, he's prenticed with Isaac o' Tim's o' Nick's o' Though Lane, and he'd been at Jammy's o' George's o' Peter's i' th' Dingles for £half o' treacle to sweeten a beast pudding with. And his father and mother lived at Rossendale. But his granny's alive and lives with his Aunt Margaret in Greenfield at the place where his own mother came from. Good lad, said I, how far is this little borough off? For I aim to see it to-night if I can. Says the lad, it's about a mile, and you must keep straight forward on your left hand, and you may happen do. So in this manner we parted, but I rambled and lost my way soon. So I climbed over gates, hedges, and ditches, till I came to this little borough. And there I was frightened again, for I thought I had seen a boggart. But it proved a man with a wool piece resting himself on a post in the lane. As soon as I could speak for trembling, I asked him where there was an alehouse, and he showed me. I went in and found that 2 fat bulky folk kept it, and they had some of the worst, quarrelsomest company that ever I saw, for they were worrying, banning, and calling one another lousy owls as quick as lightning. However, I pulled up a stool, and set myself down in the nook, o'th side o' th' hob. I had no sooner done so, but a foul sour-looking fellow, with a withen stick, which he had in his hand, slapped a sort of withered mezzelt-faced man such a thwang on the scalp, that he completely smoked again with it. And down he came on the hearthstone, with his head in the ash-hole. His scrunt wig fell off, and a handful of red-hot cinders fell into it, and burnt and frizzled it so, that when he offered to don it, an unlucky carrion gave it a slap, and slipped it over his head, and there it lay like a horse-collar on his shoulders. I stared like a stuck tup, afraid of a dust myself, and crept further into the chimney-place. Each body thought that Mezzelt-face would make a flitting of it, and have died in a crack. So some of them cried out, "A doctor! A doctor!" while others made the landlord to saddle th' horse to fetch one. While this was doing, some of them had met with a kind of doctor who lived a bit off, and they showed him the man on the hearthstone. He laid hold of his hand to feel his pulse, I guess, and pulled as if he had seen death pulling at the other arm, and was resolved to over-pull him. After looking doubtingly wise a while, he got from his whirl-bones, and said to them, "While his heart beats, and his blood sarculates, there's hopes, but when that stops, it's whup with him, i' faith." Mezzelt-face, hearing something about whup, started on his feet, grumbled none, but grinned like a fermet dog, and set at the black swarthy tyke with both fists, and knocked him over into the galka, full of new drink working. He began a possing and a paling him into it, that all was blended together, snap. 'Sflesh, Mary, thou wouldst have been beside thyself to have seen how the gobbin was altered when they had pulled him out, and what a hob-thrust he looked with all the balm about him. He kept wiping his eyes, but he might as well have sought for them at his other end, until the landlady had made an hour's labour on him at the pump. When he came in again, he stared audaciously at Mezzelt-face, and Mezzelt-face stared as crookedly at him again, but neither of them worried nor thrapped. So they set themselves down, and then the landlady came in, and would make them pay for the lumber they had done her. "My drink's worse by a crown," said she. "Beside, there's 2 tumblers, 3 quaffing pots, and 4 pipes smashed, and a whole paper of tobacco scattered." This made them glance at each other, but the black tyke's passion had been cooled at the pump, and the withen stick had quietened the other, so that they murmured little or none, but agreed to pay all between them. Then they sat down and were friends again in a snuff. Mary. — This was mad foolish work, and nearly as bad as taking th' owl. Thomas. — Nay, not quite neither, Mary, for balm has a wholesome smell. However, when all was settled, I crept nearer the fire again, for I wanted a warm fearfully, for I was cold and wet, as well as hungry and thirsty. Mary. — Believe me, Thomas, you might well be, but you were in a good way that you had money in your pocket. Thomas. — Ay, I thought I had money enough, but thou shalt hear more of that in a little while. So I called for something to eat and a pint of ale, and she brought some cold mutton and turnips, and as prime veal and pestle as needed to be touched. I stole Nip now and then a luncheon, but Tum took care of all the other, stoup and raup, for I ate like a Yorkshire man, and cleared the stool. Mary. — Well done, Thomas. You had not sure a ree supper, for you outdid Wrynot, and beat the charges for anything I hear. Thomas. — True, so I sate and rested myself, and drank my pint of ale, but as my thirst was not properly quenched, I called for another, and embezzled that too, for I was dry as soot, and it was too late to go anywhere with my bitch. I asked the landlady if I could stay all night. She told me I might if I would. Said I, I'll go now if you'll go with me. I go with thee, quoth she. Why, what, art thou afraid of boggarts? Or thou art not weaned, and cannot sleep without a pap? Splesh, said I, what are you talking about? I want to go to bed. Oh, if that be all, said she, Margaret shall show thee. So Margaret lighted a candle, and took me to a large whisty room, and a bed with curtains forsooth. I thought Margaret lingered long in the chamber before she left, and I suspected she was uneasy for want of something, but somehow I was so tired and bashful that I was in no spirit for courting, so I said nothing to her. But I have thought since, for she was no daggle-tail, I will be bound, but as neat a lass as Sarah Richards every bit. Mary. — Marry, come out, like enough, why not? Is Sarah Richards so handsome? Thomas. — Ay, she's moderate. However, when she was gone, I doffed my dank shoon and hose, and my wet clothes, and in truth, Mary, I never lay in such a bed since I was christened. Mary. — Eh, dear Thomas, I could have liked to have been with you. I warrant you would sleep soundly. Thomas. — Nay, I cannot say that I did, for I was mightily troubled about my calf. Beside, I was afraid of our folk searching for me, and my master beating me when I got home. It is true, my body was pretty easy, but my mind might as well have lain on a pismire hole, or in a bush of holly or gorse, for it was 1 o'clock before I could close mine eyes. Mary. — Well, and how went you on in the morning when you awoke? Thomas. — Why, as I was donning my damp clothes, I thought I'll know how my shot stands before I'll order my breakfast. So I called, and the landlady came, and cast up my shot to 13d. So thought I, a wonderful deal. What destruction have I made here? I could have found myself a whole week with us for that sum. I shall not have 1 bodle to spare of my hide silver. Now I was in as ill a turn as anybody, was I not? Mary. — No, Mary, not you. If you'd made destruction and embezzled away more money than you had, you might have talked. Thomas. — I find thou canst tell true to a hair if thou wilt, Mary, for by the mass, when that I came to grope in my slop to pay her, I was astounded, for the dale a halfpenny had I, and whether I lost it in the brook, or with scrambling over the ditch banks, I know no more than the man in the moon. But gone it was. I stared like a wild cat, and was nearly senseless. At the last I told her I had lost my money. Said she, What do you mean, man? You shall not put Yorkshire on me. That tale will not fit me, for you are like to pay in some way. Said I, But it's true, and you may grope in my pockets if you will. Thou art some mismannered jackanapes, I will be bound, said she. Fie, nay, I shall not grope in thy breeches pocket, not I. Why, said I, then you are like to have nothing, except you will take my woollen mittens and my salt cloth. Those will not do, said she, they are not worth above 2 groats. I've nothing else except you will have my sneeze horn, and I'm loath to part with it, because Sarah Richards gave it to me last Christmas.
Let's see them, said she, for thou art some arrant rascal, I'll be bound. So I gave them to her, and still this broadling fussock looked as foul as thunder when I had done all I could. Mary. — Good Lord, I think you had the worst luck that ever christened soul had. End of part 1. Part 2 of The Dialogue of Tummus and Meary, rendered into simple English, from the vernacular of John Collier, by Elijah Ridings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Thomas. Thou wilt say so presently. Well, I was tired of that place, and crept away without bite or sup or cup of sneeze, for I blundered and let that go too. I soon enquired this gentleman's hall out, and when I got there I gave a glance into the shippen, and saw a man standing in the group. Said I, Is your master at home, pray you? Ay, said he. I wish you would tell him I would fain speak to him, said I. Yea, said he, that I will do. So he was no sooner gone, but a fine fattish bulky gentleman came in a trice, and asked me what I wanted. Said I understand you want a bandyhewit, sir, and I have a pure one to sell here. Let us see the shape of her, said he. So I stroked her down the back, and threw her on the ground. She's the finest that I ever saw, said he, but I doubt things will fall unluckily for thee, for I got 2 this last week, and they made up my count. Now, Mary, I was ready to cruttle down, for thou mightst have knocked me over with a pea. But, what's thy price, said he. I cannot afford her to mine own brother under a guinea, said I. She's cheap at that, said he, and no doubt but thou mayst sell her. Mary. God's like, you were long in finding a chapman. Every body is always fitted so. Thomas. Aye, fitted, aye, for they needed none, no more than I need water in my shoon, not they. But thou shalt hear. Then said he, there's an old cratchinly gentleman that lives at yon house among yon trees just anent us, who I believe will give thee a price. If not, Justice such an one is a likely man if thou wilt go thither. Said I was there last evening, and he had met with one the morning before. That happened foully for thee, said he. Aye, aye, said I, so it even did, for I made a deal of labour about it, I'm sure. Well, but this old gentleman is the likeliest of any I know, said he. So I made him my manners, and set out for this other place. Mary. I hope you'll have better luck in God's name. Thomas. Why, I thought I should too, for now it popped into my mind that Nip did not hold the tail high enough, and that folk would not buy her because of that. And if thou hast not forgotten, I bought 2 ounces of pepper when I bought my salt, and though it was thodden as tharcake, I'd rub her with it, for I'd seen Humphrey o' Matthews play that touch by his crop-tail mare that day Yem of the Red Bank came to buy her. So just before I got there, I took Nip and rubbed her well in faith, even till she howled again. I was at the house in a crack, and met with the old gentleman in the fold, about to get on horseback. Said I to him, Is your name Mr. Scar? Said he, Thou art either there or thereabouts, and I guess I am he that thou meanest. What wantest thou with me? I'm informed, said I, that you want a bandyhewit, and I have as first rate a one in my arms as there is in any England shires. That's a great breadth, said he, but prithee, let's handle her a bit, for if I touch her I can tell whether she is right bred or not. Mary. Odd, but that was a mighty wise old fellow. Too. Thomas. S'flesh, Mary, I think in my conscience that he was the greatest rascal of them all, but I let him handle her, and he was so silly, and his hands shook so desperately, that he could not stick to her, and she leapt down. Now for it, thought I, Nip, cock thy tail and show thyself. But instead of that she clapped her tail between her legs, and crept into a hole in Thorstone. Mary. Fie on her! I should have been as mad at her as a vexed wasp. Thomas. Why, I was as mad as thou couldst be, that she'd shamed herself so woefully. However, I said to the old man, Must I take her again, for you will find that she's no lapdog of a bitch.
No, no, said he, I feel she is fat as a snig, and as smooth as a mole, and I find as plain as a pikestaff by her lennock ears that she is right bred, and I would have had her if she had cost me a moidore, but that a friend has sent me one out of Yorkshire, and I need no more. But I will swap with thee if thou wilt. No, said I, I'll swap none, for I'll either have a guinea for her, or she shall never go while my head stands on my shoulders. Then I can chaff anon with thee, said he. But hast thou been at yon fine building opposite? Ay, said I, but he has enow of them. Well, but they're as scant now as ever they were in this world, said he, and there's one muslin in Rochdale that is a mighty fine lover of them. Why, said I shall go and see. Now, Mary, I began to mistrust that they were making a fool of me. Mary. Their firrups take them, but they never would be all alike. Thomas. Why, but hold thy tongue a little, and thou shalt hear. For I thought I would try this other fellow, and if he had gotten fitted too, I would try no more, for then it would be as plain as Blackstone Edge that they were making an arrant Gorby of me. So I went to Rochdale, and spurred this man out. I found him at the back of his shop-board, with a little dog beside him. Thought I to myself, I wish thou wert choked. This fellow will be fitted too, I doubt. Well, said he, honest man, what do you please to have? I want nothing that you have, said I, for I'm come to sell you a bandyhewit. Now, Mary, this rascal, as well as all the rest, praised my bitch to the very welkin, but at the time he didn't want one. Mary. Woe is me. Thomas, I doubt but that they were making a perfect natural of you. Thomas. A natural? Ay, the biggest that ever was made since Cain killed Abel. And now, I was so stark mad, I was arrantly bewildered, and could have found in my heart to have beaten all their heads together. I was no sooner out of doors, but a throng of rabblement were watching for me at the door. One of them said, This is he. Another, He's here. And one Barter's bastard asked me if I'd sold my bandyhewit. By the mass, Mary, I was so angry at that I up with my grip and fist and hit him a good box on the ear, and then, with my shoe, punched him into the channel, and ill-grimed and dirtied the lad was for sure. Then they all set against me, and before I had gone above a rood, the lad's mother came and crept softly behind me, and got me by the hair, and down came Nip and I into the gutter, and the woman on top of me. While this tussle lasted, her lad, and the bastards all took his part, kept grinning and dirtying me with sink dirt, that I thought mine eyes would never have done good again, for I might as well have been in a midden sluice, or at the taking of 40 owls. Mary. Ah, well a day, what abundance of misfortunes you had. Thomas. Ay, for if old Nick owed me a spite, he paid me home with use. For while the skirmish lasted, all the town were clustered about us. I shamed as if I had stolen something, and scampered away with a flea in my ear, up the brow into the churchyard. There I had a mind to see if anybody followed me. I turned me, and what the Dale dost think, but I had lost Nip. Mary. What, say you that? Thomas. It's true, Mary. So I called and whistled, but no Nip was to be found, high nor low. And for all I knew, my master set such store of her, because of her fetching the cows and sheep up, I durst as soon have taken a bear by the tooth, as to offer to search for her in the town. So I took homeward, for it was nearly night, and I had neither bite nor sup, nor cup of sneeze all that day. Mary. Why, you would be as gaunt as a ground, and nearly famished. Thomas. I tell thee, Mary, I was nearly bewildered. Then I thought my heart would have sunk into my shoon, for it felt as heavy as a ball, and I stank so it made me as sick as anything. And I had 2 or 3 water tombs. Beside all this, my belly ached, and in this plight I must creep home and face my master. Mary. Dear, what kind of a bout had you with him? Thomas. Why, I shall tell thee more of that by and by. But first thou must know that as I was going towards home, as downhearted and as melancholy as a Methodist who fancies himself pregnant with the devil, a man overtook me, riding on horseback and leading another. Thought I to myself, this is some Yorkshire horse jockey. I wish he would let me ride, for thou must know I was woeful weak and faint. This thought had hardly glanced through my head before the fellow said, Come up, Honesty, thou look'st as if thou wert ill tired. Thou shalt ride a bit if thou wilt. That's what I want, I said, if you please, for I'm nearly done. So look thee, Mary. I got on, and I thought I never rode easier since I could get hamstridden on a horseback. Mary. A good deed, Thomas. That was no ill fellow. You would have no ill luck at this bout, in God's name. Thomas. Eh, Mary, thou hast even guessed wrong many and many a time, and now thou passes by the bowl again. For I wish I had ridden our Billy's hobby horse a whole day together, instead of getting on this horse. For hearken thee to me. We had not ridden above 5 rood, but the fellow asked me how far I was going that way. Says I, about 1.5 miles. That's right, said he. There is an alehouse just thereabout. I will ride before, and thou must come softly after, and I will stay for thee there. So he set off like Hago mad, but I kept up a post pace, for my horse sweat so, and seemed as tired as I was. Now look thee, Mary, after this I had not ridden much above 1/2 mile, but I heard some folk coming after me, a gallop, as if the Dale had had a holiday. They had hardly overtaken me when one of them said, This is my horse, and I will have it too, if old Nick stand not in the gap. With that, a lusty, rude tyke pulled out a thing like a piece of a bassoon, and slapping me on the shoulders with it, said, Friend, I'm a constable, and you're my prisoner. The Dale take your friendship and constableship too, said I. What do you mean, man? What must I be a prisoner for? You have stolen this horse, said he, and you must go back with me before a justice. I've stolen none of it, said I, for I have this moment got upon it, and a man who has galloped before, and who I took for the owner, gave me leave. So what business have either you or the justice with me? Stuff, mere balderdash, said the constable. With that I leapt off the horse in great heat, and said, If it be yours, take it, and take it to the Dale, for I know nothing of it, nor of you either, not I. Mary. Well acted, Thomas. That was manfully said and done too, I think. Thomas. But hush, Mary, and thou shalt hear farther. Come, said Constable, that whiff-waff stuff will not do for me, for go you both must, and shall, either by hook or crook. And with that he pulled out some iron trinkets that ricked like a parcel of chains. Wounds, thought I to myself, what are these? If they be shackles, I'm in a rare scrape indeed. I'm worse off now than ever I was. I shall be hanged or some devilment this very time. For by my troth, Mary, I hated the jingling of his thingumbobs, as ill as if thou or any one else had been ringing me passing bell. Mary. Good Lord's days! It is not to tell how cross things can happen. Thomas. However, I mustered up my courage, and said, Hark you, constable, put up those things that jingle so, and if I must go, I will go, and quietly too. For thou knows that force is medicine for a mad dog. Mary. Woo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Woo! Why, Thomas, it has now buzzed into my head that this same horse-jockey had stolen this horse, and for fear of being overtaken, got you to ride to save his own bacon, and so put Yorkshire on you. Thomas. Why, I think thou guesseth to a hair, for he slipped the rope from around his own neck, and wound it on mine, that is certain. However, it made pitiful work indeed to be guarded by 2 men and a constable, back again through Rochdale, where I had so lately lost my bitch, and been so very dirtily rolled in the gutter. However, these constable folk were mighty modest, and as mute as moles, for we got through the town with very little staring at us, and less questioning, and were at the justice's in a crack. Mary. Eh, dear, Thomas, did not a halter run strongly in your head? for something runs in mine as if it were full of ropes and pulley bowls.
Thomas.
Why, look thee, Mary, I thought so plaguy hard that I could think of nothing at all, for thou seest I was alarmed in all sorts of ways. Still, I had one comfort always in my head, for thought I to myself, I have stolen no horse, not I, and thou know'st that truth and honesty, going hand in hand, together, hold each other's backs primely, and stand as stiff as a gablock. Mary. True, Thomas, they are prime props in a difficulty, that is certain, but I yearn to hear how things turned out at the end of all.
Thomas.
Thou hast no patience, Mary, but hold thy tongue and thou shalt hear, for thou must know that this same constable was as proud that he had taken poor Tom prisoner as thou wouldst be if thou had taken a hare, and had her in thy apron just now. But the gobbin never considered that hanging would not be called good sport by anybody in their senses, and that it was enough to edge a finer man's teeth than mine. However, he knocked as boldly at the Justice's door as if he would have banged it down. This brought a proud gruff fellow out, who put us into a place where there were as many books and papers as a cart would hold. To this man, who I soon perceived was the clerk, the constable told my woeful case, and in truth, Mary, I was as senseless as a goose, and began a trembling, as if I had stolen a whole string of horses. Then this fellow went out a while, and returned with the Justice, whom I glanced at seriously, and thought he resembled old John o' Dobbs, whom thou know'st always wears a brownish white wig that hangs o'er his shoulders like cow-tails. Well, Mr. Constable, said the Justice, what have you brought me now? Why, please your worship, we have just now taken a horse-stealer, who was making off with the horse as fast as he could. God, thought I to myself, now or never. Tum, speak for thyself, or thou art throttled at this very time. So I spake up and said, that is not true, Mr. Justice, for I was only going at a foot's pace. Humph, said the Justice, there is not much difference as to that point. However, hold thy tongue, young man, and speak when thou art spoken to. Well, thou, man in the brown coat. Thou, said the Justice, what hast thou to say against this fellow here? Is this thy horse, sayest thou? It is, sir. Here, clerk, bring us that book, and let us swear him. Here the Justice said a nominee, and told him he must take care of what he said, or he might easily be forsworn, or hang that youth there. Well, and thou sayest that this horse is thy horse, is it? It is, please your worship. And where hadst thou him, sayest thou? I bred him, sir. In what country? Colnedge, sir. And when was he stolen, sayest thou? Last day, but yesterday, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, for our Yem saw him about 2, and we missed him about 4 o'clock. And from Colnedge, thou sayest? Yes, sir. Then the Justice turned himself to me and said, is all this true that this man says? Hearest thou me? It is, said I, part of it, and part of it is not, for I did not steal this horse, nor is it above 2 hours since the first time that I spread mine eyes upon it. How camest thou to be riding away with him then, if thou didst not steal him? Why, in good deed, sir, as I was going towards home to-day, a fellow with a little round hat and a scrunt wig, the colour of yours, but shorter, overtook me. He was riding one horse and led another. Now this man, seeing I was tired because I went wigglety-wagglety in the lane, offered me his led horse to ride, but he rode off whip and spur, though he could hardly make th' horse canter before, and would stay for me at an alehouse on the road. Now, Mr. Justice, I had not gone 3/4 of a mile when these folk overtook me, told me I had stolen this horse, and now have brought me hither as if I were a Yorkshire horse-stealer. And this is all true, Mr. Justice, and may I never go to a good place when I die. Mary. Primely spoken, i' faith, Thomas. You completely beat Wrynot in telling this tale, think I. But what said th' Justice then? Thomas. Why, he said, hearest thou me again, thou youngster? Tell me where thou wast the other day but yesterday, especially in the evening, wilt thou? Why, said I set out from home soon in the morning with a cow and a calf for Rochdale. My calf was killed in the lane with a mare's hoof, as I came, and in the afternoon I was all up and down in this neighbourhood, doing my best to sell my bitch, that folk called a bandyhewit, to see if I could make the calf money up for my master. But woe is me, everybody was got and fitted with them, so I was cast in the dark, and forced to stay all night at Littleborough. And where wast thou yesterday? Said the Justice. Why, said I rambled up and down hereabouts again on this same endless errand, and was forced to harbour all the last night in a barn where boggarts swarm. Lord bless us, and breed too, I believe, for everybody says it is never without 'em. And to-day, as I was going home, I met with the fellow that I took for a horse jockey, and so was taken up for a horse stealer. But hearken thou to me, thou prisoner, said the Justice. Was not thou here the other day but yesterday with thy dog? I was, sir, but you would not buy her, for you were fitted too. What time of day might it be, thinkest thou? Between 3 and 4 o'clock, said I. Believe me, man, thou art either there or thereabouts, said he. Here, you master constable, follow me. Now, Mary, what dost thou think? While these two were out awhile, this wastrel, this tyke of a clerk, called me aside and offered to bring me clear off for 50 guineas. Says I, man, if I knew a halter must make my neck as long as a gander's to-morrow, I could not raise 50 guineas. For, hanged or not hanged, I've not one halfpenny to save my neck with. But, says he, wilt thou give thy note for it? I'll give no notes, not I, for I might as well be hanged for this job as steal, and be hanged for that. And I have no other way to raise it, but stealing, that I know of. Mary. Good Lord of mercy! More rogues and more! Now fie upon all such wastrels for ever, and a day longer, say I. Thomas. Hush, hush, Mary, for now the Justice and the Constable came in. Mary. Eh, Lord, I'll be hanged myself if I do not tremble for fear. But go forward, Thomas. Thomas. Why, this Justice, after rubbing his brows and wiping his face, said, Here, you Master Constable, you, fellow that owns this horse, I must say that you are both in the wrong box, and have gotten the wrong sow by the ear, for this youngster here could not steal this horse the last afternoon, but one, for between 3 and 4 o'clock on that day I saw him here myself, and you say this horse was stolen from Colne Edge about that time. Now, he could not be in 2 places at one time, you know, so hearest thou me, young man, I must acquit thee as to this job, so go thy way home and be honest. I will, said I, and thanks, Mr. Justice, for you have pulled truth out of a dirty place at last. So I made him a low bow, and a great scrape with my shoe, and came my way. Mary. Bravely come off, Thomas, ay, and merrily too, I'll be bound. Now, even God bless all honest justices, say I. Thomas. Ay, ay, and so say I too, for I had good luck at the end of all, or Tum had not been here to have told thee this tale. But yet, Mary, I think in my conscience that there are mice nests among some of them, as well as among other folk. Or why should this same clerk of his, when he perceived that I was innocent, propose to bring me off for 50 guineas? Had not this a strong savour of downright cheating and nipping of poor folk? And dost thou think that these justices do not know when these tykes play 100 worse tricks than this in a year? Beside, Mary, I heard that cunning fellow, Dick o' Yems o' Old Harry's, say that he knew some of them that went snacks with these caterpillars, their clerks, and if so, should they not be hugged on the same back, and beaten with the same rod, with their clerks? Hearest thou me? Mary. No, no, not they, Mary, for if such things must be done gradely, and as they ought to be, the bigger rascal should have the bigger smacks, and more of 'em, you know, Thomas. But great folk often do what they will with little ones, right or wrong. What care they? So let us leave such to mend when they can think of mending. And now tell me how you went on with your master.
Thomas. Ay, by the mass, Mary had forgotten that. Why, then, thou must know in such a case as that I had no excuse to make, for I told him how the calf was killed in the lane, and that I had sold the hide for 13 pence. And then I could tell him no more, for he caught hold of the Dacian that stood on the hearthstone, and whirled it at me. But instead of hitting me, it hit the cream mug that stood on the hob, and spilled all the cream into the fire. Then the battrel came, and whether it lamed the child that was in the cradle I know not, for I left it roaring and belling. So as I was scampering away, our Sarah asked me where I would go. I told her that Nick o' the farmer's great barn was the nearest, and I would go thither. Mary. Of all the places in the world, there would I not have gone, for my 2 hands full of guineas. Thomas. I guess thou meanest because folk say that boggarts always haunted it. But thou knowest I was wearily knocked up. Force is medicine for a mad dog, as I told thee before. Mary. It matters not. It would never have overcome me to have harboured there. Thomas. Well, but I went, and just as I was gotten to the barn door, who should I meet but Yed o' Jeremy's, their new man. Mary. That happened well, for Yed's as gradely a lad as needs to nip o' them of a cake. Thomas. True, so. I told him my case in short, and sorry he looked. I wish I durst let thee sleep with me, said he, but as I but came to live here this day se'nnight, night, I dare not venture. But I will show thee a prime mow of hay, and thou mayst do moderately for anything I know. That will do, said I. Show it to me, for I'm stiff and stark and ill done. So while he was showing it me with the lantern, he said, I have something to say to thee, Tum, but I am loath. Thou meanest about boggarts, said I, but I'm still like to venture. Thou hast hit it, said he, and I can tell thee, I could like my place primely but for that. However, as the horses must be out very yarly, I must proven them about 1 o'clock, and I will call and see how thou goest on. Splud, said I, if thou must go so yarly, I'll fodder and proven th' horses for thee, and thou mayst sleep if thou wilt lay the proven ready. Then he showed me how the muff was cut with a hay knife, half way down like a great step, and that I might come off easily on that side. So we bade one another good night. I was but just settled when I heard something in the barn. Good Lords, Mary, my flesh crept on my bones, and my ears cracked again with hearkening. Presently I heard somebody call softly, Tummus, Tummus. I knew the voice, and said, Who is that? Thee, Sarah? Ay, said she, and I've stolen some water porridge and some thrutchins, and a treacle cake if you can eat them. Fear me not, said I, for I'm as hungry as a rat. Why, much good indeed go with them, said she, and you may come and begin, for they need no cooling. Now I was in such a hurry in getting to the food, that I had forgotten the place that Yed told me of, so I fell down off the highest side of the muff, and such a floose of hay followed me, that it drove me sheer down, and Sarah with the meat in her hand, on the top of me, and quite covered us both. Mary. God's flesh, that was a nice trick of the size of it, was it not? Thomas. Ay, so it was, but it happened well that the porridge were not scalding hot, for when we had made a shift to heave and creep from under the hay, some of the porridge I found had daubed up one of mine eyes, the thrutchins were spilled on the waistband of my breeches, and the treacle cake stuck to Sarah's apron. However, with scrambling and groping about in the dark, we got up what we could, and I ate it quickly, for believe me, Mary, I was so keen bitten, I made no balks at a hayseed. So while I was busy filling my belly, she told me she thought her father was turned distracted, and if I went home again, I should be in danger of being injured. My mistress would have me to run away, for I should be loose at Shrovetide, and it mattered not much. I thought this was good counsel, so I got Sarah to fetch my other shirt. She did so, and I thanked her, bade farewell, and so we parted.
I soon settled myself down again in the muff, under a floose of hay, and slept so well, that when I awoke I was afraid that I had overslept myself, and could not proven th' horses in time. Mary. — It was well for you that you could sleep at all, for I must never have lain mine eyes together, I'm sure. Thomas. — Well, but I started up to go to th' horses, and slided down to the lower part of the hay muff, and by the Lord of the Mass, what dost think? I alighted ham-stridden upon something that felt mighty hairy, and it started up with me on its back, down the lower part of the hay muff it jumped, crossed the barn, out of the door with me it took, and into the watering pool, as if the Dale of hell had driven it, and there it threw me in, or I fell, I cannot tell whether for the life of mine. Mary. — Whoo-hoo, whoo-hoo, whoo! What i' the name of God will you say? Thomas. — Say? Why, I say true gospel, and I was so frightened, that I was worse set to get out, if possible, than I was when Nip and I fell off the bridge. Mary. — I never heard such tales since my name was Mal, nor any one else, think I. Thomas. — Tales? God's blood, take them all together, and they would nearly make a man stand on the wrong end. Mary. — Well, but was it old Nick, think you, or was it not? Thomas. — I hate to think of it. Wilt thou hold thy tongue? But if it was not old Nick, he was the orderer of it, to be sure. Mary. — Why, Thomas, pr'y you, what was it? Thomas. — Bless me, Mary, thou'rt so yearnful, that thou wilt not let me tell my tale. Why, I did not know myself for an hour, if I know yet. Mary. — Well, but how went you on then? Thomas. — Why, with much powlering I got out of the pool, and by my troth, believe me, as thou wilt, I could not tell whether I was in a slough or awake, till I groped mine eyes out. And as I was resolved to go no more into the barn, I crept under a wall, and stood like a gawmbling, or a perfect natural, till nearly day, and just then Yed came. Mary. — That was passing well, considering the case that you was in. Thomas. — True, lass, for I think I was never fainer to see anybody since I was christened. Mary. — What said Yed? Thomas. — Why, he lifted up his hands, and he blessed, and he prayed, and he made such marlocks, but if I had not been in that woeful plight, I should have burst with laughing. Then he asked me how I came to be so wet, and why I stood there, and such like questions. I told him I could give no account of myself, but that I was carried out of the barn by old Nick, as I thought. Mary. — I always had a notion what it would prove at the end of all. Thomas. — Prithee, hold thy tongue a while. Thou puts me out. I told him I thought it was old Nick, for it was vast, strong, very hairy, and mighty swift. Mary. — Eh, what a great mercy it is you are where you are, Thomas. Thomas. — Ay, Mary, so it is, for it is more than I expected. But thou shalt hear. Yed was so frightened with the little that I had told him, that he had got me by the hand, and said, Come, Thomas, let us flit from this place. For my part, I'll not stay a moment longer. Said I, If thou wilt fetch my sark out of the barn, I will go with thee. Nay, said he, that I will never do, while my name's Yed. Why, said I, then I'm like to go without. Do not trouble thy head about that. I have two at home, and I will give thee one. Come, let's get off, said he. So we were marching away, and before we had gone 5 rood, I saw something, and set up a great shriek, for I thought I had seen old Nick again. Lord bless us, says Yed, what art thou afraid of now, Thomas? I pointed th' finger, and said, Is not that the Dale? Which? Said he. That under th' hedge, said I. No, no, not it. That's our young colt that lies out, said Yed. The dickens it is, said I. But I think in my heart that carried me out of the barn. Then Yed asked me if the door was open. I told him I thought it was. But I'm sure I fastened it, said Yed. That might be, for after thou left me, our Sarah brought me my supper, and she might have left it open. By the mass, said Yed, if so, Tum, this very colt will prove to be the boggart. Let's go into the barn and see, for it's not so dark as it was. With all my heart, said I, but let us stick to one another's hand then. In this manner we went into the barn, and by my troth, Mary, I know not what to think. There was a heap of colt dung upon the lower part of the hay-mough, and the place where it had lain was as plain as a pikestaff. But still, if it was it that carried me, I marvel how I could stick on so long. It was in such a hurry to get away. Mary. What the firrups! It signifies nothing, for whether you stuck on or fell off, I find that old Nick was the colt that lies arout.
Thomas. Why, I cannot say a deal about it. It looks likely as thou say'st, but if this was not a boggart, I think there never was any, if they'd been fairly sifted into.
Mary. Marry, I am much of your mind. But hark you, did you find your sark?
Thomas. Aye, aye, I have it in my pocket, see thou, for it is but just now that I took my leave of Yed, and now thou seest I'm running my country.
Mary. And what do you think to do?
Thomas. I think to be an ostler, for I can mex and kem and fettle horses as well as any one of them, although they may think I'm boasting.
Mary. Nay, I can believe you. Eh, Lord, what a cank we've had. I must not find time to stay any longer. God be with you, for I must away.
Thomas. Hold, nay, Mary, let me have one kiss at parting, for thou art not such a foul ween, neither.
Mary. Nay, now, so. Thomas, go thou and slobber Sarah Richards, if you be so loving.
Thomas. Whoa, now, how spiteful thou art. What if a body do like Sarah? There is nobody but likes somebody.
Mary. Aye, true, Thomas, but then sometimes somebody likes somebody else.
Thomas. I guess what thou meanest, for thou art glancing at that flopper-mouthed gobslotch Bill at old Catty's, because that folk say Sarah hankers after him. I marvel what the dale she can see in him. I am mad at her.
Mary. Like enough, for it's a foul life to love those that love other folk. But you are a ninny hammer to heed her, for there is none such farrantly talk about her.
Thomas. Why, what do they say?
Mary. I may not tell. Beside, you may happen to take it none so well if a body should.
Thomas. Why, I cannot be angry at thee, whatever thou sayest, as long as thou but repeats after other folk.
Mary. Why then, they say that she's a dirty, daggle-tailed, good-for-nothing, and...
Thomas. And what, Mary? Speak out.
Mary. Why, to be plain with you, they say that her mother caught Bill o' old Catty's and her in bed together last Sunday morning.
Thomas.
Eh? The dev... Good Lord bless us! Is that true? Mary. How should it be otherwise? For her mother was crying and sighing to my mistress about it.
Thomas.
S'flesh, Mary, I am fit to cruttle down into the earth. I would as lief have taken 40 owls. Mary. Why, look you now, I'm even sorry for it. God help it. Will it topple o'er? May I hold its head while its heart beats a while?
Thomas. Eh, Mary, thou little knows how it thrusts against my plucks, for if thou didst, thou wouldst not make such a fool of me.
Mary. Now, in my good troth, I can hardly hold myself from laughing to see how fast you are in love's clutches, but I thought I would try you.
Thomas. Mary, what dost thou mean?
Mary. Why, I told a parcel of thumping lies on purpose.
Thomas.
The dickens take thee, Mary. What an awkward lass art thou. What the plague didst frighten me in this way for? Thou art a silly wean. I would as lieve have gone the errand 40 miles. Mary. Aye, 100, rather than have had it to have been true. But I thought I would try you. Thomas. Well, and if I do not try thee sooner or later, it will be a marvel. Mary. It's a great mercy you cannot do it now, for cruttling down. But I must away, for if my mistress be come home, there will be a ricking. Well, think on't that you would rather have taken 40 owls. Thomas. I shall think that thou look'st a bit frisky, whatever Sarah Richards is. Mary. I've heard them say that guessing is akin to lying, and that the proof of the pudding is in the eating. So farewell, Thomas. Thomas. Mary, fare thee well heartily, and give my love to Sarah, let it happen how it will. Mary. Will you forgive me then? Thomas. By the mass, will I, Mary, from the bottom of my heart.
End of part 2. Part 3 of the Dialogue of Tummus and Meary, rendered into simple English from the vernacular of John Collier, by Elijah Ridings. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Footnotes to the text. Page 497. For I have been to Johns of Henry's of tall Johns to borrow their thibble. Footnote 1. A round smooth piece of wood, to stir any pottage of meal or flour. North country. To stir fermenty with. Footnote 2. Fermenty, North country. Frumonte, French. Frumentum, Latin. Frumenty, English. The dale astound him for a brindled cur. Footnote 3. A small dog streaked or spotted with various colours. Brindled, Milton. Thrice the brindled cat hath mewed. Shakespeare. Page 498. It was but the day before yesterday our lads might have a bit of a holiday. Footnote 1. Holy day. Because it was the circumcision of Our Lady. Footnote 2. January 2nd. Yet we must do some sundry trifling jobs. Footnote 3. Odds and eends. Text. And I must either spread molehills or go to Rochdale with a cow and a Y-calf. Footnote 4. She-calf. For my mistress is gone from home, and she will not come again till bagging time. Footnote 5. Bagging time, a lunch in the afternoon, from carrying in a bag bread and cheese and ale in a bottle to labourers in the fields. Page 499. S'flesh, if it had been killed gradely, it would have made as good veal as ever died of a thwittle. Footnote 1. Gradely. Gradually, properly. For Dicky o' Will's o' John's o' Sam's told me that he buried a child t'other day at Rochdale, and that he paid Joe Green a groat for a grave no bigger than a 5-penny trunk. Footnote 2. This is Joseph Green, sexton, of whom several anecdotes are still in the memory of the oldest inhabitant. Collier wrote his epitaph, from which it would appear that he drove a gainful trade as sexton of the parish church of Rochdale. But the dale o' thwittle was there to be found. Footnote 3. The knife. That is, a particular sharp knife, always used for cutting hard substances. See Chaucer. Page 500. Now, my mind misgives me that you were going half an errand. Footnote 1. Misgivings are suspicions. God's woe, Mary, thou guessest within 2 tumbles of a louse, for it was long and longer before he would. Footnote 2. The peculiar idiomatic strength and simplicity of this dialogue, as well as the many still existing forms of speech amongst the rural population of Lancashire, often remind the genuine reader of some of those beautiful traits for which the poetical writers of the Elizabethan age are remarkable.
Alack a day.
3. Alas, the day.
I had not gone back again above a mile or so before I saw a crowd of lads and youngsters as busy as Thrap's wife.
4. As throng as Thrap's wife is still an often repeated simile. It is a taunt in reality upon those who give themselves too much trouble or seem to be overpowered with their work. Hence the sarcasm, as throng as Thrap's wife when she hanged herself in the dish-clout.
When that I got to them, I could not see what they were after.
5. This is merely a verbal rendering, as the syntax or construction of this dialogue is generally, saving its vernacular form, most minutely grammatical. It is observable also in the rural districts that there is a greater variety in the forms of speech than there is in large towns, and as to the vowel sounds, you may hear them in all their open nature and fullness. Page 501.
And Hal o' Nabs i'th Midge Lane had his knuckles wrapped in his leather apron.
1. Hal o' Nabs. Collier is always happy in the choice of his names. They seem to express the character, and give a due note of preparation to the true reader. Hal o' Nabs, what a name for a reckless young fellow! Mary might well exclaim,
Oh, wrong joint, hang him!
One night last shearing time, when Johns of Henry's got their churn. 2. Got their churn. A churn getting is a harvest home on a small scale. Page 502.
All the rest must be powlerers.
1. Powlerers. That is, searchers, making a great noise.
Why now, I'll be far if I would not as lief have seen it than a puppet show.
2. I'll be far. An asseveration which softens some ruder mode of speech.
Then they all began of hallooing and whooping like Hago-mad.
3. Whooping, as if you were calling loud to horses.
Like Hago-mad.
4. Crying or shouting mad.
It was nothing in the world but arrant old lant, that they had made worse with loosing something into it.
5. Lee, urine. Page 503.
Any evil befall them.
1. This is a literal rendering of the text.
Wounds, Mary, if I'd had fire, I should have set the whole barn in a holy blaze.
2. Halliblash, holy blaze, i.e. he would have made a sacrifice of it, and from the imperfection of his reasoning he might consider himself justified. Many a Halliblash has been created on much weaker grounds. Page 504.
Yes, through Nip, and I wish her neck had been broken in 9 spots when she was whelped, for anything I care for her.
1. Spot, place, spots, places.
I would have given thee 20 shillings for her, as I see she is a right staunch bandyhewit.
2. Staunch, solid, good, and sound. Standan, Saxon. Stanchness, English. That is, fierceness, substantialness. 3. Bandyhewit. A name given to a dog in order to send its master on a fool's errand. Page 505.
For I heard Richard o' Jacks o' Samuel's tell my master that
the she-justices always did most of the work. 1. The lady of the magistrate in Collier's time, as a matter of course, would come more in contact with the people, which might obtain her this vernacular sobriquet. Page 507.
When I was about half over, my shoe slipped, and down fell I, arsey-versey.
1. A mock imitation of those who interlard their conversation with Latin phrases. Nip I allowed to defend herself, and I flasked in it. Footnote 2. Flasker, to struggle in the water.
This had like to have beat all the other, and yet you came farrantly off.
Footnote 3. Farrantly off. Text. That is, pretty well off, or clearly, or fairly off.
But thou mayst be sure I was primely buoyant.
Footnote 4. Buoyant. Rinsed. Anglo-Saxon.
Beside, I had no comb to kem my hair.
Footnote 5. Kem. Text. To comb. Kempt. Combed. Trimmed. Comptus. Latin. Page 508.
I doubt that it would quite marra.
Footnote 1. Marra. The at the end is agreeable to an old mode of terminating words, both in conversation and in songs and ballads. Mar. To spoil, an old word. Do not touch it, I'm afraid you'll mar it. Shakespeare.
For by my troth, I was nearly off at side.
Footnote 2. Nearly lost his senses. Page 509.
Why, said he, I am John's a Lols, a Simmy's a Marian's, a Dick's a Nathan's, a Lal's a Simmy's, i'th homes, and I'm going home.
Footnote 1. This rustic heraldry reminds me of names in higher circles. Who has not seen in certain books the name of William Richard Arthur Tilney Longpole Wellesley? Page 510.
It's about a mile, and you must keep straight forward on your left hand, and you may happen do.
Footnote 1. The brevity and simplicity here remind me of a passage in the life of Dr. Johnson. In his last moments, a female attendant was adjusting his pillow, making it easier for him, and said to the doctor, "Will it do?" Dr. J answered, characteristic of his brightest days, "It will do as much as a pillow can do."
A sort of withered mezzelt face man.
Footnote 2. Mezzelt face, a red pimpled face.
An unlucky carrion gave it a slap.
Footnote 3. Carrion, a word of contempt.
And there it lay like a horse collar.
Footnote 4. Hornbark, text. Page 511.
Mezzelt face, hearing something about woo up, started on his feet, grumbled none, but grinned like a fumet dog.
Footnote 1. A dog to hunt the polecat and the otter.
And what a hobthrust he looked with all the balm about him.
Footnote 2. Hobthrust, a wood goblin. Footnote 3. Balm, yeast.
But neither of them worried nor thrapped.
Footnote 4. Thrapped, threep. Two may discourse, but if a third interfere, the conversation may turn to a quarrel. When no longer retaining their seats, there will be a three-up, or threep, or threep.
And then the landlady came in, and would make them pay for the lumber they had done her.
Footnote 5. Mischief, damage. Page 512.
I stole Nip now and then a luncheon, but Tum took care of all the other, stoup and raup.
Footnote 1. Stoup and raup. Quote, get me to Yawn's and fetch me a stoup of liquor. Hamlet.
Ah, surely, you'll be a pint stoup.
Burns. Stump and rump, everything. Thomas means that he finished both meat and drink. Covert and overt is near in meaning to stoup and raup, because a rope is open and exposed, a stoup is confined.
Well done, Thomas. You had not sure a ree supper.
Footnote 2. A re-supper, a second supper. Page 513.
For she was no daggle-tail, I will be bound, but as neat a lass as Sarah o' Richards every bit.
Footnote 1. A word of contempt for a dirty woman, particularly of one who cannot keep herself tidy about the feet and the lower part of her apparel.
I thought I'll know how my shot stands before I'll order my breakfast.
*2. Shot, score. What is set down with chalk or pen in a public house. Page 514.
I shall not have one bodle to spare of my hide silver.
*1. Bodle, a half farthing.
What do you mean, man? You shall not put Yorkshire on me.
*2. This is a reflection upon the county of York, or rather upon Yorkshiremen generally. It invariably means to impose on people, or to act with a low cunning dishonesty.
So I gave them to her, and still this broadling fussock looked as foul as thunder.
*3. I retain this very expressive epithet, which is generally applied with a degree of indignation to a gross, fat, selfish, and worthless woman. Page 515.
I gave a glance into the shippen.
*1. A cowhouse.
And saw a man standing in the group.
*2. Group, the channel of a shippen.
Now, Mary, I was ready to cruttle down.
*3. Cruttle, a shrinking of the whole body downwards when it falls without being extended.
Cruttled o'er a rook.
Of a heap, a most expressive vernacularism. Crinkle, Danish.
Then said he, there's an old cratchinly gentleman that lives at yon house, among yon trees, just anenters.
*4. Cratchinly, weak, feeble, infirm. *5. Anent, opposite, over, against. Old English. Page 516.
I bought 2 ounces of pepper when I bought my salt, and though it was thodden as a thar cake, I'd rubber with it.
*1. Thodden, applied to bread as if it were unleavened, when there has been a failure in consequence of the barm not working. Close and compact. North country. *2. Thar cake, hearth cake anciently, was baked on the hearth near the fire, which without a grate would be sufficiently hot. It is made of oatmeal unleavened and mixed with butter and treacle.
Odd, but that was a mighty wise old fellow, tutor.
*3. Tutu. This word often occurs in the original, and is used to denote excellence. Page 517.
And I find as plain as a pikestaff by her lennock ears that she is right bred.
*1. Lennock. Smooth, lithe, and extended. The comprehensive meaning of several words still in use in the rural districts baffles the skill of the etymologist, and for the explanation of which a mere antiquarian is at a loss, and often stumbles on obsolete and too remote verbalisms.
But I will swap with thee if thou wilt.
*2. Swap, exchange.
It would be as plain as Blackstone Edge that they were making an arrant gorby of me.
*3. An arrant gorby, an half idiot.
So I went to Rochdale and spurred this man out.
*4. Spur, to enquire of places and persons. Page 519.
Why, you would be as gaunt as a ground, and nearly famished.
*1. Greyhound.
And I had 2 or 3 water tombs.
*2. Water tombs. Water qualms or water brash coming into the mouth, generally in cases of debility or indigestion.
As melancholy as a Methodist who fancies himself pregnant with the devil.
*3.
In Pig wi' Owd Harry.
Text. A powerful sarcasm of Collier's aimed at the early Methodists. Page 520.
This is my horse, and I will have it too if old Nick stand not in the gap.
*1. Gap, a passage through a thorn hedge made by straying cattle or by reckless trespassers. Page 521.
For go you both must and shall, either by hook or crook.
*1. by hook or by crook, right or wrong, rough or smooth, taking the opposites. More timidly, but hypocritically said, get it honestly if you can, but get it. Page 522. Truth and honesty going hand in hand together, hold each other's backs primely, and stand as stiff as a gablock. Footnote 1. Gablock, or gavelock, is an iron instrument, something like a crowbar, but straight, and may be used for various purposes. It has a point, and can be driven into the ground, or beneath anything. The reader will admire Collier's power of expression here. It would be almost profanation to presume to fettle this glorious passage. I was as senseless as a goose, and began a trembling, as if I had stolen a whole string of horses. Footnote 2. A draft of horses. Draft in military affairs means a detachment of soldiers. Dreit, D-R-E-I-G-H-T, is the text. Page 523. Here the justice said a nominy, and told him he must take care of what he said, or he might easily be forsworn. Footnote 1. Nominy. Formal words spoken with gravity, many of which are not understood by the common people. Page 524. Primely spoken, i' faith, Thomas. You completely beat Wrynot in telling this tale, think I. Footnote 1. He beats Wrynot, and Wrynot beat the devil. An old saying. And was forced to harbour all last night in a barn where boggarts swarm. Footnote 2. Swarm. To cluster, to abound. Swarmian, Saxon. Schwarmen, Teutonic. Page 526. But yet, Mary, I think in my conscience that there are mice nests among some of them as well as among other folk. Footnote 1. Mice nests are figuratively mean, dishonest actions. Then th' patrol came, and whether it lamed the child that was in the cradle, I know not. Footnote 2. An implement used by a laundress to beat linen with. Page 527. For I left it roaring and belling. Footnote 1. Roaring. To roar is to cry or weep aloud. Sit thee down and roar, for thou hast killed the sweetest innocent that e'er did lift up eye. Othello. Footnote 2. Belling. Making a great noise. However, as th' horses must be out very yarly. Footnote 3. Yarly is not an unpleasant mode of pronouncing early. Page 528. I've stolen some water porridge and some thrutchins. Footnote 1. The last pressed whey in making cheese. This was a nice trick of the size of it, was it not? Footnote 2. Trick. Used for feat, slight accident, mean action, etc. I was so keen bitten, I made no balks at a hayseed. Footnote 3. Balk. To frustrate, to disappoint, to be stopped, properly from balk or beam of timber which impedes the way. Why valicari, an Italian word, should be given as the etymon, I must confess my ignorance. So while I was busy filling me belly, Footnote 4. Cadging me wem, text. That is, filling my bag. Page 529. That's so yearnful. Footnote 1. Extremely anxious. Page 530. I could not tell whether I was in a slough or awake. Footnote 1. Slumber. I crept under a wall and stood like a gaumbling. Footnote 2. Stood like a fool. Why, he lifted up his hands, and he blessed, and he prayed, and he made such a marlocks. Footnote 3. Marlocks, antics, ridiculous gestures. Page 531. It signifies nothing, for whether you stuck on or fell off, I find that old Nick was th' colt that lies arout. Footnote 1. Arout, out of doors. If this was not a boggart, I think there never was any, if they'd been fairly sifted into. Footnote 2. A most judicious hint of Collier's, that he was perfectly sane on this subject, and was not likely to be a superstitious man, at all events, notwithstanding any uncharitable insinuation that he was in any manner tainted with insanity. His descendants, some of them at least, were unfortunate in this respect, but it should be recollected that the brother of Martin, the magnificent and sublime artist, set fire to York Minster in a paroxysm of mania. There is, however, the reflection of our great satirist on record. Great wits to madness nearly are allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide. Dryden. Page 532. But hark you, did you find your sark? Footnote 1. Sark, shirt. I think to be an ostler, for I can mex and kem and fettle horses as well as any one of them. Footnote 2. Mexen, to clean a stable. Hey, Lord, what a cank we have had. Footnote 3. Cank, conversation. For thou art not such a foul wean neither. Footnote 4. Ween, a slut. I guess what thou meanest, for thou art glancing at that flopper-mouthed gobslotch, Bill o' old Catties. Footnote 5. A most powerful phrase for a noisy, slovenly fellow. Because that folk say Sarah hankers after him. Footnote 6. Hankers, extremely desirous. Page 533. Eh, Mary, thou little knows how it thrusts against my plucks. Footnote 1. This is a strong expression for inward confusion of body, which grief and other extreme passions of the mind invariably cause. The Dickens take thee, Mary. Footnote 2. Dickon, a wizard. Page 534. By th' mass, will I, Mary, from the bottom of my heart. Footnote 1. The genius of Collier is admirably manifested in the conclusion of this serio-comic masterpiece. End of the Dialogue of Tummus and Meary, rendered into simple English from the vernacular of John Collier, by Elijah Ridings. Three Poems on Tim Bobbin, by Samuel Bamford, George Richardson, and William Barron. Tim Bobbin Grave, by Samuel Bamford. I stood beside Tim Bobbin grave, that looks o'er Rochdale town, and th' owd lad woke within his yearth, and said, Wheer art aboun? Aw'm goin' into th' Packer Street, as far as th' Golden Bell, to taste old Daniel's Christmas ale. Tim, I could like a soap mysel'. And by this hont o' my reet arm, if for that hole thou'll rouk, thou'st have a soap o' the best brown ale that ever lips did soak. The ground it stirred beneath my feet, and then I heard a groan. He shook the dust fro' off his skull, and rowlt away the stone. I brought him up a deep brown jug, that a gallon did contain, and he took it at one blessed draught, and laid him down again. The Ghost of Tim Bobbin, a tale in rhyme for Christmas time, by George Richardson. Argument. One stormy, dark, and dismal night, it happened that a Rochdale wight, o'erta'en with drink and devil's blue, was heedless where he wandered to. He moped about the churchyard lone, where moulders many a human bone. At length it was his luck to greet the golden ball in Packer Street. 'Twixt ale and sleep, in reverie lost, he wakes, and lo! Tim Bobbin ghost. With fear he falls, and thinks owd Nick had come to take him hellward wick. Some woeful plight distracts his nob. In truth 'twas only poor Tim Bob, who'd come with virtuous inclination, or ghostly moral obligation, to negative some scandal shame of certain authors in his name, who said that he to drink was prone, a charge much better let alone, for best of reasons known full well, that each can take a soap his sell. So turns the tables, and, gaddling, gives both these knaves a gradely raddling, speaks of a lawless innovation, with manly honest indignation. The sequel shows that famous Tim the fettler snubs for fettling him. Reader, this tale of Rochdale tykes was told to th' author Jud o' Ikes. One neet o' a boggart, mopped and queer, 'twere dusky, weet and cowd, and Rochdale town were fearfu' still, and th' church loike dim and owd. No moon nor star to lead me way, or groped be mony a grave, or feart o' ghosts way near a friend, my kecklin' limbs to save. My teeth were chattering i' my head, were near as ill afore, and felt noan reet we drinked last neet, and now I want it more. Were loike an arrant bedlamite, and knowed na wheer folk go, or stortet here and wambled there, a moidered gawping foo. Fro' th' church to th' Packer Street or State, as flayed as ony owl, for i' my een a hunthert feen seemed fratchin' for my soul. Or glurt and groped fro' soide to soide, oich foot or feart to fo', but fain or geet, for now or reet, at th' door o' th' Gowden Bow. So in or crope to th' very room, wheer Tim had used for t' sit, and well he deed, for what or seed, I'll tell you in a bit. O'er by mysel', and th' owd church bell had strucken th' hour o' one, were feart to stir, so queer I were, a maddlet drunken mon. Or swoiped a gill or two o' ale, to drown my anguish deep, or smooked and dozed, but noan composed, it were but throubled sleep. Or wakkent then, wi' fearfu' dreams, and th' fire brunt low and dim, or couldna bide, for on th' tone side, theer stood the ghost o' Tim. Stark fierce he were, his wizened cheeks wore death's unseatly trace, for in his shroud, pale, stern, and cowd, he glended to my face. My een wern full, my jaws dropped down, my blood were loike to freeze, my legs to shake, or couldna spake, but cruttled to my knees. Cowd swat dropped fro' my whackering limbs, or wished I were warm again, or feart owd Nick would ha' me wick, and tay me to his den. Then Tim come naa, and o'er me stood, wi' anger on his brew. He shaked his yed, and awfu' said, You're one o' th' lying crew. You're one o' those 'at's frumped and loufed, made mockery o' my name, put uncoth fibs into my mouth, and marred my honest fame. It's the loikes o' yo, th' vexed phantom said, wi' fierce and haggart face, wi' fullest breath, 'at slanted death, wi' noither love nor grace. Yo'n written books, and on yon stone dishonouring my name, and roimes by Sam, and Shaw's rank gam, yo'n gloatet on wi' shame. Sam's towd wi' crump, unhallowed lips, a ghostrin' spiteful tale, or drunk a mug, or else a jug, o' Daniel Kesmus ale. Unswoiped a gallon at a woint, tell th' Gorby it's na true, for as a ston, a speck the mon, were near that drunken foo. Or moot sometimes a tan o' soap, just now and then a gill, but near that sot wi' a full pot, to swipe it off loike swill. But if 'twere thrue, full sure I am, a standing here i' th' room, if 't cost him owt, and nub a grout, he'd ha' supped it as he coom. For Sammy's noan so keen, egad, I needna baulk to mention, to stond a mug, no gill, no jug, it's a fattlin' invention. Beside, as I'm Tim Bobbin ghost, I owe him just a lick. He wouldna gie na sousepence pay to save me fro' owd Nick. But th' Rochdale folk on th' country round have fly at me day by day, and I'd no fear your words to hear o' my insulted clay. Aw ne'er git up, but if I could,
Aw'd make 'em rue the day, Aw'd nettle 'em, and Aw'd fettle 'em, and in a gradely way. Ay, if Aw were wick, Aw'd paint o'ch face as feaw as ony cannibals, and turn their jackets toan side out, for ony coloured hanimals. Eh, justice to my fame I'm comin', and tell 'em, if ta chooses, Aw dunna loike the sneerin' ways of their ill-natet muses. Me out o' fear, and gradely tale, a pair o' gaumless foos, beawt th' doctor's shop at Newton Yeth, at th' ale at Willie Booth's, or else some fratchin' hately tyke, to try their cracks and sallies, loike Dick at Fout, when Mal did nowt but banged a pair o' ballies. There's work for th' fettler, ay enough, 'tween Manchester and Owdham, for friends is known, for one by one is used 'em up or sowd 'em. Or how he turn't his back on O, eh, and thankless lost 'em soon, and when bi th' mass he grabbed their brass, were thrut off loike owd shoon. Han yo forgotten what Aw've said, thou'rt lookin' fearfo' glum, that sad mishap wi' th' bitch and th' owl, as Mary yerd from Tum? An' now, bi th' maskins, Sammy's cracked, he's gan yo o' a stunner, Aw yer odzooks his fettlin' books, and meddlin' wi' my thunner. No mon but him can fettle Tim, he says, wi' peert ambition, for Aw wur prout till he come out wi' th' gradely edition. Here's th' Hamel sconce o' Lancashire, a writin's nowt but bother, and poor Tim Bob is but a hob, his dialect a flother. He'd better fettle up his own, his passages and lays, and try his powers to improve his hours, and mend his early days. Or happen wroite his latter days, if still for crap he rages, and print some trash a balderdash, than talk about his wages. Hoo maybe turn a grateful mon, and pray it be no libel, and humbl't be, before he dee, be fettlin' o' th' Bible. An' if he's done wi', loike me, what next, good lorjus days? He'll mak' a Homer, some misnomer, a fettle Shakespeare's plays. There's fettlin' work o' Pinder's book, let Sam gie him his reets, a poo o' Raith and Saxon rhyme, why o' th' Arabian Nights. Your Scotland's dialect of Burns, and Pope he cullet sung, why, tak' 'em o' and print 'em o' i' th' gradely Rochdale tongue. For Sammy's e'er o'er fond o' brass, and fond too o' book jobbin', for short o' stuff is flusk enough to mutilate Tim Bobbin. But let him tell a tale hissel', no touch o' mine, a letter, and let him hob and thrutch his knob for summat true and better. Ay, keep me for his gradely stuff, and mind you tell him so. You're i' this room, some neet o' gloon, beware o' th' gowden bow. Aw will, Aw said, poor dear Tim, yo'n spoken well and reet. Then he strid back, and in a crack, Aw welly lost my seat. A din like thunner shaked o' th' roof, and Aw for woint did blow, and th' ghost o' Tim looked fearfo' grim, and vanished down below. Ay, down he went, but under th' floor spoke loud his troubled soul. Remember Tim, and Sam, tell him, we'n meet i' th' boggart hole. Or else some neet be Blakely faut, as sure as he's a mon. When whisky cheer has made him queer, I'll face him if I con. He winna like the tone I've said, and gimme p'raps a trouncing, and then at th' bow I'll come to tell aw, he's gawstrin' and bouncing. Aw wackert like a new dropped cove, cowd, timorsome, and queer, stood up at th' floor, and gloat for th' door, and swoipt me pot o' beer. Then off Aw seat, that wary neet, to rest me lutchin' yed, but sleep had gone, and moi that mon, Aw tumbl't into bed. Aw thowt Aw'd tell this ghostly tale, to keep for's folk fro' snobbin'. It's aw quite true, and now, adieu, and rest to thee, Tim Bobbin.
At the Grave of Tim Bobbin, by William Barron. Aw'm stood beside the resting place, owd bard o' bygone times. Oft have aw heard the vagaries towd, and read the merry rhymes. And as aw linger here alone in silent reverie, aw muse and think on what thou art, and what thou used to be. Ay, Tim, on what thou used to be i' th' years long passed away, when sich as thee were rare in't world, far rarer than to-day. When t' lamp o' knowledge glimmered dim, a radiance round thou threw, and left thysel' a name behind, a name we're proud on too. Oh, what a sweet surprise it were, when first thou sung thee lays. Thou banished care from mony a heart, and breetened t' gloomiest days. And when thou towd the well-worn tales, so thickly tinged wi' mirth, thou made mankind a happier race, and browt new joys to birth. No pen could cheer 'em up like thine, or charm 'em half so weel. Thou wrote 'em only what thou knew, and what they aw could feel. And when their web of life were spun, and ere they laid thee down, they blessed thee for aw t' good thou'd done, and cherished thy renown. Sin' to time they browt thee here, aboon a century's passed away, and yet thy memory lives as fresh as though 'twere yesterday. New generations bloom around, but still they sound their praise, and pause in awe bi' t' sacred dust that hides thee fro' their gaze. No longer dost ta crack thy jokes, while t' listeners round thee throng, nor play thy pranks on t' milnrow folks, while t' laugh rings loud and long. For death, that mighty leveller, thy further progress barred, and here thou calmly slumbers on in owd St. Chad's churchyard. And wheer are they 'at knew thee, Tim, i' th' heyday o' thy life? Gone, gone, like thee, released and free fro' worldly care and strife. Like thee, they rest in dreamless peace, deep under t' graveyard sod, their virtues and their faults laid bare at t' judgment seat o' God. But aw mun pause, for eventide throws round its shadows grim, and t' stars peep out i' th' heavens aboon, so good neet, dear owd Tim. When us 'at live are coo'd away to quit this earthly scene, posterity shall prize thy name, and keep thy memory green. End of 3 Poems on Tim Bobbin, by Samuel Bamford, George Richardson, and William Barron.